Hello, hello. I see that there's some comments in, but it looks like people have been ducking in and out, waiting for me to get myself sorted. So let's have a look. So we've had Whoa Lisa, hello Lisa, if you're still here, and Blue Rose and Danny After Dark. Oh, welcome back, Danny. Now, oh gosh, what have I done? Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't mean to highlight you, but highlighted you are. I'm still getting used to and thanks so much for coming back, Danny. Thank you for the compliment. That's lovely. Thank you very much, and it's really nice to see you. Who else have we got? Got Blue Rose, and we've got Woo Lisa. Well, I'm hoping, if anybody's listening, that this is something a little bit different. It's a story that I hadn't heard of before. I had no idea who this person was. I've never seen it in the news. I've never seen anything about it. And the more I've looked into it, it's actually quite scary. And I'll be honest with you, yesterday morning, I took the dog out it was quite early actually, it was still pitch black, and it was about 6 a.m. And I'd looked into this story the night before, and I will admit, I never normally am bothered. I was actually shit scared while I was walking the dog, and I made beat a very hasty retreat back to my car, which isn't like me. So yes, it was enough, this story, to give me the frickies, especially because it's a true one. Hi Marie, how are you? Lovely to see you. Hi Sheila. Hope you're all having a great day. I've just been chatting away to myself, waiting for people to come in. And oh my goodness, Anne, hello. I've been asking after you, asking if people had seen you around. Thank you so much for coming in. Hope you're all happy, healthy, and well. Managed to get to pop in and say hi and goodbye. Have a fabulous evening. You take care, Anne. It's lovely to see you, and I'm really, really glad that you're all right, because I have asked a few people over the past few weeks if they'd seen you, and and if they did, to tell you that I'd said hello. So I hope at some point you can get to stay for one of our chats. But I'm not true crime. I'm doing history and the occasional bit of supernatural and weird and wonderful. So it'd be lovely if you can come back again. But I'm really made up that I've seen you, Anne. Oh, that's made my day. That I'm glad I've seen Anne now. Not that I'm not glad to see everybody else. So, I saw your comment earlier, Sheila. This story. I don't know if you had come in the chat while I was just talking away to myself, but when I looked into this, because I'd never heard it. Oh, you have a great evening too, Sheila. Anne, sorry, I'm saying Sheila now. Oh, hi, Frida. Hello. Popped in to say hi. I'm in my daughter's at the minute. I'll call in later if you're still on. Not a problem. It's just lovely to see you. This is just this is a very strange story that you may or may not like, Frida, but I think Sheila will. Simples definitely will. And with Kathy, I think it was Kathy that likes the weird and the wonderful. Oh, hi, there's Danny. Hi, Danny. I did say hello before, but I think you popped in and popped out. So And if Blue Rose, if my girl from the Wirral's still knocking around. So yeah, this story, I hadn't heard anything about it. I'd never seen the news reports. I'd never. Oh, hi, Danny. I'm really made up that you're coming back. Thank you so much. I'd never seen news reports on this. I'd never heard about it. I'd never seen. Well, obviously it was before. I think this was, well, it was before I was born, but apparently it was in the newspapers, and I had a little look into it. And as I was saying just before most of you came on, I walk the dog all hours of the day and night around here because it's such a quiet village. And when I was walking him yesterday morning, so it was probably about 6 o'clock, because I needed to get, I needed an earlier than usual start. Normally I do the horses first, then I walk the dog. And because I was going over to Porky's yesterday morning and staying last night, and so I took him out 6 a.m. and I just drove down to the next village where the woods are. And oh, sorry about this. Just remembered to turn my phone off as usual. And I was walking him. And like I said, it was pitch black. I had my torch with me. Never bothers me. All I could think about was this damn story because I'd been reading about it the night before. And I was really scared. Actually, really, genuinely scared. Poor dog, he only had 10 minutes because I was like, oh no, I'm getting back to the car. Because once I gave myself the frickies, I was looking over my shoulder and every little noise. I was probably only about a quarter of a mile, if that, from the car. And I could see the car from where I was standing. But yeah, this, yeah, it's not a horror. It's just that because it's real, it really played on my mind. So, yeah. Anyway, how is everybody? Has everybody had a good day? And are you all planning a good weekend? I'll just nip-nap for a couple more minutes, and because I always do me 10 minutes meet and greet and hello, and then I will start with this story. Because this is actually in England that this happened. And not that long ago. I mean, some of you may, because I don't know what ages everybody is, so I don't want to insult anyone, but some of you may be old enough to have heard about this and read about it in the paper. Manic week at work, so glad I'm off this weekend. Oh, flipping heck, Sheila. Mine's just ramping up. It starts to get busy between now and the 1st of April. So, yeah, I shall be slightly frazzled. And then it's, if any of you may or may not remember, on Halloween when I was up on BAMS Live talking about the Pendle Witches, and then we had, we were having a bit of a general chit-chat later, weren't we? And Solange came up, and bedtime had come up as well. I think that was it, just the three of us. And I was talking about the weird thing that happened in my family on the 23rd of January. So it's different years, but I hate the 23rd of January every year because my great grandmother, who died before I was born, she died on the 23rd of January. And then my mum, many years later, died on the 23rd of January. And then my nan, my mum's mum, she died several years later on the 23rd of January. So I call it Death Day. And I think if ever I'm going to go, or if ever an accident was to befall me, something fatal, it'll be that day, because what are the odds of every, there being a woman from each of those generations all dying on the same day, all those years apart? So, yeah, so Sunday, I'll probably just be curled up in a little ball. And I mean, I'm hoping that I did mention it to Porky. He might have forgotten, I don't know. Probably not, because he's got a memory like an elephant, but I'm hoping that he might come and stay here on Sunday night, because I really don't like being on my own that day. So yeah, anyway. Oh, hi, Blue Rose. Hello, my lovely. How are you? I'm going to scare you all tonight. Well, I might not scare everybody, but I found this one very, very scary. Right. So I think I should get into this one, because we've done our 10 minutes of hellos. So if you're all ready, I'm going to begin with this one, because, yeah, of all the stories I've read, whether it's because this one is potentially a werewolf story, but... Oh, is it, Blue Rose? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not a good day for me, and probably it'll be a bit sad for you as well this year, won't it, sweetheart? But, well, the thing is, at least we both know on the 23rd we can send each other a message and wish the best, can't we? Because it'll be one of those connected semi-sad days, I suppose, for yourself. And so I'm going to start with this story. Like I said, it is a true story. It's not a, one that's come off a strange website or out of a book. This is one that Porky mentioned to me a few days ago, and I'd never heard of it. So I started looking into it. I thought definitely some, if not all of you, but definitely some of you will probably find it fascinating. But as I said, it really scared me. Didn't think it had until I was walking the dog in the dark. Oh, hi, Tiz. Hello, lovely. Hey, kiss you sexy bint. Hey, not been called that before. Hey, there's my girl Danny. Subber guys, great channel. Yes, I subbed in Danny the other day. Everyone in chat. Hope everyone is as well as possible. Yep. Yeah, I'm just so in pain for a bit. Oh, Blue Rose, I'm really sorry about that. And Denny was saying her little fella has had a little tumble down the stairs, so she's had a bit of a mad day. So yeah, welcome to the weekend. I think everyone's going to be cracking into the alcohol tonight, aren't they? Well, I think you're going to like this one, Denny, if you've not heard of it. So, has anybody heard of the Southend werewolf? And Southend, I'm talking Southend-on-Sea, or Southend-on-Sea, because this case, and it's relatively recent as well, this isn't like hundreds of years ago, this had stuff happening in the 80s and the 90s. Oh, mate, his good spirits. X-ray will tell. Oh, hope I was with you too. Pop in and out, so we'll have to catch up later. Much love to all. Oh, thanks, Sam. Thank you. Right, okay. So Sheila says no. Right, so this case was actually really well documented, and I found out loads of stuff on it. There's loads of different sites are covering it. There's been a book written about it. The Warrens were involved in it, which, love them or hate them. Some people think they're fakers out. Some people think they're brilliant. But anyway, the Warrens were involved in this as well. And it also has, like I was saying the other night with the Enfield poltergeist, it's one of those rare occasions where there is actually corroborating police evidence and statements. So here we go. Let's have one last look. Oh, hello to Sheila, Blue Rose, and Anne from Tisney Denny. Yeah. Yeah, a little fella had a fall down the stairs. Bloody nightmare. Right. I'm going to get into it. So, everybody's heard of werewolves, obviously. Everybody's got their opinions on them. You know, the majority of people think that werewolves are the things of fiction. Are they? They might be. They might not be. I can't say. I am no werewolf expert. However, although there are few documented cases of stories about werewolves, and I mean proper documented cases, that would give, you know, some form of authenticity, there are one or two examples that even skeptics, the most hardened of skeptics, it'll make them go, okay, I've not got an answer for that. This case of the Southend werewolf is one of them. Used to be a werewolf, but I'm all right now. So, the Southend werewolf is actually a man, and his name is, or was, don't know if he's still alive actually, I should have checked that out, but his name, I'll say is for the sake of argument, is Bill Ramsey. Now, Bill was born in 1943 in Southend, which is, for those of people who aren't in the UK, it's in Essex in England. Now, growing up as a little boy, his childhood was pretty non-eventful. You know, it was just normal. Didn't get up to no good, no more so than any other, you know, little boys would have done around that age. You know, maybe things like climbing somebody's garden wall and robbing an apple out of a tree, but you know, it was nothing of any significance, just the usual childhood stuff. Apparently he was quite imaginative, and he'd spend, you know, afternoons and evenings, mornings, whatever, when he was playing out, just using his imagination and making up games and all sorts of different types of things. However, that kind of all went a bit Pete Tong when he got to 9 years old, because something really, really, I think, terrifying happened to him. And this particular day, it was quite a warm day. He was outside in the garden, the back garden of his house, and just playing as he usually did. And all of a sudden, he started feeling really odd. It was like a blast of icy cold wind. Oh, it's fine, Kathy. Hiya, lovely. Don't apologise for falling asleep. I do it all the time. I've only just started this one, so you're just in time. I've just been given the run up. So this little boy, 9 years old, is out playing in the garden. All of a sudden, there's this blast of like an icy cold wind that kind of surrounded him, and the perspiration on his skin. This wind was that cold, because obviously it's a warm day. He's running around like little lads do. He's a little bit sweaty. The sweat froze on his skin. Right, that was the first odd thing. This sweat froze on his skin, and then he started to smell, and it was all around him. He could smell the most disgusting, vile smell. He couldn't even describe it, and it was so bad. This little boy started gipping. You know, he was really dry, retching. Thought he was going to be sick. It was that bad. It was giving him nausea. It was such an horrendous smell. Now, as he's smelling this, he suddenly then starts to get all these weird imaginings, and he was saying they were kind of like psychological manifestations. Now, I don't know what he means by that, but while he was in the grip of whatever this was, this icy wind and then this disgusting stench, first of all, he started having these visions in his head of running away towards the ocean, but on all fours. So in his mind's eye, he's on all fours and he's running towards the ocean. But then he started, like alongside this, separate vision, but it's in this same moment. He starts having these flashing, vivid images of wolves. And he said that at that particular moment, it was like something inside him snapped. He felt something change, and he didn't feel like the fun-loving, happy little boy he'd been a couple of minutes ago. Now, his mum, because his mum and dad were outside as well, his mum actually saw that something was wrong with him, because obviously his whole demeanor has changed from this running around. She doesn't know that he's having these visions and that he can smell this smell and that he's got this icy wind wrapping around him. All she sees is her son is acting and looking differently than he did seconds before. So she tries to snap him out of this trance that he appears to be in, and she shouts him, and just for a second he kind of came back into himself, and it only lasted a few seconds because it went even worse. Hi Joe, hello love, how are you? Good to see you. We're talking about the Southend werewolf. I've not been going long, so it's not that much if you wanted to catch up on it. So he snaps out of this for a matter of a second or two. She thinks he's all right. Then at this point, it actually has made matters far worse, because once these images of the wolves and the running to the ocean on four legs started to go from his mind, what replaced them were all these feelings of absolute rage, real extreme hatred and rage and violence, and just indescribable. And his mother is watching all of this, and to her horror, she notices that there's a change happening over her son, and the adrenaline from this rage has given her little 9-year-old boy what is almost a superhuman strength. Now, he runs over to the fence, and the fence posts are those, they're not little, they're like big burly fence posts that are hammered and pounded into the ground. And he gets hold of one like it's a bloody matchstick or something, just pulls it. I mean, a grown man would have struggled to do this. Just pulls it free and easy out of the ground, tears it away from the fencing, and starts swinging it around like a club. This is a heavy post. Take into it, if you disregard that he's just yanked it out of, it was an embedded post. There was nothing wrong with it. So take that away, the fact that he's yanked this out, which is something a grown man couldn't have done. He's then swinging it around like it weighs virtually nothing. Now, his parents tried to get the fence post away from him, but they literally could not pry it out of his grip. He's got a death grip on it while he's swinging it round. Now, although they didn't want to leave him while he was obviously suffering with whatever he was suffering with, because as a parent, you're going to think maybe he's having a fit of some sort, maybe it's just an episode, maybe he's even having a bit of a nightmare, but a bit like the night terrors, but not. They don't know. But the next thing he does is run over back to the fence, and it's kind of chain link, this fence, from what I can understand. He places his mouth round this fencing, these chain links, and starts to gnaw on them. He's making growling and snarling sounds. He's trying to chew and tear at this wire, and his parents leg it. They weren't sticking around. They actually legged it into the house, and they locked the door. They didn't feel safe, and they'd rather have him locked on the outside than able to get inside with them. So you have to think, what looked so terrifying? How bad must it have been for parents to be that terrified of what up to that point has been a normal, loving, playful and happy child? How bad must that have been that they have just run and left him and locked themselves into that house? So anyway, Eventually, after some time had passed, Bill did calm down. And to the extent that his parents then, I mean, they were still very fearful, but they did decide to unlock the door and let him back into the house. Now, nothing seemed. Oh, Denny said, I reckon they had some shrooms to be chewing on metal. Did I hear it? Yeah, he was chewing metal, actually chewing, but he was snarling and growling at the same time as he's trying to gnaw through this metal fencing. So anyway, they let him back in the house, and obviously he's got wounds all over his lips, his mouth is cut, you know, where he's been attempting to try and tear this metal fencing with his bare teeth, really. So he appears back to normal. They haven't got a clue, you know, what's come over the son. But apparently, once they'd tended to his wounds and they made sure he was all right, and obviously he's a confused little boy because he knows something's different, but he's not sure what. I know, Blue Rose. Yeah, but wait, it gets even worse. And this is why I shit myself walking the dog yesterday morning. So once they've made sure that he's back in, you know, his right frame of mind, so to speak, they basically said to me, you can't ever tell anybody about this. None of us, we as a family are never going to discuss this again. That's it. It's happened, it's gone, and he's obviously agreeing with them. And that was how it went on. Now, that's from the age of 9. Well, you think so, Sheila and Denny. However, listen up. So the next 15 years of his life, this never came back. These, you know, he never got the coldness, the smell. He didn't growl or bark or snarl. He didn't try chewing anything he shouldn't have chewed. He didn't show any form of superhuman strength. Absolutely nothing. It was like it was just a one-off and that was it. And so obviously during these 15 years he's grown up. He met a lovely lady that he got married to. He had, you know, eventually he'd had 3 children, which by all accounts were beautiful, you know, well-adjusted kids. Everybody who knew him, family, friends, neighbours, work colleagues, they just said he was an absolutely wonderful father. Hi, Sharon. Hello, lovely. Welcome in. He was a wonderful father. He doted on his children. He had a job. He was a joiner as well, and he just led a very conventional, normal life. But not long after he married his wife, he started having these really terrifying nightmares. Now, I don't think at the time that he had linked this with what happened to him as a 9-year-old. But anyway, what happened was he started having these nightmares. And in these nightmares, he would be chasing after his wife. She'd be running along and he'd be chasing after her. And these nightmares always ended the same way. And they always ended with her stopping, turning to look at him, and then showing just abject terror on her face that at what she was seeing, which he obviously couldn't, but it was him. But she's seen something so terrifying. And then he would wake up in a cold sweat from these dreams. One night, and he always had like some, you know, like a sense of foreboding or dread when he woke up as well. Now, on one night, he woke up and he was convinced that he could hear a wild animal in his bedroom panting, and he shit himself because, you know, this is pitch black and he can hear an animal panting as he's waking up. And then he realized eventually, as he became more awake, that these noises, these animalistic noises, were coming from his own throat. So, I mean, that must be quite disconcerting anyway, mustn't it? Anyway, 2 years. So he'd got married to his wife in 1965. So 2 years later, in 1967, these nightmares suddenly stopped. No explanation, just stopped. So he carried on, as we've said, he had children, and he just carried on being the great guy that everybody knew him to be. You know, brilliant husband, amazing father, great friend, nice, unassuming, hardworking guy. So another 15 years go by. Absolutely nothing happens. You know, he's not having nightmares. He's not, the thing that happened to him as a 9-year-old hasn't happened until in 1983, he's gone out to the pub with his mates for, you know, a few beers, bit of a laugh. He'd had a few drinks down his neck, and while he's in the, he's sat at the bar, all of a sudden, he gets that same eerie feeling happening. He felt the icy chill, you know, with the perspiration freezing on his skin. Oh, sorry, I can feel a nightmare coming tonight. Maybe not Blue Rose, because I didn't have a nightmare about it, but I definitely had a nightmare walking the dog in the dark. So we'll see. You'll have to keep me posted. So he's feeling this icy cold blast again. He's getting these feelings of dread. Now, at this time, he's sitting on a bar stool at the bar. And because he's frightened, because he remembers, even though it's all these years ago, he's straight back to that point where he remembered how he felt in the garden. So fearing that the same thing's going to happen, and because he's now starting to feel sick because he's smelling that minging, disgusting, awful, wretched smell again, he decided to excuse himself and he ran to the toilets in the pub. So he's trying to compose himself in there, and he's splashing a bit of water on his face. And to his horror, he looks in the mirror, and he said the face that was looking back at him was the face of a wolf. So he's kind of, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Looks again, the wolf's face is gone, and he's feeling calmer again, and the nausea's going off him. He can't feel the icy wind. He can't smell the smell. Deep breath. He's shaking, obviously, but apart from that, you know, he's feeling a little bit shaky. But apart from that, he's back to normal. So he goes out of the toilets and back into the bar to his friends. Anyway, because it's shaking him up a little bit, he convinces his friends that, you know, it's time to go home. Now, one of these friends was driving that night, so they all pile into the car. And while they're driving along, all of a sudden, Bill Ramsey starts to make this really deep guttural growl, like really deep down in his throat. And the other people in the car, I mean, I can't even imagine how they felt. They are just watching him in abject terror as they say that his hands started to twist until they were in the shape of claws. And then, without absolutely no warning whatsoever, he leapt at his friends who were in this car, trying to claw at them and bite them. Now, you know, all due respect to the driver, because he acted pretty damn quickly. He just pulled the car over to the side of the road, stopped it, got out, and he's trying to pull Bill out of the car. But this strength that he'd shown when he was a 9-year-old boy, it just took over, because this frenzy that he was in, where he's trying to claw and bite it, you know, his friends who were in this car, they just couldn't restrain him. So, you know, they're all trying to get a grip on him. Nothing is going to stop it. And then all of a sudden, this is a few minutes of this had gone on. It was like he went back to normal. It was like the rage suddenly drained out of him, and his friends managed to get him out of the car. But he just didn't have a clue. He couldn't remember any of it. He didn't know what he'd done in the car. He genuinely was shocked that he'd tried to bite and claw his friends. He just was so shocked. But again, this has really started to play in his mind, because now this is the second time in his life it's happened. So he's, you know, as try as he might, he keeps going back to when he was 9. He's dwelling on this thing that happened in the car. He really did try to forget about it over the coming months. But 18 months after that incident, he started to feel chest pains. Now, he thought that he was possibly having a heart attack. So he got himself down to A&E at the nearest hospital, and they've got him lying on, one of the trolley beds, and he's being examined by the nurse. And while this is happening, he starts again to feel this icy chill, the smell, these feelings of dread, and with no explanation at all and absolutely zero warning, he turned on the nurse, got a grip on her, and then just sunk his teeth into her arm. So after that, he leaps off this bed and he goes running through the hospital. So he's running down the corridors in the hospital with his back hunched over, his hands curled into claws, and his teeth bared, growling and snarling and snapping as he's going, and it must have looked bloody terrifying. Anyway, several people tried to restrain him, but he was just flicking them off like they were nothing. This strength had come back to him. So he's just, as people are trying to grab him, it's as though he's swatting flies. Eventually, a police officer managed to get some handcuffs on him, but he still continued this like wild rampage. Anyway, eventually, with the help of several other staff members, he was pinned down and he was sedated. And when he finally awoke from this sedation, several hours later, he was totally back to normal, checked himself out of the hospital, which incidentally was against the doctor's advice, because he couldn't remember anything about what had happened. He genuinely couldn't remember. However, it wasn't years or... Hi, Elisa. Probably about half an hour, which you could catch up on if you want to put it on like 75, like 1.25 speed, you should be able to catch up. Anyway, the next incident, so he didn't have to wait another 18 months or 15 years like before. This was only 2 months after this hospital incident. He was back again at the same hospital, and again, this icy chill that always seems to appear just before this rage takes over and these visions take over. Now, because it's only 2 months later, the story of the Southend werewolf was already doing the rounds of the hospital. And the nurse who was on duty that night, because she's heard these stories, understandably, she sees him. She's absolutely terrified. And, even though he'd come in acting normally, but it turns out that she was quite justified in these fears because he leapt at her and the orderly that was with her. Now, luckily, there was a group of police officers had just entered the hospital. So they managed to restrain him, but one officer was so badly injured. Now, he was bitten. He was so badly injured that he remained in hospital for 4 days. 4 days. Now, don't forget, this is the 1980s, and this is when coppers were what I call coppers were coppers. They were big, burly bloke. I mean, you very rarely saw a copper under 6 foot, did you? Very rarely. All the coppers I used to see, they were like 6'1", 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They were big men. So these were not little weedy coppers. These were proper big men, these 4 of them, and he still managed to hospitalise one of them. Now, and I have got a tale about that police officer as I get further on. So Ramsey, however, he was released from the cells. And again, unable to recall anything about what had happened. And he went home and carried on living as normal. Now, 5 years later, so we're in 1987 by now, the Southend werewolf made another appearance and back at that police station that he'd just been released from. apparently, I don't know how this had occurred. I've heard two different stories of this. One was that Ramsay had picked up a prostitute for business. Another was that Ramsay had made a citizen's arrest on this teenage prostitute. Either way, she's in the car with him. Right, Lisa, no worries, honey. I'll try and talk slowly. So either way, for whatever reason, whether he picked her up or whether he made a citizen's arrest, but he's got her in his vehicle with him and decided to haul her down to the police station. Now, apparently, according to this girl, while they were driving there, this terrified girl has actually seen him transform into this alter ego, whatever it is, that's driving this vehicle but snarling and growling at her. As they got to the police station, she's barely waited for the car to start to slow down. She's got the door open, she's out, and she's sprinting to get into that police station. Ramsay, in an absolute rage, decides to follow her. Now, there's this massive, is described as a large burly, but I'm going to say a massive police officer. He's kind of seen a bit of this going on. He's seen the girl running. He's seen him enraged coming after her. All he did was touch Ramsay's arm in an attempt to just go, come on, mate, have a calm down. He didn't grab him. He didn't try to arrest him. He just touched his arm, and Ramsay snapped. He tackled the police officer, nearly choked him to death. All the time he's doing this, he's yelling, the devil is in me, I am going to kill you. At this point, it took 6 police officers to get him off. He had to be sedated. The police surgeon was called and he had to be sedated. Now, this time, because of what had happened, it landed Ramsay in a hospital where 10 days of tests were still unable to determine the cause of whatever was wrong with him. Now, while this was, I'm not sure, Blue Rose. I'm not sure. It could be because he was born in the 40s. I think he'd be in his late 70s. So it very possibly. Now, I'll just stop there because I'm going to get on to the next bit in a second. Anybody, any questions about this? And it'll give Lisa a bit of a chance to catch up on it. I mean, I'm presuming I'm not the only one who hadn't heard of this story. Did anybody in chat or anyone listening have heard of this? Disclaimer for USA folks, this is not Chef Ramsay. Well, it could be. We've all seen Gordon when he gets a bit possessed over overcooked steaks and scallops. No, Blue Rose, I hadn't either. And usually I'm pretty well up on, and hot on a lot of the paranormal and weird and wonderful stories, even urban legends. No, Sharon, I know. So I'm pleased now that we've got this one to have a little discussion about. So the next part of the story is that the noted demonologists, which are, most people will have heard of them, Ed and Lorraine Warren, they happen now. I watched an interview with these. Oh, sorry, Joe. I've never heard of this. Sounds like a possession because of the bad smell. Do you know what? That's what I thought, because they say that smell of decomposing flesh or rotting meat, that usually will, it accompanies a demonic possession or what have you, doesn't it? Tis no, first I've heard, been listening to some Jean-Benet Ramsey of late, which is the other Ramsey I know of. Yeah, I couldn't watch that anymore. I got that sick of the Jean-Benet Ramsey thing. only because I don't like stuff that I think is being hidden, like Maddie McCann, but we won't go there. So, think of them what you want, but Ed and Lorraine Warren, they heard of this while they were over in America. Now, I watched an interview that they gave. When did I watch it? Wednesday. Yeah, it would have been Wednesday night. I watched this interview while I was doing a little bit of research on this. And Ed Warren said that the way that they heard about it, because I thought, how have you heard about this over in America when I don't know anybody in this country? Genuinely don't know anybody who's heard about it. I've never heard a thing about it myself. Now, on this interview, Ed Warren said he was just watching some news, and it was obviously a novelty story that had been picked up by one of the American news channels, and it just mentioned werewolf in London, and he thought, oh, are they making another? Because he was thinking about the American Werewolf in London film, and he thought, oh, are they making another one? So that was what piqued his attention, and he started watching the story. And then when they realized that it was this, it was supposedly a real man, and the fact that he had bitten one of these police officers so badly that the police officer was kept in hospital for 4 days. And when they were hearing about the things that surrounded, like the icy cold, the smell, like Joe has said, they were convinced that he may be possessed by some kind of, maybe a werewolf demon. So they decided that they wanted to help. So they got on a plane, and they were already heading over here anyway, but they brought the trip forward a little. So they got on a plane and they headed for London. Now, while they were there, they were trying to find out information on this werewolf, and nobody's talking. So they passed from pillar to post to pillar to post to pillar to post, and getting nowhere fast. And the time in London is running out. Now, Lorraine so the day that they were, they checked out of the hotel. This is what Lorraine was saying on the interview. The day that they checked out of this hotel, because then they were going up to the northeast, they had to go to the airport to meet some investigators who were going to join them on this place that they were going to in the northeast and do some filming and some investigations. Now, the flight was delayed, so she said, well, she decided she left Ed waiting for the flight. No idea, Blue Rose. Just going to see which, just bear with me a second, because I'm going to try and see which paper it was in. I mean, the Scum covered it. So I don't know if I'm presuming other newspapers did, but given when it was, so when was God, I'm going to sound really ignorant now. When was Hillsborough? Was that in the 90s or the 80s? I'm just wondering if it was round about the time of Hillsborough, which would have meant that, a lot of people were shunning the sun then, weren't they? But this was 1987. Sure, Hillsborough was later. Oh, 89. Right, okay. Just going to have a little look here. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I just wondered maybe if that was... Oh, when Hillsborough was on. Oh, wow, Blue Rose. So, yeah, I wondered whether that might have been it, if it was one of these boycotting periods and people just weren't wanting to read the paper. So what had happened was so she's left Ed waiting for this flight to get in, and she said she's got a list of numbers for the it was cute because she kept calling them the police precincts. I'm like, no, they're just police stations. So she had a list of police stations, and she decided, while Ed is waiting for the plane, she said he had a fistful of change. So she goes to the phone box in the airport, And she starts ringing through these numbers. And nobody's saying anything until she said she went down and she picked this one particular number out and she rang it. And instead of, because she wasn't ringing anybody up saying, can I speak to you about your werewolf? She was kind of saying, I believe you've had a bit of an incident. And yeah, people, if they did know what she was on about, they just weren't taking her on. So she said, I don't know what made me do this. But she just said, I'm ringing to try and find out about this case of lycanthropy, this incident that you've had over somebody suffering from lycanthropy. And the person who'd answered the phone just said, okay, just give me a second, I'll transfer you. So she said she thought, right. And she got transferred, and this inspector answered the phone to her. And the first things he said was, so you're ringing about our werewolf? And she was just like, wow, finally I've managed to get hold of somebody. So she speaks with this guy and she said, I really, really want to speak to you. He said, well, where are you now? She said, we're in London. He said, well, I'm a bit away, but we're at Southend-on-Sea. And she said, well, we're just about to leave to go up to the northeast of England. So this police officer said, well, I need to get some, permission from my governor to talk to you about it, but I will give you a ring. And so she told them the hotel or the place that they would be staying at in the northeast of England and said goodbye. And that was it for now. Now, let me just go back through the chat. I'll have a look if anybody's put anything. Sharon, no one read the Sun. Merseyside people still won't buy it. Yeah, I know. That's why they call it the scum. Just had a look around YouTube and there is a few videos that people have uploaded on this. Very strange. I've never heard anything about it till now. No, I hadn't, Sheila. I've never even seen anything on YouTube. Yeah, it was Blue Rose. It was absolutely vile. So yeah, like I said, this was purely Porky telling me, have you heard about this? And I was like, no. So let me just see where I was up to then. I think I'm just gonna have a look. I don't think there was any other newspapers that covered it. Bear with me 1 second. I think there is an interview as well, Sheila, with him on YouTube, but I didn't want to look at it. I didn't want to have a little look, just in case he scared me. Because if you look at photographs of the guy, he does look slightly demonic. So, can't even watch the programme. And on telly, believe it's so sad. Oh, I've not seen that. What's that about, Blue Rose? And I'll just carry on with this. So, eventually, this police officer, he managed to get in touch with Lorraine Warren while they were up in the northeast of England. And he said, right, I've got the go-ahead. I can tell you about, what happened. So he's explaining to them that this man, he'd like attacked and bitten 4 police officers, managed to put one of them in hospital. He was even saying that, what's that? Yes, there is. His face does change from almost pleasant to a manic, psychotic looking face. Yeah, that's why I don't want to watch it, Sheila. I think I'd be too scared. So there's a story he tells as well that says that when he was arrested after the incident at the hospital the first time, and he was put in a cell, and now this was obviously back then in the 80s. Some of the cells in the police stations were just bars, weren't they? And apparently only had the backs turned on him for a short matter of minutes, and they found him with his head and shoulders and one arm out through the bars of, like the cell door bars. Now, yourself, they can't be more than, 6 inches apart, if that, these bars. He's managed to get his head, his shoulders, and one arm through, and he's raging. So they had to get the police surgeon, and this is what's coming from the police officer telling the Warrens, they had to sedate him, and just to get near him, because he was wild. And once he was sedated, they then had to cover him with like liquid hand soap just to try and get him back through the bars of the cell, which shows that it wasn't an easy fit. Now, after that, and he was telling this as well, he also had undergone 10 days count of tests, MRIs upon MRIs. He'd had x-rays, he had psychiatric tests. Nobody could determine anything wrong with him. But nobody had an explanation as to why this mild-mannered carpenter, this joiner, this family man, this great guy and well-respected member of the community. Sorry, the dog's about to go. Sorry, Cooper's decided to be a werewolf as well. Stop. We don't do this when I'm telling no scary stories. You scare me. Stop it. Now, there was, it'd go from that to this. I suppose you could call him a berserker. I would imagine he must have looked like the Viking berserkers we've been talking about over the last 2 weeks. There was no explanation whatsoever. Oh, hang on, what's going on? Little man has a tiny fracture in his. Oh no, collarbone. Ouch. He's okay. Getting strapped up now. No cast for that bone. One strong little man, new house, new stairs. Oh, the good thing is, though, when kids break bones, they do heal very quickly, don't they? Oh, Danny, pamper the little one, make a big fuss, very brave. Yeah, loads of treats, give him loads of sugar. Sorry to interrupt, so much love and respect to the Hillsborough victims and families. God rest and heal them. Yes, 100%. Oh, I hope he's feeling all right. I like they're saying, get him some treats. I'll put that on my screen so you can see it. Yeah, well, he's only, he's 5, isn't it, Tiz? Oh, yeah, Sharon, I think we all send kisses to little man. Poor little Rip. Oh, he's 5 in March. Oh, yeah, definitely green stick then. I think, is it, oh gosh, I'm sure it's something like, are they 7 or 8? I've got that in my head for some reason, I'm not sure. But I was thinking they still class as green stick. I'll bow to somebody's superior knowledge if anybody in chat knows. Nothing worse than a broken bone, and I have broken many. Majority being horse riding related injuries. Right. So I shall crack on with this one. Now, I'll keep my eye on the chat though in case there's anything. Well, yeah, ribs. Hey, the best one I did though, I broke my arse bone. That was a I trust your memory, Kiss, but yeah, there is an older age and they harden. Oh, my wee man will hate staying still, but thanks, Kiss. Oh, no problem. Oh, poor little beggar. No, my memory's shit, as I wouldn't rely on it at all. Absolute garbage. See, it's a shame because we've not got Encyclopedia Britannica Porky in, is it? So, because he'd have known straight away. He'd have gone, oh yes, it was you would have to be age 13 and 3 days and 53 minutes. Yes, me coccyx sharing me arse bone. I was incredibly drunk and I was on holiday with my friends and we were abroad and there was a children's playground. Now I have got on a mini skirt, a pair of high heels. I think I had a bra top on. I am rat-arsed and decided I was going to go down this slide. So I climbed up the steps and I got on the slide and I slid to the bottom. And obviously my legs got stuck, you know, your skin, my legs stuck on this is at night, this is about 2 a.m. My legs kind of slowed me down on the metal and I stopped probably about a foot from the end of the slide and I'm giggling, laughing. And some lad who had decided he was going to join in as well, and he had a pair of long pants on, he came down the slide behind me, obviously without any skin to slow his descent down. He came straight behind me, and at the time I probably weighed, oh God, I better weighed about 6.5, 7 stone wet through, and this was a big bloke. He hit me with his feet, they hit the small of my back. The momentum of him coming down the slide, it launched me up into the air. So I went up with like I was lucky I didn't break my skull actually, up in the air, and I landed on this like my arse on concrete. Oh my God, that bloody hurt. Horse put me off and I did my coccyx years back. Oh, thing is, it's everything in it. I couldn't go to the toilet. I couldn't cough. It was hurting me to walk. I couldn't sit down. Nightmare. And this was right at the start of a fortnight's holiday. So, having said that, I did come back incredibly brown because all I could do was lie down and sunbathe. But anyway, yeah, not good. I saw those ransoms in the UK that broke into a water park at night, went down a slide. There was a thick metal barrier at the end of the slide. One near lost the legs. Oh, compound fractures for the other. Oh my God. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, obviously mine wasn't that bad. It was just me getting ricocheted into the air. Randoms. I thought ransoms was like like you call like down south they call the coppers the gaffers. I thought ransoms was a nickname for like chavs or something. I always love that word, the gaffers. Gaffers. My mate says it. She never says go in the police station. She says, got to go to the gaffer station. And I've still never found out why they call it the gaffers. This morning in the wheelchairs. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, have you never hurt yourself, Sharon? Or have I missed you hurting yourself? Let me go back. Anyway, sorry, we're digressing talking about broken arses. Or we say cossets. Oh, for the coppers, Lisa, is that? Pink Panther, I know. Oh, the cosset, yeah. Yeah, cozzers. I've heard cozzers before. Yeah, rozzers. Say rozzers in Scotland. Or the 50. The fucking 50. Was it COVID? This is pretty generic, yeah. No, well, just woken up this morning and watching the news and in bed, and I again, I don't really pay that much attention. And then he just said, "Oh, Meatloaf is dead," but it didn't say at the time what he died of. And yeah, Lisa, I didn't know it was COVID either. But then I was making some random statement because I said, it's funny how that name worked for him. Meatloaf. I said it's kind of a American comfort food. It would be like, me deciding I was going to be a rock singer and calling myself Tatty Ash or something. But it worked for him. Oh, the Bizzies, yeah. The Bizzies. The Plod, the Bizzies, the Rozzers, the Cozzers, yeah, 5-0, Coppers, the Bill, Gavers. What else have we got? He was a vegetarian, so called himself Meatloaf. Ah, is that why? Okay. Thanks, Sheila. I didn't know. Oh, well, Blue Rose, there you go. Yeah, well, yeah, well, Porky reckoned he thought it was something to do with his old man, his old lad. Because I said, why? Because he had a big one. He went, I don't fucking know. I think it was just word on the street it possibly was something to do with his old lad. Someone I know died while on that breathing machine. Oh, the ventilator, Lisa. I'm amazed he lasted this long. Bless me, he had heart problems. Oh, well, maybe if he had heart problems and he caught the COVID, maybe that's what kind of finished him off. But maybe he weren't massively old, was he? What was he, 72? Scary times. Scary, scary times. Died on the ventilator. Bloody hell. Oh, 74, Kathy, thank you. Me getting it wrong. Told you never trust anything I say because it'll all be wrong. I hear something and run with it. I knew he was in his 70s though. Bloody hell. I haven't, Blue Rose. No, I haven't. He had history, heart problems, heart attack years ago. No, and the only reason, Blue Rose, is I'm not an anti-vaxxer before anybody thinks I am. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I just have made an informed decision not to have it yet. I'll be quite happy to have it once the clinical tests have been completed in 2023. I'm just not prepared to have it beforehand. So, and as I said, that's my personal choice. I'm not telling people to get it done or not get it done. It's just how I am, because I don't like taking drugs of any sort unless I absolutely have no other choice. And plus, I don't like needles either. Oh, won't he, Blue Rose? No. Well, there's more people who'll get it than not. Sharon, I have a list of reasons why I don't want it. Yeah, me too. Me too. you know, and I don't tend to talk about them purely because I don't want to influence anybody who may be, how would I put it, slightly less informed than I am, who may think that I know everything, I know what I'm talking about, and base their decision on something I've said. So, was that tactful enough? I think maybe. Oh yeah, Sheila, no. It's all my family have, virtually all of my friends have, Porky has. But yeah, like I said, 2023 comes and I can read what the results of the clinical tests were, then I'll make my final decision then. But he may, because he can't go abroad. That's the only reason. Yeah, well, it's not stopping some of them though, is it? I don't want to say too much about that. Just that, let's say there's a bit of a cottage industry going at the moment. So I believe. It's like anything, you can get anything under the counter if you have contacts and you pay enough money in certain areas, isn't it? Most of mine have, but there's no division, which is important. Yeah, that's right, Sharon. That's absolutely right. My friends all respect my decision. The only one who doesn't is my uncle. And he is pecking my head something miserable about it. But I just say to him, I'm an adult. I can make my own choice. I'm not interfering in your life or putting you at risk in any way, shape, or form. So please leave me to my decisions that I am responsible for and nobody else. Husband has had text to go for a 4th jab. A 4th one? Oh, how come, Blue Rose? Sorry about this, guys. Do you mind us having general chit-chat before I go back to the wolf story, or did you want me to carry on with it? Because, like I said, I'm happy to do whatever. Yeah, Sharon, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't get angry, you know, but he's, you know, he's in his is he 71 now? So he's just, you know, looking at it from his own perspective, and yeah. Okay, Sheila, I shall. Sorry about this. We had a little interlude. No, it's fine. I don't mind. Gives us a bit of a break. Might get your channel taken down. Yeah. That's why I was trying to be very careful with what I was saying. I mean, I know you're a liar. Everyone's being careful, but righty-ho. Okay, so back to the story. So we've got Ed and Lorraine Warren chatting to this police officer, and my goodness, before I go any further, the beautiful, the talented, the psychic, crystal balled Beryl, otherwise known as my trusty ball bag, has arrived in chat. Hello and welcome. And wow, it looks like your notifications work today, which is a cause for celebration. We're just talking about the Southend werewolf, Beryl. I am bloody honoured that you're here. I am. Considering you keep getting banned on every other channel, this is going to be the only fucking place you're allowed to come. For goodness sake. I had to laugh about that though. You've been has JC realised who you are now, or are you still banned? And who was it the other night? Was it Solange who banned you from BAMS the other night? eve of many a day. Oh, well, you keep us all on our toes, Beryl, or Beza. So yeah, we just stopped for a little chat, but now we're back onto the story of the Southend werewolf. Right, so Bannath I am. Oh, never mind, love. You're always welcome in here. We aim for the shine of your balls. Yeah. So Lorraine Warren, she's chatting away to this police officer, and he's telling her bits and pieces, and he's telling her about the 4 police officers who were all bitten. He's telling her about the incident with the prostitute and the fact that she saw him transform. He's telling her about the incident of the nurse being bitten. He's telling her about him running down the corridor all hunched up, and all the tests that he's had. And so Lorraine says, well, do you know who he is? Have we any idea who this man is? And he says, yeah, named Bill Ramsey. And she went, you what? He said, yeah, he lives around here. He's lived here for years. Like, in fact, all his life. Lorraine Warren's absolutely stunned. She went, so you know who he is, and he lives in your community, and he's lived there forever. And the copper's like, yeah. Ed Lorraine gone, but I do sub their son-in-law, Tony Sparrow. I really like him and Judy. Has Lorraine died now as well? I knew Ed had died, but I didn't know Lorraine Warren had. Gosh. Oh, well, R.I.P. both of you. So she's really shocked. And he's basically saying, yeah, his name is Bill Ramsey. He is a joiner. He's got a wife and kids, like grown-up kids now, obviously, but he's got a wife and children. Very well respected and well liked, and he's a very quiet and unassuming man. So they're absolutely stunned, and they said, do you think you can arrange us a meeting with him? So this police officer says, yeah, absolutely, not a problem. So that's what they do, and they arrange a meeting. Now, the interview I watched with Ed and Lorraine, Ed was on about this to the guy who was interviewing them, and he was laughing a bit, but he said he'd been given a few contact names prior to them arranging this meeting with Bill Ramsey. He'd spoken the police officer who had been hospitalised after being bitten by him. And what they wanted was to try and speak to them all together. So Ed Warren speaks to the police officer. Well, he's an ex-police officer. And from what I can gather, he left as a result of, he was suffering PTSD following this incident with Bill Ramsey. So he managed to get hold of this police officer, and he says, we're thinking of interviewing this guy because we think that he's possessed in some way. And we wonder if you would consider coming along as well. And now, by all accounts, this police officer was in the region of 6'3", weighed 200 and odd pounds. He was a big bloke, with a lot of years under his belt as a copper. So, he'd have been, especially down there in London, he'd have been breaking up some fights with some real hard cases. Bear all that in mind, that when Ed Warren said, would you like to come along to this meeting as well with this guy? He just went, absolutely not. He said, I will never be in an enclosed space with that man, ever. And he's like, why not? He said, because there's no way. He said, no way. I never want to be anywhere near him again. And so Ed Warren is thinking, God, what is this guy? Is it like the devil incarnate? So he's imagining, basically a huge bear of a man with, a pretty sour, shitty disposition, very violent and what have you. And they also spoke to the other 3 police officers who had been there the same day. None of them were prepared to go anywhere near him either. So he's thinking the worst. So he thought, right, I'm not meeting this guy in some like little hotel room or what have you. I want to meet him in a very private, a very public place. I'm not meeting him somewhere, because if he switches like that, I want there to be other people around. I want to be safe. So he arranges to meet him in his local pub. And he said he's dreading it because he's heard this ex-police officer still terrified. He has heard what the other police officers have said, totally disregarding what the original inspector was telling them, the fact that he's, he's well known in the community and whatnot. He's just thinking, I am not going to get in an enclosed space with this man. There's no chance. And he said, and he walks into the pub and he said, there's Bill Ramsey. He said, quite an unassuming, quietly spoken, lovely man. And Lorraine interjected at this point and said, yeah, she said him and his wife, they were lovely. They were so gentle. They were so sweet. They were really, really nice. And they chatted with Bill and his wife about the things that had gone on. They learned about the incident when he was a 9-year-old boy, the incident with his friends in the car, the different incidents, the nightmares as well. And they both did say to him, we think that it's basically a possession. We think that you're possessed. You're not a werewolf. Because that's all people were saying. He was this werewolf, and he, I think, thought it himself, because he was seeing these visions of wolves, and the fact that he'd seen his face transform into a wolf that time in the pub, the night he tried to bite his friends in the car. The fact that because he's heard the reports about him in the hospital when his back was hunched and he was running on all fours and snapping and snarling and teeth bared and all the rest of it. So anyway, after quite a while, the Warrens talked Bill Ramsey into eventually coming to their church over in America to undergo an exorcism. Now, he was having a think about it, but then a newspaper, they didn't say which it was. I'm thinking it was possibly The Sun, because that's the paper that ran the story. They gave it a front page of The Sun. So I'm thinking it may be them, but basically they offered to cover his flight and to cover his accommodation in America, on condition that they had exclusive rights to the story and what happened at the exorcism. So Bill Ramsey then took a trip and went over to meet the Warrens in Connecticut, or Connecticut, however we say it. Is it Connecticut? Connecticut. And they met Bishop Robert McKenna, who is the exorcist that the Warrens would work with. So, actually, no, sorry, I've just seen it wasn't The Sun. It was actually The People. That the little tabloid, The People, they sponsored the trip. So, and this was by this time, this was in 1989. So the People paid for him and his wife to go over to Connecticut. Let me just have a little look at chat. If I had to choose, I'd sooner be a werewolf than be possessed by a demon. Yeah, well, like I said, the Warrens were thinking that it was the demon of, it was the spirit of a werewolf, or it was a werewolf demon. Maybe it was something like, have you heard about those elementals? They call them the elemental spirits. If Lady Witch was in, she'd know, because I know she's mentioned them before. And they're supposed to be not one or the other. They can appear as a person, and then they'll transform into a beast of some kind. Now, the only elemental that I've heard of and seen people, while it's been in the vicinity, describing it, They describe it very similarly to this, with this horrendous stench. And it's the one at Lep Castle in Ireland. They apparently have an elemental spirit there. And it's a beautiful woman who will then transform, and funnily enough, her face into like an evil wolf. So, you know, maybe it could be an elemental spirit. Anyway, apparently, the night before that this trip to America was due to take place, Ramsay tried to strangle his wife while she slept. So again, that was something coming out in him. Now, whether if it was a demon that was possessing him, was it trying to stop him from going, knowing full well that there was going to be an exorcism performed? Possibly. So he finally gets there. He goes to the church with the Warrens and he meets Bishop Robert McKenna. Now, apparently, when the exorcism started, Bill wasn't impressed. Sorry, the dog's about to growl again. Please don't, Cooper. So he wasn't impressed. The service that was being carried out was being conducted in Latin. I mean, you try and find a church these days that carries out a service in Latin. I know of one, which is on the Isle of Man, and they still have Latin services. But that's the only one I've ever heard of, and it's only because I did go, because I was at school and I was being taught by nuns, and we did learn Latin, a dead language though it may be. Oh my God, make a silk purse out of a piss flap. Sharon, oh God. Where the hell did you get that one from? I'll have to remember that one. I'll throw that one at one of my friends. It's great, isn't it, Lisa? Can't make a silk purse out of a piss flap. Oh, Lord above. So, yeah, sorry, I digress then, talking about Latin. Anyway, so this service was conducted in Latin, and for half an hour, nothing happened. Nothing happened. And then apparently, as this exorcism is carrying on, Bill's face starts to change. And there are photographs of this, by the way. His face his face started to, his face contorted, and both of his hands started to form into these claw shapes as well. And if you look at the photographs of them, I mean, yeah, you can do it. I mean, I can do it with mine, but I can't hold that position for any length of time. It's very weird. So at this point, so he's making these noises, his face is contorted, his hands are changing into claws. Bishop McKenna commanded the demon to leave. Now, at that point, the full, should we call it full force of, oh, Cooper, please don't. I'm sorry, guys. Here he goes. I'm just going to mute a second. I swear, this dog's going to give me a heart attack. not only am I talking about the supernatural, I'm talking about fecking werewolves, which I'm scared to death of anyway. Stupid maniac of a dog. Right, sorry about that little interlude. So, this full force of, as it's described, werewolf fury is directed at Bishop McKenna. And then it stopped and it just disappeared for good. And apparently this whole exorcism was caught on film. It was recorded for posterity, which I do intend to watch it at some point, but not tonight. And not in a week when I'm potentially going to have to walk the dog early. Okay. Now, the last time, excuse me, hiccuping, the last time that Bill Ramsey appeared in public was in 1992. And he was updating the public on his progress. Now, from what he was saying was that just before the exorcism, these transformations had been increasing in frequency and seriousness. Now, since the exorcism, there's been no incidents whatsoever recorded. Does that mean they haven't happened? No, they could have been. But he's not told anybody about them. And just to back that up, though, there haven't been any more reports of rampaging werewolves running through the streets or hospital corridors of Southend-on-Sea. So it's been, up to when this thing was written that I'd been reading, it had been 15 years. However, saying that, it seemed, if you remembered before, there seemed to be like 15-year gaps, didn't there, between things happening? So does that mean it's all over and done with, or that whatever this was has just gone into a bit of a I don't know, a catalyst, and is waiting to pop out again? Who can say? I'm just going to see if I can find anything else. Yeah, there seems to be the report. Oh God, he's back again. Stop. Oh, this dog, I swear to God, I'm going to have a heart attack tonight. I can promise you that much. If I don't appear online again, it's been nice knowing you all, but my dog has just killed me off. Another reason for me to not come online on Sunday. If I never needed an excuse, that's probably it. So that is the case, the story of this Southend werewolf. That, yeah, it's another one that just ends abruptly. It's a bit like the Enfield from the other night, when we were saying that it carried on 14 months of it, and then all of a sudden a Dutch medium comes along, does whatever he did up in the bedroom for 20 minutes, and there wasn't a single other incident happen with that. So is it possible that can happen? Yes, absolutely, because we've covered a case the same, but it just seems really, really weird. But like pointed out, there have been periods, of 10, 15 years where nothing's happened at all. So I'd be interested to see if he's, in fact, bear with me 1 second, because I'm going to check if he is alive, because he might be. Wondering where the best best place to check this on? Oh, we've got more up news on the little fella. Let me just see before I start chatting. Probably in post PTSD from seeing my boy. Oh God, cartwheel down the stairs. Oh, like I said, you didn't really need that kind of a shock, did you? Not at all. I'm just trying to find out. Just give me 1 second, guys, because I just want to find out if he's still alive. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Right, that's the wrong Bill Ramsey. I can't actually find anything, so I don't know. Maybe he's still with us. So if anybody knows anything or comes across anything to say differently, please let me know. Yeah, right. Can't find nothing. Let me have a little look back through the chat. Oh, thanks, Blue Rose. The thing is, though, I think it's because it's something that happened, and obviously I saw the photographs of the guy, and he's, you know, it's not his fault for being unfortunate looking, but yeah, he had that a bit of a, I don't know, he just had, the man's name, Beryl, is Bill Ramsey. And he's not Bill Ramsey. There's apparently a singer called Bill Ramsey, but it's Bill Ramsey, the werewolf. Oh, no, that'll be a different one, because this one was born in 1943, Blue Rose. So he'll be 79 at the moment, won't he, going on for 80? He's alive. Oh, right. Yeah, I'd love to know if it happened again. I'd love to know. But yeah, so it was just one of those that I'd never heard about. And I thought, well, I'll share it because of the 2018. I mean, what do you think? Do you think he was a werewolf? Do you think it was a possession? Or do you think he was just off his effing trolley? Because he's having no recollection of things that are happening. It's not happening all the time. So if you think that something happens at 9 and then he's in his 20s before anything happens again, and then he's in his late 30s before anything happens again, it's not like it's a constant thing, is it? So if it was something, say, like, let's say, for example, Tourette's, because that can manifest in different ways, can't it? I mean, I know somebody who has Tourette's, but theirs is only, it's not with the swearing. He doesn't swear any more than I do. Maybe I've got Tourette's, but his is just kind of ticks, but not that obvious. I know when it's happening because I'll just see, like, he'll just move slightly, or he'll kind of click his fingers, like he's clicking along in time to a song or something. That's how his manifests. But they don't go for that period of time with gaps, do they? So I don't know. Let me just have a look. Doesn't like to be. Hang on a minute. We're talking about Sheila saying, Sharon, I know Denny does like to be pissed on as well. My God. What am I missing in this chat? it be a psychosis? But Beryl, wouldn't it be a psychosis? Wouldn't I don't know. Obviously, I'm just asking because I've got absolutely zero experience in the medical field. But I would have thought like a psychosis would still be showing in between. You know, it wouldn't be, or would it? I really don't know. But having that kind of a gap. Yeah, Sheila Closet Psycho. Pissosis, yeah. Was he in Michael Jackson's Thriller? Have you seen the photo of him, Blue Rose? He's an odd looking beggar, isn't he? Shackley wants a rough face leg. Intermittent. Yeah, so and I'm not sure with the whole possession thing, but this smell of rotting meat. And I mean, how frightening must it be for parents to leave a 9-year-old child outside and lock the doors? They're that scared of their own 9-year-old that they lock the child outside. You know, and we're going back to the days where it wasn't illegal for a parent to give the kid a good old pasting. You know, you're going back to what, 1952, was it? So you weren't going to get arrested or what have you if you thought your kid was just being a little dickhead and you decided to get a grip on him and give him a good leathering. So that didn't happen. The mother and the father, I can understand maybe the mother running away and locking herself in the house, but the father to do it as well. Whatever they saw or whatever that child was doing really did scare them, really scared them. Let me just go back through the chat because I'm missing. There's a lot of talk of piss in my chat tonight, ladies and gents. Oh, you're going to start. You see, when Tismy Dennis says that she's going to start licking people's faces, that's when you start to worry. She does say that it's a term of endearment and, you know, it's just to show her affection on a purely platonic level. I'm not so sure. These kids here need to say a few Hail Marys. Oh, good grief. Hey, does anybody live near Southend-on-Sea? Just wondering who's down that neck of the woods. You see, my geography is a bit rubbish for a lot of for places near places. So I was thinking maybe Lisa might be near you or Denny. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would be trying to say to. Oh, is it not too far from London? Well, if you're ever out that way, Lisa, do a little bit of a routing for him. If you can find out if the guy is still. Imagine that if you're walking down the street and you see this like 80-year-old werewolf limping towards you. You'd shit a brick. Well, I would. You see, I wouldn't have the guts to go up to somebody like that. I think what scared me was the police officer saying, you know, this big bloke saying, I will no, you will not get me in the same room as that man. And I don't know why, but and I'll be honest, I'll tell you now because you are Blue. It's you and hang on a minute, who was it? Was it Frida? I think it's you and Frida. Yes, because I've not done a quiz. I was going to do one tonight. Okay, Lisa, see you in a bit, sweetie. Yeah, I was going to do one tonight, but then because I stayed at Porky's last night, and I'd been looking into this story, and I thought I need to get this out of my head because although it's not, it just really, really, really scared me. Yeah, I was going to say as well about your shields. You leave your shields on. I think it should be a shield count. So obviously it was Sharon the other week, so she's won a shield, and now it's Blue Rose and Frida. So you should put your shields on your names, and you get to keep them. They'll never be taken away from you. You just may not be Chief Shield Maiden. Because I'd like to see everybody with a shield at some point. You're all blue. Now the next step up is a shield, but that one you don't get given. You've got to work for it. No, Sheila, leave your... oh, yeah, of course, you've not done a... Well, can you have a different coloured shield? Or should... Oh, right, I tell you what, just keep it. Keep it there. It's fine. So, yeah, I was, like I said, I was going to do a quiz. And then I ran out of time. I was just knackered. I've been trying to sort stuff out. Oh, God, nightmares. Oh, Highgate, yes. Highgate Vampire. I do know a little bit about that, Lisa. But obviously we still have to do the other half of Enfield, which... Yeah, that's right, Sharon. Because that's what I was going to say, Sheila. That's why you put them up. Bam Shield Maidens. So yeah, you don't need to take it down. It's just that the other people who haven't got one, they get to put one up when they win the quiz. So yeah, I'm hoping that obviously accidents and drama and whatever else aside, hopefully Tiz can free herself up to do the other half of Enfield. What did you all think of... Oh, excuse me, I'm hiccuping. What did you all think of that the other night? Because I do like doing the paranormal. Well, Beryl, you can't just have a shield and demand it. You have to work for it, okay? Oh, you play first. All right, lovey. Yeah, you get a shield when you win the quiz or you win one of the rounds of the quizzes. You don't have to win the whole thing, but we do 2 parts. Although, oh, what's the wow? Oh, hang on, what have I missed? Oh, I don't know what the wow is. The wow, Denny, is the wow for coming up doing the Enfield, or is that something else? Because I'm being really rubbish with the chat tonight. Oh, don't be doing no flousing, Beryl. You'll flouse off again, but where? You're getting banned from everywhere. At least we know who you are here. You might be the greatest, but you have to win. Yeah, should have yeah. Why isn't that a crystal ball emoji that you could have? That'd be good. If there was a little crystal ball, you could have that next to you, and you could be the resident oracle, the oracle of the channel. I don't know what we would have. Well, you have to win, Denny. You can't just demand everything, you know. It's like participation awards. Fuck that shit. Pardon my French. Oh, don't worry, Blue Rose. It's still up anyway. But we did it in 2 parts. We're going to do it in 2 parts, I should say. I did part 1. which was kind of the background and the story and just running through what happened and the sequence of events. And then the second part is because Tiz had some stuff had come up, so she couldn't join us on whatever night was it? Was it Tuesday? Tuesday? What? Yeah, it was Tuesday. God, I'm losing track of the days. So we agreed to do it in two parts. So the investigative side of things and going through the different things that they did. And then we will be having Green Eyes and Jules Kitch up with Tiz and covering that part of it, because like I said, for those of you who were in the live the other night, and I was saying, I think the way that she delivers that kind of stuff is far better than the way I could, because she does it so interesting, and the way she tells a tale about the what they did and when. So I think that worked out quite well. So I think that will be a very good one. Obviously I'll be up as well. Got to make sure that she doesn't say piss flap too often. Oh, she's always fibbing about her scores. Always. And it looks like you're getting a Pinocchio nose as well, Beryl. So how many channels have you been banned from now in total? Just curious. I'm sorry about the background noise. I've just had to put the kettle on. I'm bloody freezing. Oh, Blue Rose, you're giving us the crown. Oh, really, Beryl? That many? Are you going in channels and trolling, though? This is the thing. No, I haven't been for a wee yet, Denny. But I'll tell you what, if you like, I'll take you all with me. And stamp my feet so you can hear. How's that? No, I'm just trying to make myself a brew because it's gone really cold here. Again. Well, I had to ask Beryl. You could have possibly been trolling. So yeah, so if we so let me have a think, order of events now. So one day next week, depending when is convenient, we'll do the second half of Enfield, whenever Tiz can manage that one. Then we will do some more because I've still got more Viking stuff to do. I wouldn't mind. I don't need to go for a pee yet. No, I'm absolutely fine. I haven't got a full bladder just at the moment, but I will let you know when I have. I'm just having to make a cup of tea. Yes, we'll do that one. Then we'll do a bit more Viking stuff because I've got quite a lot there. Then probably do, well, like Lisa just said, then Highgate Cemetery. But also the other night, for those of you who weren't here, we had a really good chat about ancient architecture and mysterious things, or all things mysterious, and the pyramids and, the alignments with the constellations and weird things that have been found, like, what was it called? The London Hammer, which is a 700-year-old wooden-handled iron hammer found embedded in a 400-million-year-old rock. Explain that. So we were talking about all those different types of things. So I think it'd be quite interesting to have just a live on that. We can get a few topics together and just put them for an open discussion, because Simples came up on panel as well, and she was saying that she really loves, her thing is the paranormal. And also, Porky and I will film something, nothing naughty, obviously, but we'll film something because he's got his ghost hunting stuff. Now, he's only got a bit of it so far. The rest of it will be with him before the end of February. But that's going to be his thing because he wants to set his own channel up to do that kind of stuff on it. But I'm going to try, if I can, to get something when we're going to go away for a couple of days. So I've asked him to bring the stuff he's already got, and we'll see if we can have a little bit of fun. So you might have something to laugh at in a couple of weeks' time. Oh, Egyptian crypts. Yeah, well, we were talking about the construction of the pyramids and the fact that, oh, Sheila will remember, was it the pyramids in Egypt matching the pyramids in Mexico, and they all align with the same constellations? And then we were talking about those huge stone balls that have been found through South America. All sorts of crazy shizzle. Easter Island. What else were we talking about, Sheila? Can you remember? There was that many things. And how things were constructed. We did. And I know Simples was saying she likes, stuff like with the aliens as well. Because I'll tell you what else really fascinates me, Skinwalker Ranch. I know a lot of people reckon that it's a bit of a con, but I still find it very interesting. So maybe something like that, because these are the type of things I like to talk about. I do like true crime, like I said, but it isn't my thing to cover. My thing is history. I thought, well, history first and then paranormal. I know, Blue Rose, it's just amazing. Oh, did you get to listen to the Wirral stuff? Just while I thought on. Oh, and another thing, Blue Rose, as well, if she might still be here, we've got a new mod who is called Kathy. Kathy, oh gosh, B58, is that right? If she's still here. She's your neck of the woods as well. Linda was in the other night, so I said she's from the Wirral. So there's like 4 of you now taking over the channel. So there's yourself, there's Linda Parsons, there's Kathy, and then Helen Happy Thoughts. Did you? What, in Cancun, Blue Rose? Wow. I've never been to Mexico. It looks lovely, though. I know that one of my friends used to go to Mexico every flipping year. I mean, like I could afford to do that, but I mean, I'm lucky if I could go for a bloody 2 nights in Tlaxcala. Oh, yeah, I'm just putting the sweetener in my brew. I found this stuff called it's Silver Spoon, and it's called Half Spoon, so it's like granulated sugar, but it's got sweetener in it, and it's twice as sweet as sugar is, so you only need half as much of the stuff. It's so nice, because I get really tired of putting sweeteners in tea and coffee. You see, when I was doing that, oh, that's, yeah. It does look beautiful, Blue Rose. It really does. Gorgeous place, you lucky beggar. My friends got married in, hang on a minute, I was going to say it the wrong, oh God. Do you know what? I can't remember if it was either the Maldives or Mauritius. I can't bloody remember. Anyway, that they went and got married there, and it was lovely. you had to have an AIDS test. Really? And what was that for? Well, sorry, obviously, I know what it's for, but... Well, Denny, and yes, they are rank. However, the silver spoon sweeteners are actually, they don't taste as bad. Like Sweetex is just, oh God, it's hanging. But this granulated half spoon, I'd have that. Give it a go. I mean, I couldn't have coffee without some sweetener of some sort in it. Yeah, I went off on a bit of a tangent then. But what I was going to say was when I started to look up stuff on that Southend werewolf, I then remembered, and I remembered it, and I meant to look it up, and then I got sidetracked doing work. How dare I? There was a similar case that was in, it was either France or Germany a couple of 100 years ago, and that was a young lad who had attacked, I think he'd attacked a girl. She was walking home. I think she was something like a shepherdess or something. But anyway, he followed her and he attacked her. And he was claiming that it was a werewolf. And he ended up put in prison at the time. I think they'd had priests blessing him and all sorts. And then after, and I remembered that, and I meant to go on to it and ended up having to do some work, like proper work. And then I thought, so it mentioned, I do remember the mention of him being, they'd had priests blessing him and they tried to get him in a church and what have you. And I thought, so they obviously thought that this guy was possessed as well. So it's not too far a stretch, is it, that, thought he was possessed? Is this Bill Ramsey, or was this Bill Ramsey possessed? Because there was nil by mouth. It's not the best. Oh no. Flipping it. Yeah, but I mean, why did they make you take an AIDS test, especially if you're not, it's like you're not in that country, are you? You're just going to get married and come home. It's not like you're going to be spreading it around. Well, then again, you never know, do you? Aspartate, yes. I've read about that. I don't know why, because I didn't read that much into it. I just see the words is bad for you, and I'm like, right, well, have that again. Think anybody's going to get away this year, as in abroad? I obviously won't. I'll be going away in this country, but I won't be going abroad. I think my sister probably will. Just going back through the chat to make sure I haven't missed anything. Beryl, I've just seen that there, that Timmy's with Fingal and the bitch banned me. So Fingal banned you from somewhere as well. Clambering Everest in the summer, will you? Now I thought you'd have been, going somewhere slightly close, K2 maybe. Imagine having to have the AIDS test though when you found out you had it. That'd be a bit of a passion killer on your wedding night, wouldn't it? You've done Kate. I thought you might have done. How about the Matterhorn? Have you tried that one? Done. Bet you've not done Great Hill, though. I have. You do like doing your climbing and your athletic outdoorsy stuff, though, don't you? I used to, up to me really knackering my knee up, I was always up on going up mountains, and I was determined I was going to do all the Munros. I didn't. Got the book, was going to start ticking them all off as I did them. I got Ben Nevis out of the way, because that has got to be the most boring walk up a mountain I've ever had in my life. I know, Paul, me, everybody has to feel sorry for me. So while we're all here now and we've been silly and we've been serious, what do you want to talk about? I don't mind any topic. I absolutely am not going to be on late tonight, though, because I was tired last night. Well, I was tired this morning. So I was thinking at the absolute latest, I was going to get off by about 10:30, just to try and have at least one decent night's sleep. Oh, time travel. Well, have you seen those photographs, Sheila, with oh no, where was it? It was let me have a think. One of them was a photograph taken at a Nazi rally, and there's a guy there who is refusing to put his hand up, who looks like he's in modern clothing. There is also a photograph that was taken in, it looked like the 1930s or so. The guy has got modern clothing on. He has got modern sunglasses on, haircut, everything like that. There's also the photograph of the child at the American Civil War, who is a modern child, and somebody has claimed to have been that child being sent back, some American government experiment. Yeah. What was the other one? Oh, is it the woman? Isn't it on the set of, I've got to think which film it was now. Was it a Charlie Chaplin film? And there's a woman walking out of what looks like a factory, and she looks like she's holding a mobile phone to her ear. Yes, that's it, Beryl. Thank you. Mobile phone lady. Yeah. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful. And also, have you seen the photographs of the celebrities where they found identical, and I mean identical, old photographs of, there's one of Morgan Freeman. There's one, so look, Crystal, I bet can time travel viewing in her bowl. Well, I don't think so, Sheila, because them bowls are dusty. She's not been doing a very good job of keeping them bowls clean. And we have said before, we only like clean bowls in this chat. But I saw a photograph as well. It was, oh, what's his name? Nicolas Cage. There's a photograph of him, and then there's a photograph from the American Civil War of a soldier, and it's Nicolas Cage. I don't care what anybody says. There's the Morgan Freeman one. There is Orlando Bloom. There's a Keanu Reeves. And these are genuine photographs. They are, I can't even tell you how they're not just people who look like. These are literally the people themselves, just in older dress. It's the weirdest thing ever. And I was thinking, I know that they say everybody, yeah, no, they're weird, aren't they, Sheila? I know they say everybody has a double. I have got a double. And I've seen the woman. She's nobody famous. Well, she's well known in some circles, but she isn't. It could be reincarnation, but I don't know if Sheila's seen this, and you might have seen it, Beryl, and other people in the chat. There was, you know, that Jesse Ventura, and he was doing, you know, he was doing that series on the Unexplained, and they were looking into time travel, and they met this guy, and he was one who said he had been part of this experiment when he was a child, that he'd been part of this experiment with time travel, and he was the one who claimed that he was this child on the Civil War battlefield, that he was sent back with a message for, I'm sure it was somebody like General Custer, or I can't remember now, might be wrong. He was sent with a message to actually advise about potential maneuvers that they had to do in order to win that particular battle. And he was saying that other people, notable people, you know, famous people, were in the same program as he was as a child. And he was naming people like Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and what have you. And he was saying that these were chosen, like pre-chosen to be the presidents, and they were taken into this program. And yeah, it did sound a little bit far-fetched. But then I'm thinking, well, could there be an element of truth? Because nobody can explain these modern day figures who are appearing in these old photographs. You know, they're not even trying to wear clothing of the day, are they? It's as though they've just... Oh, and I'll tell you what else as well, Sheila. It's like those where, have you seen the footage? I think it was on a CCTV camera of the car driving down a road in broad daylight that just looks as though it just vanishes into thin air. That people, and there's one of somebody, it's a man, that's the same on a street camera, that looks like he's just fallen out of the sky, or maybe fallen from a vehicle that isn't there, but fallen at speed because of the way he rolls across the road and then just gets up and fecks off. And people were saying, do you think this has been from a rip in time? Or, you know, when the car vanished, has it driven through into a wormhole or something? Which fits in a little bit with, like the stories about the missing 411. The other day we were talking about the park ranger who came round a bend in the path, and there was like a shimmering, well, all he could see in front of him, he could see what was in front of him, but it was through like a shimmering, sheeny, and somebody described it as similar to the interior of the Stargate. And he put his hand forward and his hand vanished, so he just backed up very slowly and went in the opposite direction. Could that be a little gate into another time, or an alternative reality, even another world? If you all knew even an iota of what our government get up to, you would all hide forever. Oh, yes. Yes, I know. Well, CERN, wasn't that what was covered in the Dan Brown book, Angels and Demons? And I think, yeah, it was covered in the film as well, but it goes into much more detail in the book. Yeah, I think it was, yeah, nuclear research gone mad, because in the book, isn't it, that they're researching antimatter? But I 100% believe time travel is possible. And I watched a film the other day. Has anybody seen a film? It's from 2008, and it's called Outpost. And I just came across it on Netflix by chance. I was a bit bored, and I was looking for something to... That's it, Sheila, the God particle. Yeah, because they reckon that they found the exact point of creation, didn't they, with that antimatter? But yeah, this film Outpost, and that was about experimentation being carried out by the Nazis at some remote place in what I presume is somewhere like Bosnia, Serbia, somewhere like that. And It's a scientist and a group of hired mercenaries. They don't know what they're going looking for, but they end up at this outpost. I won't say what it's about in case anybody fancies watching it, but it's a similar thing. It's about the Nazis trying to create super soldiers, and obviously, sorry, we're talking these are in modern day, and they've gone to find this place that the Nazis were doing this research, and it was kind of based along the lines of the Philadelphia experiment. If anybody knows what that, well, I know you, Beryl will know, Sheila, you'll probably know. And they were saying that the method would have been that these soldiers could vanish and jump in and out of time. So technically, if they had succeeded during the Second World War, that these soldiers could march out of this secure facility, vanish into thin air, and arrive at the gates of the White House before anybody knew they were there. And plus, they were virtually impossible to kill. Experimentation is still undertaken, even in the UK. Horrific acts are committed. Do you know what? I can fully imagine that, Beryl. Yeah, that's right, Sheila. Yes, Beryl, it is. Because that's along the same lines. Do you remember the film The Fly and the Jeff Goldblum thing when they managed to get him into the as the Fly, they managed to get him into the machine, and he ended up merging with it, didn't it? It became fused. The same thing that had happened to the dog. I think it was in the second of the Fly films. And they did the experiment with the dog, and the poor thing ended up kind of turning itself inside out. The Boy Who Lived Before, is that Blue Rose? Is that the one, the little boy in Scotland? I'll just wait for a minute because there is a significant lag between me talking. Can't watch that with the Timex dog. I saw that on the, where did I see that now? I was going to say on the pictures. It wouldn't have been. It would have been it's probably on a DVD at somebody's house, and that upset me. That did. I didn't know there was anything connected to a dog in it, though. You see, else I wouldn't have watched it. But yeah, just waiting for Blue Rose's comments, unless you're on a bit of a delay again, Blue Rose. But yeah, I saw one program, if it's the same one, and it was a little boy living in, I think he was in Glasgow, I think, and he had memories of an island and a house and a dog and this, that, and the other, and some names. And they took him, and I'm thinking it was Harris. I think it was one of the islands. I'm sure it was Harris, and they got out there, and he did find the house. He described it perfectly, and the fact that it ran down onto the sea. He also remembered that the planes landed on the beach. Now, this is a little boy, and he wouldn't have known this. His mum said he'd never, he hadn't watched films or anything, or that would have put these thoughts in his head. But he basically described the house to a T. He described the planes to the island that had to land on because there wasn't a runway, they had to land on the sand on the beach at low tide. We're walking through central London, talking about that boy from that's it, Barra. Sorry, Lee. Yeah, I couldn't remember which island it was. It was Barra, not Harris. Thank you. Yeah, and it was great. I'm not sure if that's what Blue Rose is mentioning. She just asked, have I seen The Boy Who Lived Before? And that's what I thought it might have been, but I don't know. On YouTube. Oh, yes, the same one. Yeah. And they went and met some relatives, didn't they, of the deceased person that this little boy. But the thing is, wasn't it just after he met? Because I think he was referring to his other mother. That's it. Yes, thanks, Blue Rose. Yeah, I'd got the islands wrong. Sorry, it was Barra. I was saying Harris. But yeah, I watched it a few years ago, actually. I fancy watching it again. But I remember, weren't they saying he was getting quite sad because he said he missed his other mummy? And yeah, it's good, Beryl. It is really good. And but then after he met the relation, who I think was it a cousin or something of the guy who died? Yeah, that's right, Blue Rose. He missed his other mother. I remember looking at his mum's face because he just was really sad, wasn't he? And she gave him a hug. Said he fell through the ceiling, found his new. That's right. Yeah. And then when they went and found that old lady who had been, like I said, I think it was his cousin in real life. And she was showing photographs. And there was a photograph in it of the dog he'd remembered from his previous life. But then after he'd had that meeting, after they took him to Barra and he had that meeting, then didn't he? These memories started to fade, didn't they? And in the end, he didn't have them anymore. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, if it's just the reincarnated spirit wants to hang on until it's acknowledged, and then it can rest and become the new person that it is again. I don't know. But there was one, Blue Rose, in India, and that one was a little boy, and he remembered his wife and his family from a previous life. Well, apparently he died as a young man. So this wife and brother and sisters and mother were all still alive, and they took him along to meet the family, and he remembered them all. I think some of it, Lisa, they couldn't corroborate because he was saying he gave some details that weren't correct, but then a lot of other stuff was. Oh, Lady Witch, is that the link, Lady Witch? Thank you. And hello. Sorry if I missed you saying hello earlier. I was just rattling off about that Southend werewolf. Yeah, all the islands are beautiful. It must be so sad, mustn't it, if you can remember having another mum and you miss them, but you still love the mum that you're with. But I suppose at that age, you're not going to think as an adult and think, oh, this is going to hurt somebody's feelings. You're just going to speak your emotions as they come to you, aren't you? How are you today, Lady Witch? I hope you're well, sweetie. We're just talking, obviously, as you can tell, we were talking time travel and kind of got onto past lives. Did anybody watch there was a documentary about the group of people in the UK, and I think they were from around the Bath area, and they were all unconnected. They were like housewives and, you know, normal working class men and women, all from different areas. None of them knew each other. And they all claimed and had memories of being reincarnated from the Cathars in France. And for anybody who doesn't know, the Cathars were a Christian. They were Christians, but they were a sect of Christianity that believed that oh, I've got to get this right now because it's ages since I've read up about it. I suppose their outlook was very similar to... Oh, is it, Beryl? Oh, thank you. I'll have a look into that. Now, am I right? Because if you've read about that, wasn't the Cathars, their view was very similar to the view of the Vikings, where their ultimate goal was to attain glory in Valhalla, the Cathar's ultimate goal was their earthly body wasn't anything really that they wanted to hang on to. And that their ultimate goal was to, move on, because the persecution that they underwent was horrific. And I did read a book. I wonder if that's it, Labyrinth. I can't remember. It was a book that I read, and it was about somebody who'd gone to stay in the Languedoc region and was having flashbacks to a former life as a Cathar. And I think it was a bit of a love story. This woman was having these flashbacks to being a Cathar and being in love with the wrong person. And this person, this man, was actually another person within her association in real life. Once thought I saw a ghost and it turned out to be a premonition. Very weird. Oh, Sheila, do you want to tell us about it? You can come up if you like, or tell it in chat. Oh, so they do vary, do they, Beryl? Because Tony Robinson did a thing on it, and they were trying to look into it, and I think it was very hard for them to find anybody that wanted, any of the people who followed the that branch of Christianity to talk to them as a film crew. I'm really fascinated to hear this about that Sheila's got now, a premonition. They were denounced by the Catholic Church, Beryl, and they ended up, because they burned them all, didn't they? And from what I remember reading about them, didn't they all go to they didn't even have to be dragged out to the stakes that they were being burned at. They actually went singing and feeling happy that they were going to go to heaven. Because I know a lot of people were thinking that it was the Cathars that had the Holy Grail. And I think this was what they were trying to connect the whole Da Vinci Code thing to, wasn't it? In real life, not in the book, but around that the Cathars and the Languedoc. And I say to my 18-month grandson, "Where is Big Nanny?" And he straight away pointed to the sky. He doesn't know, but maybe they're very spiritual. Well, yes, and well, children, you're born with those instincts, aren't you, that get kind of educated out of you the older you get. A lot of children say that they've got their imaginary friends, but yet children are like animals in that they can see ghosts, spirits, what have you, before people tell them that they don't exist. They're too young to see anything other than what they see. Yeah, the Da Vinci Code. And there is a good book about that, and it talks about, because there was a priest, wasn't there, who apparently was he spent years digging beneath his church, and then flew into an absolute frenzy and went flying off to Lord only knows where. And when he came back, he then bought like this massive villa, and it was loaded, and they reckon he'd found something underneath the church. And that was in a book that I read. It was about decoding the Da Vinci Code book, and where Dan Brown got a lot of his information from. And the character Jacques Saunier, who is in the Da Vinci Code book, the name of the priest was Saunier, wasn't it? Used to hear my name being called all the time as a little girl in Ireland. Did you, Lisa? By who? Did you recognise the voice? See, I've never had... oh, hang on, here's Sheila's story. Let's do Sheila's. Family home is an old pub. Very high ceilings, long corridors, etc. I was only 12 and walking back from the bathroom, and at the other end of the corridor, I saw Alice in Wonderland. Oh, not at all, Lisa. Oh, right. So when you say you saw Alice in Wonderland, Sheila, so it was just like the book, was it? That kind of thing. You know, where because she's got that never-ending corridor, hasn't she, that she's going down? Or a little girl, her in ribbons looking through the mirror in the opposite wall. So I'm presuming then, was this before you'd read the Alice in Wonderland books or seen the films or anything, Sheila? Basil Tearlip or Turlip. What a name. Porn bots. These bots are an absolute pain in the arse. I'm wondering if they're connected to flipping StreamYard, you know. I screamed and had to walk by her to get to my bedroom. My brother and sister were all around asking what I saw. And they didn't see it either, did they not, Sheila? So I'm intrigued at this now. I love things like this. I said it was a little girl in a puffy dress. My brother had seen it. Had he? And did he... I mean, at the time, did you think it was a ghost or somebody you knew? So I'm just going to fill my puffer up while we're waiting for an answer. I went and stocked up yesterday on my refills for my vape. I thought for years that I always thought it was haunted. Well, the thing is, it obviously was there then. If your brother saw it as well, it wasn't just you, was it? When I was 28, my best friend got married. My daughter was a bridesmaid. Oh, I'm going to get shivers now. Well, I better know what's coming. Oh. You should have come up, girl. Save you typing. Exact image of the little girl. Oh, now that's bloody weird. And did your brother remember, like, was your brother aware of this, or what did he say after premonition, not a ghost? I wonder why, because sometimes when you get a premonition, you know, from what you hear people saying, saw your daughter before she was born, kind of. Yeah, because I mean, sometimes you'd think you get a premonition and you would expect it to be kind of giving you the heads up of something bad going to happen, but that's obviously nothing bad, is it? That's really weird. Blue Rose. I have awful nightmares since I've lost Mum. I mean, brutal. Mind is very complex and weird. Oh, no. Oh, Blue Rose, sorry. That's, you know, though, that's probably the trauma, isn't it, of you losing your mum? You see, and this is funny, Blue Rose, and do you know what, now that you've mentioned that, and you may have heard me on about this before, I dream, obviously, like people do, but I don't remember my dreams. You know, sometimes I'll wake up feeling, you know, something, whether it's elation or sadness or fear or so I'll always think, well, I must have been dreaming something that's made, but I don't remember my dreams. However, I did used to remember my dreams when I was a kid, and you saying that has just sparked something in my memory, because I cannot remember, now I think about it, since after my mum died. I remember the week she died having the worst nightmare ever, and it was, oh God, I can still remember it to this day, because I woke up screaming. And I remember my nan coming in the room and she was trying to calm me down. It was awful. And and the best way I can describe it is, imagine, let's have a think. You know, the old, like the white hunters in Africa. So they'd have the pith helmet on and the khaki shorts and a short-sleeved buttoned-up shirt, you know, going back into the 1920s and 30s, and they'd go looking for King Kong or Tarzan, and that would be how they'd be dressed, and then they'd have socks on and kind of army boots, right? Now, I dreamt that I was being dragged by my arms into this, like the centre of like a clearing with huts all round, and I got the image that there were figures, like partially dressed figures, all standing around in a circle, but I couldn't see them. So I knew they were holding spears. I knew they were quite aggressive, and they were all round. And then in the middle, there was, and this is where it was weird, because this is obviously in some kind of a mud hut village somewhere, whether it was in the jungle or in this country, I've got no idea. But right in the centre was a massive armchair, right? A great big, like wing-armed armchair. And my dad was sitting in this armchair wearing this outfit I've just described, the pith helmet and the khaki shorts and the shirt and the same coloured socks and boots. And he had a broken leg, and he had this, I wish they'd pith off as well, Beryl. And he had his leg in a cast. Even though he had these boots on, he had a broken leg cast up to his thigh. And as I was trying, whoever was dragging me in let me go. But I didn't want to go to my dad. Didn't want to go anywhere near him, because he was really malevolent. And when I tried to run past him, this leg in the plaster extended, you know, like a Stretch Armstrong, and blocked me. Whichever way I tried to run, this leg in the plaster of Paris would swing out and stop me from running. I've got and that is the last dream I ever remember having. Like I said, that was like that week as my mum had died. I can't remember a single dream after that. And I'm wondering if it had something, I can't remember what happened in the dream before. I can't remember if anything happened after that, but that's the one part of the dream I can always remember. And nothing. I'm wondering now, with you saying that about your mum, if I may have been dreaming about my mum and my brain's just blocked it all out. But I never got to and I did explain to my dad about that dream, and he didn't have a bloody clue. But I wonder if that's it, because obviously I was young. I've not seen a Beryl. If Voodoo comes in, she always says hello. Not seen bedtime either. Oh, no, I can't see her either. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me go back up the chat. Who said hello? Let's see. Oh yeah, Sharon. Yeah, Sharon said hello, Voodoo. Oh, there she is. Hiya, sweetheart. I hadn't seen you. How weird is that? So Sharon said I a voodoo queen, and then you're here. Oh, I hope you're all right, sweetheart. No problem. It just threw us all because we saw a hello voodoo, and I, I couldn't see you. Hope you're okay. Just having general chit chat. Been talking about the Cathars, the Catholic sect that were basically wiped out. Oh, is that how you were spotted? Right. Oh, well done, Voodoo. I tell you what, they're coming in thick and fast. Absolute nightmare. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you with your working and whatnot, but yeah, it just threw me because I'm really rubbish at following the chat. But yeah, we started off on a real story about the Southend werewolf, and now we're just talking about this, that, and the other. But yeah, lovely to see you as always, my love. Oh, thanks, chicken. Thank you. Yeah, well, you don't let me interrupt you, but thanks for getting the troll. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, when I get off this food, I'll send you that bloody Peshwari naan recipe. My brain is just fried at the moment. Work is driving me mad. We're coming up to the final quarter for our reporting, which is what I have to do. And there's a lot of weight and responsibility with that. I'm trying to balance finances. So I'm getting a bit distracted and trying not to. So I am going to purposefully make a point of sending, the minute this live stops, I will send you the Peshwari naan recipe. I'm so sorry for being absent-minded. Oh, yours are brutal. Oh, Blue Rose. Do you want to talk about them at all? You know, you're very welcome, because I'm sure people in chat may have a take on them if you want to. And oh, what's that? A non turns. Oh, I don't know what that is. A non turns in on time. Oh, you mean report it? Sorry, I'm with you now. I'm setting deadlines for people because I've got deadlines and nobody's meeting them, and I'm meeting myself coming backwards and losing my shit a lot. So it was quite funny. This is quite funny because I'm very easily distracted, as you all know. Sharon, I'm off to watch a film with Bath. It's been a long week. Great to catch up. Oh, thanks for coming in, Sharon. Enjoy your film. Enjoy your film. Like I said, it was only ever going to be a short one, this. It was just I wanted to share that story because it was so bizarre. But I'm enjoying these little chit-chats. Well, this will make you laugh. So I was on a phone call a few days ago. It was a team meeting, and oh God, I was getting really aggravated because I hate pointless meetings that are set up because somebody has to tick a box to say we've discussed this. And it was basically about time management. So I am pacing up and down, getting really cross with myself on mute, going, fucking time management. If people have been in the jobs this long and they don't know how to manage their own fucking time and prioritize, something's wrong. Something is wrong. So I'm kicking off. You know, basically, right, here's a good idea for time management. I don't attend pointless, shitty meetings, which are taking 2 or 3 hours out of my day when I could actually be doing work that I've got deadlines set for, that if I don't meet, I'm going to get in crap. And I'm getting more and more cross, and I'm venting my spleen. And Porky'd heard me getting really cross. And unbeknownst, so I'm pacing up and down. I'm at his house and I'm on the phone. I'm pacing up and down his hallway and going into the kitchen and pacing out again. And as I went on, probably about my 5th circuit of going, because he's got this big old house, walking from the lounge into the hallway and up into the kitchen. And I went stomping into the kitchen, and I'd heard him going in, and I heard the kettle on. So I thought, oh, bless him, he's making me a brew while I'm having a rant. He was absolutely stark naked in the kitchen, just making a cup of tea. Turn round, give a little jiggle, give me a smile, pass me a brew, and walked off again. So I just totally lost my train of thought, and I was on this phone call going, and so afterwards, when I got off the call, I said, you totally threw me. He went, well, I could hear you getting really aggravated. I thought, I know how to calm her down and get her distracted. So yeah, that was quite funny. Yeah, I know. Oh, no, I understand, Blue Rose. I understand if you can't share them. I say, gonna have a nightmare now on the 23rd. You better be here on the 20th. Absolutely, I will. Absolutely, I will. I don't think, you know what? I don't think you will have a nightmare on the 24th. I think you're going to have, if you have a dream, I think it's going to be a nice one because it's her birthday. Oh, smashing, Lisa. Oh, do you feel scared walking around London on your own of a night? Do you have anything, do you carry an alarm with you or anything like that, Lisa? Oh, give me right. If I go off the screen, I'm going to be straight back. I'm just going to get something because I can't remember the name of it, and I'm going to tell you guys about it. Give me 1 second. Like I said, hopefully it won't kick me off, but if it does, stay in your seats and I'll be right back because this is something I think all ladies should have. Bear with me 1 second. Right, sorry about that. I knew I'd kick myself out. Right. I was just looking for something for everybody because I'm going to share it. Sounds like a scene out the office. Blue Rose, it was. It was very funny. It was very funny. Right, ladies. What you need to do is go to the App Store on your phones, and it's free. And get that app. Oh, yes, Cooper, we know. Everybody says yes. The police actually give out free attack alarms. My mum, 3 of her pals got them. Yeah, do you know what? You can't have enough these days. That app, Hollyguard, you put it on your phone. It's brilliant. Now, that has an alarm on it. It also, when you set it up on your phone, I mean, YouTube has been hi, Simples. Hello, darling. Yeah, YouTube's always been a fuckwit at the moment. That Hollyguard, download it onto your phones. Seriously, trust me on this. It can phone. Yes, they might go for your phone. However, if it's in your pocket or your whatever, there's a thing on that can automatically turn it on and dial for help for you before they even know you've got a phone. If you feel unsafe, it can contact an emergency contact. It can contact the police for you. It can set an alarm off. My boss sent that to me. But yes, I would, anybody, especially if you're walking around, I have it on my phone now. I've got it set up. Do you know what? You only need it in your pocket. Because if I'm listening to, like sometimes when I've had to walk Cooper of a night when Bam's been live and I'll go, just going to walk the dog. I'll be listening in, but not commenting. I have my phone in the inside pocket of my jacket. So it's like 2 zips worth inside my pocket with the volume on. So I'm listening because I can't put my earphones in. And if somebody were to kind of go for my phone or what have you, even if you're playing something with that app on your phone, it can override whatever you're doing, whether you're listening to music, chatting, what have you, or listening to a podcast. Like I said, it doesn't cost anything. It's free of charge. Well worth having a look at. Makes me feel safer anyway when I'm walking the dog at night. However, yesterday morning didn't make me feel safe because there could have been a damn werewolf walking through the woods behind me because I just kept seeing that Bill Ramsey's weird face. Just thought, shit, that guy's going to jump out of the bushes at me or somebody like him. What's that? No, is that a typo, Denny? No jand snatching? Oh, snatch it out of your hand. Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry, I hadn't seen Lisa's typo. But yeah, that was just a little bit for anybody who wants to put that on your phone. If you have a proper look through it and it tells you everything that it can do, and it's really good, and considering it's free, you can never have enough. Until we're allowed to carry guns and tasers, we need as much help as we can get. I mean, my big thing is not round here, but if I'm walking in a town or a city, if I'm on my own, I've always got my keys in my hand. I have them in scrunched into my hand with one key protruding between my first and second fingers. Yeah, oh, my jand. I have it holding in my right jand. So that if anybody were to come at me, I'll just right hook them and that key will just embed itself in whichever piece of flesh it connects with first. Yeah, it's probably a good job we don't have guns, Sheila, because I'd have shot several people by now. Because I do quite like guns, but I grew up around them, so. And I can use a shotgun. Nearly fractured my eye socket, though, the very first time my dad ever let me use his shotgun. Yeah, me too, Beryl. Just come home with my key in my hand like that. Yeah, you have to, Simples. And it's sad, isn't it, that you have to think like that? And I'll be honest, I do feel sorry for people, especially men. And I know they say you can't, yeah, the kickback, Beryl. Shall I tell you what happened? I wasn't very old. I'll not say how old because I don't want my father being arrested even in my adult state and him in his elderly state. But he let me have a hold of the shotgun and he was telling me how to shoot it. And obviously looking old Wild Westy, I I put it up to my flaming eye, and this was a 12 bore. It recoiled, it hit me in the face. I cut above, it was like where my nose, the top of my nose joins my forehead. I'm really lucky I didn't end up with a permanent scar there, and I got a black eye off it. Oh, yeah, Sheila, fully, yeah. Well, I mean, they're carrying them anyway, aren't they? Yes, Beryl, I was an idiot, but I was only a kid. And I got no sympathy off my dad. It was like, well, you won't be doing that again, will you? I understand the amendment in the USA for gun laws, but gosh, there was that toddler that shot his mum by accident. She was on a work Zoom call. I get guns, but not the lack of safety with some people. Well, I'm a prime example of that, aren't I? But yeah, when I became an adult and I did have my own, I had 2 guns, but you have to get a safety check off the police. They have to come out and check that your gun cabinet is adequate and that your ammunition is kept separately, and that's also in a safe, locked cabinet. I mean, the thing is, you can do a lot of damage. Anybody can get an air rifle. And it's okay saying, you might get, say, a 2.2 air rifle, and the normally, what, about £12 of, well, I think, Beryl, you probably know, don't you? And anybody else who's familiar with guns, Denny, your husband, will probably know, but I'm pretty sure, is it about the legal limits, about £12 of pressure on a 2.2 air rifle? Yeah, that's it. However, it doesn't take much to replace a spring in an air rifle and then make it a firearm. So which carries the associated penalties with it. If you've got a firearm, it's all right having a shotgun license, but to have a firearm, you need a firearms license. There's not many of them handed out like candy, are there? I only know this because a friend of mine's husband, he bought a second-hand air rifle just from somebody he knew. And this guy wasn't, he wasn't a criminal. He was just somebody who used to go rabbiting and what have you. Sorry for anybody who keeps pet rabbits, but I'm talking years ago, and I'm talking about people in the farming community. He bought this gun from somebody who used to go rabbiting. And when he got it, he decided to get it properly cleaned and oiled and what have you. And he took it to the local gun shop, which isn't there anymore. But he had, and they're easy enough to do. But I mean, even I know how to do it. Not that I would, but I know how to do it. He took this gun down and he asked Tim, who owned the gun shop, he had a thing in the back where he'd go, he'd test the pressure on the guns. And he came back out and he said, you need a new spring in this. So my friend's husband said, well, he said, oh, is it knackered? He went, no. He said, this now is illegal. I've had to take the spring out. And he went, what do you mean I had to take the spring out? He said, it was giving out 32 pounds of pressure. You'll kill somebody with that. He said, and if the police catch you with it, you're going to get arrested and possibly serve 5 years in prison for a firearms offence. So, it just shows. And the guy who he'd bought it off, he'd been using it for years like that because he bought it from somebody else with that, that spring in it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Everything's got to be kept locked. I mean, we had a couple of air rifles when we had the farm, but they were kept locked up with the shotguns because it wouldn't take much. I always looked on it that if we got burgled, and somebody just took the air rifles, they could, and this is after I'd found out about the, how easily it was for people to make them illegal. So they went in the gun cabinet with the shotguns because I wouldn't have liked that on my conscience. And then I had, my air rifle was in, we were getting plagued by, when my horse was a foal, we were getting plagued by, there were magpies. I had chickens there, and we were getting absolutely plagued by magpies. Hi, Green Eyes, lovely. You all right, darling? Just general chat. We're going through everything tonight. At the minute, I'm just talking about guns, but we'll go on to something else, no doubt, in a second. But yeah, there were loads of magpies coming down, and they were actually stealing the chicks, which was quite brave for them going near, because chickens are quite brutal, really. And I decided to take my shotgun down because I had my mare and foal on separate land. I didn't have them at the stables. There were stables there, but I rented this particular field away because I didn't want people. My mare was very, she'd become quite aggressive with as some horses do. She had been attacking the foal when it was first born. So I didn't want any stress for her, and I didn't want people, how people do on yards. It's like going hanging over the stable door. Oh, look, a baby foal. So I moved her off, and I had the chickens down there on this field. So I thought, well, I'll take my air rifle down, and I'll just, because you can't, it's bloody impossible to shoot a magpie anyway. But I just thought, if I shoot at them, they might get the message and stay away. So I was, intending to just aim at the trees and what have you. I had a big old Land Rover Discovery at the time. It's okay, Green Eyes. I won't put you in detention. It's fine. I'm not a tyrant. You can come in late. It's okay. I don't take it personal. So I'd gone down, and I had this big old Land Rover Discovery, and I parked it on the track, and I still swear I'd locked the car because it was just a habit. And I went into my field. I got the horses in the stables, got the foal in because I didn't want the risk of, popping a pellet and it catching the foal, because he was pinging around she was pinging around like a nut job. And did that, went back out onto the lane and went to the boot, the back door of the Land Rover. It was an old Land Rover. And I saw that the door was slightly open. Now, this was in quite a deserted spot. And a long story short, somebody had got into the back of my Land Rover. I'll admit, if they'd have looked through, they would have seen the gun case and what have you in the back of the car. But basically they'd taken my gun. So I was straight onto the police. I'm like, right, I need to let you know that I had my air rifle in the back of my car, and somebody's broken into it and they've stolen it. And I was absolutely shitting myself. The police were really good, and they were saying, I'm like, am I going to get in trouble for it? And they'd be like, well, no, it's fine. It wasn't a shotgun, and it wasn't on view. It was in a case and what have you. But all I kept thinking of was, what if somebody gets hold, if they were wrong enough to steal something. Yeah, it probably was the magpie, Sheila, the little thieving gets. But I just kept thinking, if it's somebody's wrong enough to steal a gun, they could be wrong enough to, do some damage with it. And I felt so guilty about that, thinking, I really hope nobody ever uses that to harm somebody else, or modifies it so that it then becomes an illegal gun. Yeah. Couldn't believe that they took, and I wouldn't mind, it was a really nice gun, that one as well. And I'd looked at, well, obviously I used to look after everything. It was always cleaned. It was in perfect condition. Oh, Blue Rose, Catgate, Shitgate. Well, were you in? And I said I took all the shit and put it in a garden. Well, I put it in various positions around the garden. So she knew. Oh, yeah, that's the word. Oh, why? What word did you use, Beryl? Or was it just that you couldn't remember the word? Yeah, so I put now she's a scruffy bitch and she never does anything with a garden. But we noticed yesterday morning, adapted. Oh, right, okay. Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? Same thing, adapted, modified. I knew what you meant. Yeah, she'd finally, this scruffy bitch who never does anything with a garden, which is a tip all the time, she'd pulled everything out and the cat shit had all gone. So I thought, she's been looking, expecting shit to appear, and must have been thinking that I would plant it. So I reckon she knows that I've put it there. However, she doesn't know that the cat is shitting in my garden. So she would be expecting the cat shit to have been picked up off the front, including the obligatory gravel stuck to it. And I looked tonight, and the fucker's done another one, and it's a great big I tell you what, that cat does shits the size of a dog shit. So early doors tomorrow morning, that's going to go over the fence as well. I might put that on her back step as a nice little good morning present for her, see how she feels. Oh, Greeners, I remember some little shit firing pellets at me when I was a teen. Bent over. God, I'm seeing things. Went over and beat the shit out of the little fucker. I don't blame you. Absolutely don't blame you. You've got to have respect around guns. Post it through the letterbox. I'll tell you, I'd rather force feed it to a Green Eyes. I force fed horse shit to somebody once. That wasn't me being a psycho, by the way. That was some little cow. I was only a kid myself, but it was some little cow who was really mistreating a pony. And me and my friend, we got hold of her and we tied her up in the barn, and I made her eat, I was going to say cat shit then, I made her eat horse shit. Just basically because this poor horse of hers was starving. It was never let out of its stable. It was a fucking shame for it. So I said if she carried on doing that every time she turned up, I'd make her eat horse shit. Cannot abide cruelty to animals. Ozzy used to shit like a dog. Yeah, this thing just does big old shits. In fact, I might even film it. Might even film it tomorrow and post it up so you can all see Shitgate. Well, I think I was only about 14 or 15 Beryl at the time, but yeah, wasn't having that. Poor bloody horse. It was a lovely old, like a nice pony. You know, dead kind old horse, and she was a little shit. I think her mum and dad, she's one of these that got anything, you know, Mummy, I want a new pony. I want a brown one this week because I don't like the white one I've got. It doesn't match my clothes. That type spoilt little shit she was. And I'm pretty sure that the mum and dad were, because, you know, you used to pay, like, take your money, letterbox, Hollybank. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll box up the cat shit and you can post it through Hollybank Road. Blue Rose. Put it in a morning wrapper. Yeah. That is a good idea, Green Eyes. Oh, God. It's funny, though, isn't it? Because if you... And I've got this from my friend. My friend has always had cats and never has had a dog. She loves looking after Cooper. But when she has to pick up dog shit, when she's looked after him, she's nearly vomiting. Now, I'm the same with cat shit. And I said, it's just what you're used to, isn't it? So cat shit to a non-cat owner is vile. But dog shit to a non-dog owner is vile. Yeah. She'll think she has a smart cat. No, she'll think she's got an admirer, Green Eyes. She's a weird bugger. I saw her before. Honest to God, she walks around like a zombie. One of these who, you know, in the mardy ass voice, if you're talking to her, you can't have a conversation with her. You know, if you say, like if somebody said to me, you know, how are you doing today? I'd be like, yeah, I'm all right. And if I felt ill, I'd go, I'm not feeling so great today, but, you know, tomorrow's another day. No. You ask her how she is, which I refuse to do that anymore because I just feel like cutting my wrists. How are you doing? How are you? She'll go, oh, well, I've got long COVID. Oh. And your dog, when I hear him bark, oh, my nerves are rattled. Oh. And you just think, toughen up, you mad ass. Get a life. And I'm pretty sure she's walking around in her house perfectly well. But when she sees anybody in the street, oh, and he's off. When she sees anybody in the street, she suddenly starts doing this death shuffle. And I wouldn't mind. She's not like an old woman. She's only in. Keep a stop. I think she's probably, if I had to guess, I reckon she's maybe in her early 40s. Maybe. I'm not sure. However, she walks around like she's about 800. Well, Blue Rose, my own dog's trained not to shit in the garden. You know, I went through the whole, as nightmarish for me now as it is, because, you know, if he decides he needs to go out at like midnight, I've got to get dressed if I'm in bed and take him out because he will not go in the garden. But that was because I didn't want the smell of dog shit and dog wee. She does green eyes. She needs a right good hoof up the arse. Just one of these who's always feeling sorry for herself. And you know, yeah, some people have a hard life. She doesn't. She doesn't. She's not working for a living. She's not got all the associated stress with it. She's got a kid that she can't handle because she doesn't discipline him. She's got her other daughter is just, well, she's an odd duck as well. And she's got no friends. Yeah, that's green eyes. That's it exactly. A malingerer, I think, is the right word to use for her. Hypochondriac and a malingerer. Because I used to work with a woman. Oh God, she was the same. I used to work with this woman, and I'm kidding you not. If say, so my neighbour was like single white female. I've got the funniest story. Oh, please share with us, Blue Rose. Do you want to do it in chat or come up? I'll tell you what, I'll drop the link anyway in case anybody wants to hit it, and you're very welcome to come up. Yeah, this woman I used to work with, if ever you had anything wrong with you, you know, like if you'd been poorly, if I said, oh yeah, I've got a bit of a sore throat today, she'd go, oh, I have. Or if, oh yeah, I've got a bit of a headache. Oh, I've got a headache as well. She was always the same. And if you had, like, because we used to work in an open office, so sometimes, you know, you have a bit of a tickly cough, or if I had a bit of a cold, a sniffle or what have you, I might have a sachet or a couple of sachets of like Lemsip on my desk or something. She'd go, oh, is that Lems? Oh, have you got a bit of a cold coming? I go, oh, I feel a bit sniffly. Oh, I do. Can I have one? Or if you had tablets there or a bit of cough mixture or something. Just used to get, and I used to think, do you know, at some point, I'm going to tell you it's cough medicine and it's going to be a fucking laxative that's so strong you'll have shit yourself before you've got 2 steps away from your desk just to teach you a bloody lesson. The fucking neighbour has that plastic fake grass and 2 Labradors. They only pick up poo once a week. In the summer, it's horrific. Hot shit baking in the sun. Well, Sheila, that's the thing, you see. Here, round here, these cottages have got yards. And they've got the York stone flags, so you can't take them up. I mean, some people have taken them up and they've planted things, but I bought the really top dog's bollocks expensive fake grass to go on it, and it looks really nice. And guess where the cat's shitting its brains out? Bloody nasty reeking cat shit. I'm pissing all over it, so it's soaked into me nice expensive grass. So I shall be leaving that here when I eventually move, because I'm not taking, there's no way I'm rolling that up and putting it in my car or a van. God, can you imagine? Everything would be stinking. It's dirty, that. There's no reason to not pick up after your pets. If you're poorly, I can understand it. You know, not everybody's able-bodied and you can kind of understand it. However, if you know it's going to be causing an issue for other people, because I'll be honest with you, one of my neighbours is like that. Their dog pisses and shits right next to my fence. Now, if that was me, I'd be out swilling it down with a bucket of bleach or whatever. With it, maybe not bleach because of the dog, but do you know what I mean? I'd be disinfecting it, making sure it had gone, scrubbing it down just so it wasn't irritating my neighbours. But no. That's too easy. Blue Rose. Right, I got married in Mexico and she wanted to come because there was a large party. She turned up on my wedding in a wedding dress. Get off. The cheeky cow. So you'd invite... So let me get... So had you invited her to Mexico? Or did she kind of invite her? Well, I was going to say it's a bit hard to invite yourself, isn't it? But I'm presuming you went as a wedding party? I've heard about jealous mothers doing that. You know, when they've not liked the bride that the son's getting married to. They go dressed in a wedding frock. I've heard a couple of tales of that. And in fact, didn't they do that in was it Step Monster, that film with Jennifer Lopez in, and what was her name? Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda was the jealous mother, and she wanted to wear like a wedding dress or something. Oh, give me 1 second. The dog's just tangled his foot up in something. Right, that was silly, wasn't it, Poops? Go on. Sorry, he's destroyed one of his toys and he'd got all the strings out of it wrapped around his foot, and I've had visions of him tearing one of his claws out. As Sheila said, they don't care. They both work and dogs are in the house all day, just let out in the garden at tea time. They have no life, really. Oh, that's a shame, that is. That's a shame. Yeah, you're right. Poor dogs indeed. Do you know, I heard my sister, this is a few years ago, my sister's sister-in-law is one of these that buys animals on a whim and then gets rid of them when they've kind of outgrown the purpose and then goes and gets another one. And I didn't realise that she'd had a dog. And I got a phone call off my sister. It's when I lived on the farm, and got a phone call off my sister. Now, at the time, I had 4 dogs. So I had 3 border collies and I had another cross like Cooper. He was a border collie Springer Spaniel cross. But I had loads of room. The house was huge. And my sister rang me up and she said, "Can you take another dog?" I'm like, not really, but why? And she said, "Well, Claire has got this border collie." She said, "It's because it's a collie." I went, "Another dog?" I said, "But when did she get this one?" She said, "Oh, she's had it a while." Right, how old is it? And she said it was 8 months old. Now wait for this, right? So an 8-month-old border collie. I said, "Why is she getting rid of it?" She said, "Because it's crazy." I said, "Okay, well, collies tend to be crazy till they grow up. What's it doing? Is it..." She said, "Well, it started snapping at the kids." So she had 2 little kids at the time. I went, "Right, okay. So if it's a working collie, yeah, they can be a bit sharp and you've got to be quite firm with them, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Has she done training with it or what have you?" She went, "Well, no." She said, "It's just because she doesn't walk it." I said, "What do you mean she doesn't walk it?" The only exercise the dog got in the what? So it would have been 2 months. No, yeah, it would have been 2 months old when she got it. So in the 6 months that she'd had this dog, from 8 weeks old until 8 months old, the only exercise the dog had got was the back door being opened and it being put outside to wee and poo. And for the rest of the time, it was shut in the house, or she just opened the back door and lock it in the garden. And she wondered why the dog was going absolutely crackers. Absolutely crackers. So I said, "Right, I'll have it. Ring her up and tell her I'll take it." I said, "Because there's nothing wrong with the dog." I said, "It's wrong with her." So in the probably hour, because this is all text, because I'm at work, me and my sister having this conversation via text messages. So in probably the space of the hour and a half that we were having this conversation, and I said, "Yeah, tell her I'll take it. I'll come down for it." My sister gets back to me and she said, "It's got to go today." I'm like, "Well, I can't go today because I'm in Carlisle at the moment and it's going to be late when I get back. I can come for it tomorrow." Do you know what she did? She rang up because obviously the RSPCA wouldn't have just taken it. She rang up the RSPCA and told them that she'd found this dog wandering the street. She'd never had it microchipped or anything like that. It hadn't even had its injections. She told them that she'd found this dog wandering in the street, that it nearly got run over by a car. It looked like it was vicious. She was terrified of it, and could they send somebody out to get it? What do you think of that? Let's just say that Claire got a rather heated text message off me. I was frigging fuming. Absolutely fuming. And do you know what? Probably not. I would say 5 or 6 weeks later, she's got another puppy. And in the end, I said to my sister, don't ring me. I said, as much as, you know, I'm happy to help out, I said, don't ring me again, because I'll end up going to her house and knocking the shit out of her. I'm so mad. I said, because that dog will be put to sleep. She said it looks vicious. I said, obviously, the dog's wound up to hell and is snappy. The likelihood is the RSPCA will just put it down. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Right, let me just go back through the chat. Green eyes. I had to report my neighbour. They used to go away for the weekend and leave the dog on its own. What? Used to sit up under my bedroom window crying all day and night. Oh, no, that's awful. That's awful. Sheila, I know that's why I don't have a dog until I retire. They need a good walk for exercise and well-being. You shouldn't have a dog if you're out all day. They are evil, Beryl. They are evil. Sorry, I'm a bit behind in the chat, so I'm going back over. And obviously, Cooper, listen, you could live in one of these nasty houses. Instead, you're with me getting 4 walks a day. So shut the F up. No fucking wonder it's snapping. I know. Simples, bloody awful people. Yeah, horrible woman, poor. Yeah, had to put my foot down with our water spaniel when John used to go away to work. He thought he was top of the pecking order. Had to wrestle on the floor with the little sod to put him in his place. Yeah, been there. I know, Sheila. How can you just leave it? I mean, that'd be like me saying, right, I'm going away for 3 days. I'll leave Cooper with enough food for 3 days and enough water. Well, one, the little bugger would eat the whole lot. But, you know, for a dog that won't even go to the toilet in the garden, can you imagine that? Because he definitely wouldn't go to the toilet in the house. He'd end up with, like, kidney and liver failure from holding it in. Let me get back. Oh. Never spoke to her to this day. Oh, to the single white female, Blue Rose. And had she been a good friend of yours prior to this? Or was that when it, you know, when you finally realised that she was a bit of a nut job? Crazy people. I've had that with somebody. I had to get rid of, I'll say an acquaintance. She wasn't a friend. She's one of these that if you were her friend, you couldn't have any other friends. Now, all my friends have been my friends for like all my life. You know, I'm talking, these are close friends. You know, I'm not just talking everybody that I know, but I've probably got maybe half a dozen real friends that I've been friends with forever and I would trust with my life. They're the type of people, if I was having a trauma in the middle of nowhere at 3 o'clock in the morning, I could ring any one of those friends and I know damn well, even if it was a 7-hour drive to get to me, they would come and get to me. You know, people I can trust my life with. This woman was just like an acquaintance. What an absolute crank she was. And I stopped speaking to her about 7 months ago now. She's still texting me. I haven't replied. I don't speak to her if I see her. She has not stopped. And now she's trying to use well, she uses any kind of excuse to get you to talk to her. You know, a dog's like on its last legs, apparently. And when I checked with one of her neighbours, they're like, there's nothing wrong with the dog. She's been out walking it. Oh, you're not a Billy No Mate's green eyes. Absolutely not. Sheila, what about all the dogs people went and bought while on furlough were working from home? Now we're all back to work. Well, they were saying, weren't they, that the because obviously the prices of dogs rocketed. My friends have just bought a puppy. They paid $3,500 for it. It's a mixed breed. It's one of these, what is it, a Cavapoo? Cavalier Spaniel crossed with a poodle. Beautiful little thing. She's gorgeous, don't get me wrong. But she spent basically $3,500 on a mongrel. And the prices of everything since lockdown began in 2020, it's bumped the prices of dogs up. I mean, at one point, to get a purebred border collie, for whatever reason, the prices were never particularly high. And because I remember when, I remember when I got one of my collies when we lived on the farm, you could pick up a border collie puppy for 50, 60 quid. People just didn't want them. Now the prices are ridiculous. I looked to get a crossbreed like Cooper, so you're talking a Springer Spaniel crossed with a border collie, I'd be looking at spending nearly $2,000 to buy one of these. He cost me 150 quid. And so obviously now people are priced out. So I'm not condoning it, but I'm not surprised there's so many dog thefts because people cannot afford to buy them. But once they all get to round about the 18-month mark, which is when dogs go through their terrible teens, that's when they all start ending up in the dogs' homes because people, one, they can't cope with it, and two, you know, that they're back to work. They're going to come home to these dogs all getting separation anxiety because they've had somebody there with them. Oh, what have I missed in the chat? Let me have a little look. Blue Rose. No, just obsessed, but you know when you feel sorry for people. My downfall, I'm afraid, but when she turned up in a fishtail dress, pearl earrings and a bun, pure nutcase. Yeah. Yeah, it's it's an absolute good job that that you got that one out of your life. Oh, green eyes, I'm here for you, girl. Yeah, green eyes, we all are. You're lovely. I think you're absolutely amazing. So, yeah. And obviously, as you know, my fella thinks you're absolutely amazing as well. Obviously, in a non-fancying way. He doesn't want you to get... he wouldn't want you to feel weird, but no, he thinks you're really funny. He likes being a wingman. I have a close friend who moved to Victoria, so don't see her much, but not found a close friend over here. Oh, mate. We lost a couple of close friends who won't speak to us because we're not jabbed. Are you kidding? Oh, my goodness. I'm lucky that none of my friends have been like that. But I think they know that they just get told to get themselves to fuck if they wanted to start complaining about me not having it. So, whatever. I have a sister named Old One Thong. I shall send it to you as a friend. I know it's a cool name, isn't it? I used to have one of my, oh God, it was years ago. I can't even remember what the name of the flipping forum was now. It was on Pre-Loved. It was one of the chat forums in there, because I've got kind of green eyes, and yeah, that was part of my name. It wasn't just green eyes. It was something green eyes. I'm not going to say in case ever any, because I was a bit of a turd. I was quite horrible to some people. Oh, I love pork chop in a mate way too. Oh, no, that's it. He likes coming in here because he has a really good laugh. with you guys. Yeah, they are absolutely brainwashed. Hiya, Mirror Man. How are you this evening? Now, is that KMA and TS, or are you calling us all K-Mats? And have you noticed you've now got a wrench so you can beat people up and all sorts? Just talk about me like I don't exist in the real world, right, don't you? Hello, I didn't think you would have been in. No, well, Green Eyes was saying, well, you would have heard what she was saying, wouldn't you? Think she's Billy? No, mates. So I said, I know that you think she's really good fun. There you go. Was that okay? You're alive. Anything more than that is a bonus. Isn't it just? A live and lottery win would be excellent. Did you hear the werewolf story earlier, you two? Or have you been playing your wonderful games? Shame on you, Greeners. I'm not just a piece of meat, you know. Only just got it. Oh well, we've had a few discussions. We've talked about the. Oh, see, she's made up now. Hey, my wingman. We've only just put the game on hold while it is night time. Don't listen to me as what a piece of meat. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about the Southend werewolf, which is a real story and a real man called Bill Ramsey, courtesy of Pork Chop. And then, should that be genitals or gentles? And then we've talked about time travel, the possibilities of, and we've talked about reincarnation, and we've talked about guns, and we've talked about people being mean to dogs, and we've talked about my neighbour with the cat shit. Oh, I thought it was a typo. Yeah, oh, okay. I thought it was a typo. Even Green Eye said, I know, I thought it should have been genitals. We've talked about dreams. Sheila talked about a premonition. So yeah, I can't. What else have we talked about, guys? We've been on about all sorts of stuff. Weirdly and wonderfully. And I've had a brain fart. I was starting to talk about something else. And then Green Eyes was telling us about her friends. So, baby girl, I'm jumping off. Love you all. Great bunch of people. Have a great night. Oh, thanks, Blue Rose. Listen, I'll speak to you on Monday, yeah? And I hope Sunday goes all right. I'll be thinking about you. If you dream about a premonition that you dreamt about a werewolf, then you... yeah. You take care, Blue Rose. We'll both have our freaky Sunday, and then, yeah, get that out of the way and back to normal on Monday. You look after yourself. Yeah, D-Day. Oh, about the Ark of the Covenant. Did it cover the thing about Ethiopia, though? And with the potential radiation sickness? There might have been a convent there. I could have been there. Convent girls, you know. What they say about us all. Very good girls, very religious. Very quiet and unassuming. Well educated. It was nearly all about Ethiopia. Yeah, that completely, yeah. It totally threw me, that about Ethiopia. Did you hear the full thing about the Enfield poltergeist the other night, Green Eyes? Oh, those monks that yeah, the fact that it's a monk and he has to stay in there all his life, and then when he dies, I'm still here. I'm the same KMA. That's not what we say about convent girls down here. 20. Oh, here she comes, Lurker, my little twin. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine, Green Eyes. Absolutely fine. Are you saying that I'm not what I said? All those things, pork chop? I think you did be telling a little flib. Did you know there is a slight distortion to your audio? I didn't. What's up with it? I used to have real dreams, mundane things that then happen the next day. However, one time I dreamt the lottery numbers, so I worked syndicate, put them on, got 4 right, and one was up and what? No! Oh, Green Eyes can hear it okay. Shall I'll tell you what, give me a second. I'll go out and come back in again and see if that improves it, Porky. Hang on a second. Hello, I'm back. Is that any better? Only popped in to say hello, everybody. Oh, well, it's lovely to see you, my little twin hippie. I hear it okay, but there is a very slight echo as if it's layered. Oh, well, hopefully that is a little bit better. Sometimes it helps if you jump off StreamYard and come back in again. I think the last thing, what did I see was, oh, what Mirrorman was talking about. Do you think you just remembered them wrong? You've not got me playing on 2 devices, have you, Porky? It's okay. I'm hearing Mirrorman's audio through my headphones. God. I'm there panicking, thinking that I'm getting everything messed up. Right, hang on. I'll just go back because I know that I missed some. I don't know, Green Eyes. I'm not sure if we're doing it Tuesday. I just have to wait to hear when's convenient for Tiz. But I mean, hopefully we can have I'll drop her a message over the weekend, and we can try, because I think that will be quite good, because we're going to do and obviously, like Mirrorman, I know Porky told me that you were quite interested in the Enfield case. So the second part is going to be all the investigative techniques that were carried out. So I think that's going to be quite, because I like that type of thing. So that should be quite interesting, hopefully, for you all. Oh, so not sure. I was sure remembered the dream right, but maybe not. That's, I know. Well, obviously you've got 2 of the numbers the wrong way round. God, I bet you were gutted though. Millions. I I hope all your work colleagues didn't fall out with you over that, getting them slightly wrong. Although I suppose 4 numbers would have been a fairly decent chunk. Mirrorman, it's the same when someone starts talking and you know exactly what they're going to say. Yeah. Or have you ever been like tonking along in your car, going over the speed limit, and all of a sudden you go, I'm just going to slow down now. And as you slow down, you come round a bend and the Rozzers are there with a speed gun. And it's like somebody's told you to take your foot off the accelerator because they knew that if you didn't, you were going to end up with a ticket. That's happened to me so many times, I can't even tell you. If I ever was speeding, which obviously I don't because I'm a good girl. But anyway, la 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 la. Moving swiftly on. Let me see. Portrait, you should have seen my face thinking there were 2 of you. Almost crap myself. Yeah, well, I'm sure you do know that I was an identical twin, don't you? I have told you that. I'll wait to see what his reaction is, because maybe I didn't. That might have been something I missed out in the story of my life. Oh, hi, bedtime. Hello. How are you today? Oh, bless your green eyes. Also, I'm your friend. Shame you're so far away. I'll also be round all the while for coffee. I would as well, although Green Eyes has said if I ever go down under, I can go in the pool. Thank you, beautiful. You're welcome anytime. I know. You're so welcoming. Oh, Tismy Denny's in. She's shouting, Porky. And Hippie Chick is saying hello to Porkchop and Mirrorman. Porkchop, did you know that the Dalai Lama takes boys away from the families and then select one of them as the next Lama? Do they? So that's similar to the ones that are the monks that Green Eyes and I were talking about, who have to guard apparently have to guard the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia. And one of the monks, they're selected and they then live all their lives in that enclosure. They never come out. People bring them food and what have you until they die. And when they die, they then get replaced by another one who has to spend their entire life there. I was saying it's a very sad and lonely existence, but obviously the religion is sustaining them. So, good luck to them. Yes, you ate the other one. No, I did not. I didn't eat the other one at all. But I'm good, Case. Just got home from work. Thanks for asking. No problem. I hope you're walking into a good meal, because I'm sure your lovely lady is looking after you well, unless she's going to be late home herself, in which case you'll be looking after her. Anyone is more than welcome to come stay if you ever drop by Australia. Oh, that's good. Can you imagine the absolute havoc that would ensue if you got a knock on the door and it was me and Porky? Because it would just be Goose and Maverick talk, and I'd be sitting there going, right, I'll just go and have my vape outside for 5 minutes because I ain't got a clue what you're both talking about. Mirrorman, there is something in our brains which causes a feeling of deja vu. It's when we process thoughts in our subconscious faster than conscious thoughts. So the subconscious lays down a memory in our brains before we consciously process it. So then it seems to be a memory. Right, well, I'm going to throw this at you then, Mirrorman, and see what you think of this. I went to York many years ago, first time I ever went, and I was, a very long story short, I was walking around and I knew exactly where we were going. I'd never been before. We didn't have a street map. I knew. I was telling my friends, it wasn't like I'd seen it for a fraction of a second first and then described it to give me that deja vu feeling. It was as though I had been there and I was walking the streets that I knew, because we were trying to find a particular place. And I said, we go left, we go right, we go whatever. and we go, you know, here, there, and everywhere. And I was bob on right, and I scared the living daylights out of myself because I didn't know how I knew it. And I wondered if it was something like a genetic memory, because apparently one of my ancestors was taken to York and paraded through the streets of York before being executed for a traitor some 100 years ago. Hundreds of years ago, I should say. So my dad had said maybe you were, you know, maybe you were remembering what our ancestor had gone through. Who can say? But that's yeah. Tis Danny, I'm in your backyard, green eyes, open the door. Oh, so they buy them from families aged around 5 and they never see the families again until one is selected. That's really sad, isn't it? But I suppose it's a great honour to be chosen by the Dalai Lama, maybe. A poorly bring your cozzy. Oh, yeah. I've got my cozzy all lined up, hippie chick. I've got some really good bikinis and I've got some really good cozzies that need a good airing. So I think they would be coming with me to Australia. Then you get your arse in through the cat flap. Oh, it would be wonderful to see you both. Oh, do you know what? I bet that would be one crack, wouldn't it, green eyes? Can you imagine the laughs? Mirror Man. Whereabouts? My brother lives in the southeast corner of Australia, a place called Mystery Bay. Mystery Bay, that sounds amazing. Do you know how it got its name, Mirror Man? That's the one bit that won't fit. It will do eventually, Tiz. You are working on your derriere. I've been working on my derriere. Donkey kicks and pillar box lifts and steps. I'm trying to get me bum so you can bounce a coin off it, apparently. It is me, Denny. So, Miriam, what's your definition of the subconscious? Sheila, did you research it first in a book before you went there? Because no, I didn't. I didn't, Sheila, because I was kind of young and we were just going on a weekend's piss up. So, you know, all you want to know is how far the nearest pub is from the hotel you're staying in. I mean, obviously, I'd heard about, you know, the York Minster, and I knew that it had been cut because of obviously the tales in the family. I knew that it had been called Jorvik, and I also knew that it had been invaded by the Scots. But apart from that, I didn't really know anything about it. You know, I wasn't going for you know, a cultured long weekend with my friends. How come Green Eyes hasn't been deported? Because they love a bedtime clown. They don't want us to have her back. She's done it, but what? Please our conscious, if that's what creates our adult glitches. We don't wear cozies in this house. Oh, is it naked bathing? Is it a bit of the old skinny dipping? Mystery Bay is the nearest place to paradise that I've been to on the planet. Oh, really? That beautiful? Let's see. I suspect that that's how it got its name, is a mystery. Clue is in the name. But maybe, or maybe not. That's why I'm asking, Pork Chop. Good job we don't have many people dropping in. Yeah, the mystery bit comes from 2 government surveyors that were going around the coast mapping it all. They vanished there, and the boat they were using was found abandoned there. Wow. How long ago was that, Mirrorman, do you know? Oh, Green Ice hasn't been there, but it looks beautiful. Bodies were never found, and there was no sign of a disturbance or anything. Bit Bermuda Triangle-esque. Sheila, ooh, beef curtains again. Oh, don't, you've said beef curtains. That's, do you know what though? That's saying that, was it Sharon who came out with it before? You can't make a silk purse out of a piss flap. Oh, so it's in the 19th century. Wow. Can I request you do some research on a topic, please? Of course you can, my love. Ask away. Unless it's how to stop me from talking. Not denying the spider's legs. Oh no, don't say you got spider legs, Denny. The Commerce Killing Fields. Oh, in hang on, Thailand or hang on, where is it? Vietnam, Thailand. What? It's one of those places, isn't it? Or the Philippines or somewhere. Pol Pot, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to cover that in a topic on here? Hippie chick, I've only been to York once, but I've the same experience as you. Freaked me out a bit, but felt reassured at the same time. But I'll be honest with you, hippie chick, mine was just, it was more puzzlement than anything. Just walking around, because I didn't realise at first until one of my mates just like shouted, "Where are you off to?" And I'm like, "Well, we go this way." And she went, "How do you know?" I said, and at that point I was like, "Shit, yeah, how do I know?" My brother runs a holiday farm there, semi-working farm right on the coast, but it's several self-catering holiday cabins. Oh, that sounds like you should pay a visit there, Green Eyes. Yes, that should fill a good few hours for you. Do you mean so I'm not... It could fit, yeah. It'll fill a good few hours. Well, I want to... I still want to look into, obviously, when we've done the... Oh, actually, while she's here, Tiz, what day's good for you with the second half of Enfield? But yeah, I'll look into that one. I know you prefer to be... What's he put? I know you prefer to be filled for a good few hours, but that isn't what we're talking about. Do I? I'm sucking away on this this vape. I've got it really close to the phone. Sorry, I shouldn't have it. I shall try to leave it further away. Down a back street, it happened to me. I knew where to go. Well, mine happened round the Shambles, hippie chick. Very weird. And the funny thing was, and it was split second, and I mean split second, as in, did that just happen? It was kind of like a bump. Imagine you got a bump in your head, but without anybody touching you, like a jolt. And I just saw things differently and it was, it mightn't have even been a full second. It was just like bang, and then I was straight back again. I'll see you later, Green Eyes. Say hello to John for us. Love you lots like jelly tops. See you soon, chicken. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming in. Campuchia. Okie dokie. Well, yes, I will have a look into that because I do remember covering that very slightly at school. Just really remember Cobble Street underfoot then and now. Do you know, I bet it was round there. Latest Green Eyes, go bus to a tower. I will have to see how my wee man is tomorrow. Kiss is asleep now. If he has an uncomfortable day, I'll need to be around. Can we plan for next week, please? Sorry, it's been a moment. Oh, no, yeah, absolutely next week. Oh, buzz of the tower, of your tower. Yeah, no, it was just Green Eyes was asking before and said, "Will we doing it on Tuesday?" And I said, "I don't know. I would just have to wait to see what was good with you." So, because I think from what Port Chop was saying, Mirrorman, you hadn't heard about the Enfield case, had you, up to the other day? Tuesday next week. Should we say Tuesday then? How's everybody fixed for Tuesday next week if we do part 2 of Enfield? And then Green Eyes, and if Jill Kitch gets her internet connection sorted out. Do you want to have a chit about, do you want to talk about JFK now, Sheila? Because I'm good for that. Right, brilliant. Okay, Tuesday it is then. I'll get something booked in. I'm trying to find every recording I can of Bill. Bedtime. Did you go the live I did the other night? Have you seen the pinned comment that I put in there? Because I found a new link to one that I hadn't seen before. And if anybody hasn't watched it, it's well worth it, because Maurice Grosse is talking on that about, he talks through some of the photographs, so it puts it all in context for you. Oh, thanks whoever swatted that that bot then, thank you, you beat me to it. And there are some recordings as well of you know, the incidences that are going on. Porky and I listened to it the other night. Oh, it was last night, wasn't it? Or yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was. We were listening to it, and there's some enhanced EVP on there. So they got good bot swat. Did you get that one, Mirrorman? If you did, well done. I'm usually pretty quick at them, but somebody beat me to that, and I can't see on StreamYard. But yes, some of those recordings are they've cleaned up the audio, and now one of them, they hadn't identified what got said, but Porky did. Can you remember what it was? Pork chop. Oh, Bedtime got it. Oh yeah, his trigger fingers, the fastest fingers in the West. It's just that I reckon Jackie shot and finished him off. Small revolver in the roses. Bedtime. I think I saw that. There's one where I think it's him talking to both girls live on the couch, and Bill actually speaks. Yeah, well, no, the one that I put in, it's a new one. And it's got where he's hitting the face with a cardboard box, and you hear that. And then it's got the talking and the barking. That's awful. But the cleaned up EVP is really weird. Now, when they've worked out what it's saying, they put, there's like a subtitle on it, but one of them, they just put EVP. You can hear them say something. I couldn't make out what it was. The person who'd uploaded it obviously hadn't, but Pork Chop said straight away what they'd said. And when we listened to it, then you could say, oh, God, yeah, you're right. Who'd want to be hit in the face with a box? Giggity, yeah. I know, but that's a bit violent, isn't it? Can you remember what that was, Porky? What they said? But it's just so freaky. But you can listen to that, and there is no way that is a 12-year-old girl doing that voice, sustaining that croaky voice for as long as she was able to, if she was doing it herself. Yes, that whisper, and they hadn't identified it, Pork Chop. You know, they put the subtitles in, and you said straight away what it was that they'd said, and I was like, oh God, yeah. Something weird, something like I'm joking or something. Unless that was a different one. Bedtime says, I want to know what he was saying over and over. It's something while I'm talking. There's another one where Bill sings, row, row, row your boat, freak as hell. It was the same voice as one of the men in the room. Yeah, it's very, yeah, those voices really scare me. Because we were going to, you're joking, that's it, thank you. Thank you, that's it, what Pork Chop said there. This cleaned up audio, and you just hear it whispering, it kind of like goes, you're joking. But obviously, the guy who'd uploaded it and cleaned up the audio hadn't been able to tell what he was saying. Once Pork Chop heard it, it was as clear as day to me. But yeah, that's on that link that I've pinned. No, Sheila, we were going to listen to because do you remember the other night when the links were being posted, and Pork Chop had listened to one, and he said there were actually two voices kind of having a conversation. That's it. Here you go. He's just put it in now. Freakiest bit was a 12-minute recording, and the first 4 minutes where you can hear two men talking to each other through Janet. And I did say I'll have a listen to that, but you have to do it when you're staying with me, not when you're going off doing your stream. But then we obviously didn't get round to doing it because we took the dog out for a walk. So I still have to listen to that. But again, I'm not going to listen to that on my own. Or when I'm likely to be left on my own. It's just very, very strange, isn't it? And I don't see how anybody can say that that is a girl, a child making that voice. I tried to do it for a couple of seconds. It killed my voice. Or rather, it killed my throat. Quick couple of seconds, and then you know, I was croaking. It just felt like I'd swallowed razor blades or something. So yeah, just going back to the JFK thing, I've heard a few. Sorry about that, Sheila, because we got a little bit distracted on with the Enfield. I have heard people with that, you know, that theory about Jackie Kennedy. And I heard, well, I can't even remember, was it a podcast or something I listened to? And they were reckoning that that's what happened, you know, when she's climbing out of the back of the car. And again, we had a conversation about this because I brought this up and I said, you know, what do you think about you know, Jackie Kennedy possibly killing? This was only a couple of days ago, but like Pork Chop had said, you're taught or it's drummed into you when you're a significant figure like the Kennedys were, that if you hear a gunshot, the first thing you do is, you'll probably correct me if I've got this wrong, didn't you say the first thing you do is, or you're told that you have to get as far away from each other as possible so that you're not two targets together? Now, the way I'd heard it was from eyewitnesses that when she was climbing out of the back of the car and that Secret Service man was running behind and basically had to shove her back in, was she'd kind of gone into shock. And this is a conversation that we had, that I said I'd heard eyewitnesses had said that it was when he was hit by the bullet that kind of blew the back of his head off, that his ear had blown off, and that was what was rolling. And you can actually see it if you slow down the Zapruder film. You can see that something rolling across the back, and apparently it was his ear. And she'd gone into shock and was reaching for it. Now, Pork Chop said no. He thought, oh, thanks, Mirror Man. That's exactly what I said. But now Porky was saying that, you know, the training had kicked in about getting as far away from him as possible. So I don't know. Or maybe it was a bit of both. She just was trying to get away from him as well and stop his ear from rolling off the back of the car. You don't know until you're in that kind of a situation, do you? I mean, I was fascinated with you know, with JFK. I do intend at some point, I want to buy Jim Garrison's book. to have a read of, you know, of the things that he put together. I think she shot him with a concealed weapon and crawled out for the bullet. I thought it was part of his skull that contained the ear. Yeah, well, all I heard was something about it being his ear kind of rolling off over the back. She was a Jesuit. And do you think being a Jesuit had something to do with it, Sheila? Or was that just a statement? I mean, just while we're waiting for chat to continue, there's another case that I'd really love to. It obviously I don't go about. I don't do true crime, as you know. However, there is something that I would like to talk about at some point, because, and it's a solved-ish case. If anybody has heard of Helen McCourt and Helen's Law, and I actually know this family. And Helen McCourt was, for anybody who doesn't know, oh, hi, Greenette. Bloody hell, that was quick. No, he absolutely wasn't shot by one shooter. Helen McCourt vanished on her way home in broad daylight, and in a little village on the outskirts of St Helens called Billinge. And the landlord of the local pub, whose name was Ian Sims, who was a prick, but anyway, he was done for her murder. They never found a body. And it was the first time, apparently, it was the first, because this was in the late 80s, I think. And apparently it was the first time that forensics such as DNA had been used to secure a conviction in the UK, so I believe. But Ian Sims has now been released, and her mum had fought for years to get his parole refused again and again and again until he would reveal where her daughter's body was, because they just want to lay her to rest. And this Helen's Law that she was pushing through was for that reason, so that if a murderer has been convicted and refuses to divulge where the remains of his victims are, that they're never released. They will only be released when they reveal, you know, where they've buried, disposed of, what have you, of the victims. So I wouldn't mind at some point doing that. And as I said, it's only because I know the family. So I know about that particular case. It's probably the only true crime thing I'd ever actually cover. And that's because there is a personal connection there. So I don't know what you guys think about that. Because it is quite a mystery, because there are a lot of, in the local area, there are a lot of, yeah, to be honest, Sheila, it's gone through, if you Google Helen's Law, and you can read about it, a mum, Mary McCourt, she's fought for years for that. But yeah, that's probably, as I said, that's probably the only true crime thing I'd ever actually cover. And there's a lot of theories in the local area about the murder and Ian Sims and other things that were going on that I would probably talk about without meaning any disrespect to the family whatsoever. But yeah, so I fancy doing that at some point and see what you all think. But as I said, more from a discussion perspective than true crime perspective, just to see what you all think, and only because he's now been released, the bastard. The funny thing was as well with that, funny as in weird, is that when they were looking for a body initially, and they were dredging and dragging all the local watercourses, so canals, the rivers, the streams, the brooks, and what have you. And obviously never found her, but they did find other bodies, which was really strange. Not, you know, like say suicides and things that they had no idea were there. They were finding all sorts of things in the watercourses, you know, across the areas of the northwest that the police were checking out. So yeah, there's quite a lot of little tales within tales about that case. So yeah, I fancy doing that at some point. Just going back to bedtime clowns thing, saying either way he wasn't shot by one shooter. Oh, sorry, I've just seen Green Eyes. He's had a kiss and a booby grope. Oh, lucky hubby. Lucky Green Eyes. Can't beat a kiss and a booby grope. Yeah, that was the other thing as well about the and again, sorry, I'm going to refer back to him. I know I think he's gone back playing his game now. But Porky mentioned something about the relatively recently that they were checking, you know, using I think it was lasers to check about the angles of shots and so on. And one of them had hit a road sign, and they were saying that when that first shot, which should have been the kill shot, as they'd lined up for it, the car went at just as they fired, where he was actually at that point, the line of sight was disturbed, or rather blocked by this road sign. And that's where the first bullet had hit, because he said if the road sign hadn't been there, that first shot would have killed him. They wouldn't have had a clue which direction it had come from, and none of the other people would have needed to shoot. But I haven't seen that. So he has, you know, so I don't know if anybody else, if Sheila or Bedtime were aware of that, or you've seen it. But yeah, for a long time I was really interested in JFK, still am. Missed the Enfield night. Have you listened to the reunion? I haven't, Hippie Chick. What's that about, hon? It was a road sign with a traffic light attached. Oh, thank you. See, so I do listen to what you say sometimes. Sometimes it sinks in, sometimes it doesn't, but I did remember that. If not 100% accurately. Yeah, is that about Enfield, Hippie Chick, or about something else? And obviously, if you wanted to go back and listen, because I've left Enfield up, and we're doing it in 2 parts. So we did the background to the story the other night, and we're going to do the investigation side of things on Tuesday. So hopefully it will all mesh nicely together. Reunion of a group of witnesses to Enfield poltergeist. No. Oh, right, guys. Well, there's a link that Hippie Chicks posted. So it's about a reunion of a group of witnesses to the Enfield poltergeist. Oh, so does it include people like the lollipop lady and the baker? Because I think that the baker and other people saw that cushion, didn't they, appear out of nowhere and hover over the house. And then the lollipop lady was one of the people who saw, I think there were 2 people witnessed her when she was floating, that levitation where she was floating horizontally through the window. Sheila, yes, one shot deflected, chipped the pavement, cut the cheek of an onlooker. That's one of the reasons they had to admit there were other shots. Yes. Now, I got that slightly wrong then, because when we were talking about it, and I said, yeah, I'm sure that something hit one of a bridge gantry. But I got that bit right about cutting the cheek. It was like a piece of of cement or concrete or something, or stone, jumped up and kind of nicked the guy's face. But I thought it had hit the bridge, so yeah, so it chipped the pavement, right? I mean, they were all that, they found all the footmarks, the footprints behind the fence up on the grassy knoll, and the cigarette butts. And then the really weird thing that I always go back to were the photographs of the hobos that they pulled off the trains. All of those photographs, and they were like smart young men. I mean, to me, they looked like military men. They didn't look like tramps with clean shoes, and they were all freshly shaved. And yeah, I mean, as many people have said, they think it was revolving around money being caused by, or rather made by, wars, and Vietnam was there, and yeah. I don't know. It's we're never going to find out, are we? Did they ever release anyone in America? Did they actually ever release the paperwork to JFK, or is it still locked? And if you check, it's 45-minute program. I've just found it. I'm planning on watching your part one, Riet. I've seen several documentaries in The Conjuring 2 about Janet. I've not seen The Conjuring 2, but I do fancy it. But again, I can't do that on my own. I have to have somebody to put my head under his arm and go, tell me when it's gone off, tell me when it's gone off. I mean, with the one I did, Hippie, was it was just all I've done is talk through from when the first incident happened right through to when it stopped very abruptly, over the course of just coming on to 14 months. Do you? I don't, because I get fricky, and as I said, the stuff that I talked about at the beginning here, because I started looking into that Southend werewolf when I was walking the dog yesterday in the morning. I took him out very early in the pitch black, which I always do, and I got part way up the track. I was probably not even a quarter of a mile from my car. I could still see my car, and I got so frightened, and all I kept having flashing in my head was that Bill Ramsey's face, because he does look quite evil, even though everybody said he was quite when he wasn't having these periods of intense rage, that he was quite an affable chap. But no, I just, that face kept flashing in my head, and I've got a thing about werewolves anyway. So I think that the one thing that did freak me out on that was what they were saying about that copper, the one, because he bit some policeman so badly, the guy was hospitalized for 4 days. And when Ed Warren contacted him, because he left the police force, he was so traumatized after it. When he contacted him, a few years later, and asked would he come along to this interview he was going to do with Bill Ramsey and talk about these episodes he was having, and this copper, who was like 6'3", 200 plus pounds in weight, and he was absolutely adamant, and he was saying, I will never go in a room with that guy. I won't ever, no, you'll never get me anywhere near him. I want nothing to do with him, and I definitely won't be in an enclosed space with him. And I thought, my God, that must have been some real fright he had, because you think about it, being a policeman in London, he's going to have seen some real hard cases, won't he? It's not like they frighten easily, especially not back then. And for it to take 4 big police officers to try and restrain him, and then the next time, 12 of them, because of this immense strength he had, and then him trying to fit through the bars of a cell and nearly getting through, which are, 6, maybe 8 inches apart at a push. No, something very strange with that. Very strange. So yeah, that frightened me. Yeah, you might like that buzz. I don't. I call it being scared shitless. I missed the beginning, Read the Werewolf. My fellow comes over for the weekends. He's busy at the moment in the front room building his Christmas model of the Millennium Falcon. Good on him. They were going, the original Millennium Falcons are going for a bomb, aren't they? Apparently. I only knew that because one of my friends is a real fan and was trying to get one for her. Was it her nephew? Anyway, that's how I know they're worth quite a bit. But she goes along when they do what's it called? I keep going to say Star Trek. That's gone in my head now, and it isn't. The right, brain fart. You're gonna have to help me out. Anyway, that series, she goes along when they have the days where you all get dressed up as like stormtroopers and what have you, and they go along to that. I think she went dressed as a stormtrooper once. Then she got dressed as a, I think it was an Ewok or something like that. Whatever floats your boat. All I kept thinking about was that scene from Paul, the film where they go to Comic-Con. Well, yeah. Let me just see if I've missed any comments, which I don't think I have. I'm doing quite all right tonight. Yeah, I've caught up quite well. That's a first for me. Oh yeah, my bro had one back in the day. It's a cardboard model, pretty impressive though, I have to admit. Star Wars convention. Oh, is that what it? Do you know what? I don't. Yeah, Star Wars. I was going to say Star Trek. Like I said, I got Star Trek in my head. I'm not. I'm not really into Star. I can be honest and say I've never watched Star Wars. Yes, somewhat like that. She went as a stormtrooper one year, and then another one. I'm sure it was either in Manchester or Birmingham. She went. Oops, nodded off for a bit. It's all right, Sheila. Call it ASMR with Kiss on a vape. There you go. On my Gandalf pipe. Not a Gandalf sleeve before anybody comments. It's a Gandalf's pipe. Yeah, I don't get the whole dressing up as Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever characters. But you know, whatever floats everyone's boat. Having said that, it's fine, I can lay in tomorrow if my bladder lets me. Yeah. I wish I could. I'll be up early, walking the little black and white fool who's currently fast asleep on the sofa. Oh, get this. This is a little bit of info. And hopefully, if Porky's listening, I've got a real issue with Cooper. Okay. Now, as you guys all already know, and we've talked about it before, he constantly, vape made me think of the caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. On his hooker pipe. So Cooper is constantly, he's absolutely obsessed with him, and he's constantly getting up. So if we're sitting on the sofa, he's trying to get up between us. If you're lying in bed, he's trying to get up and get between you. And he'll walk around the bed like an absolute tool until you give in and let him get up, right? And when he gets up, then he gets in between you and he'll go to sleep and he settles down. So I said before, that's it now, because he's being a pest. So we're going to have zero tolerance on this one until he learns to behave himself. So I said, I'm going to look up some maybe Victoria Stilwell videos or Caesar Milan and just see if I can get any pointers on it. Because the other thing that he does as well is he gets so overexcited. It's like he's not got Bolster Cooper. Well, you're still there. Listen to this, right? You're going to be really impressed with this. So my friend, I've got a German friend called Brigitte, and she is a dog behaviourist. And I wanted to text her anyway because it's her birthday tomorrow. So I texted her and I said, dear, can I throw something by you? Do you know what she reckoned? I thought it's because, well, I do think he's obsessed with him anyway, because he's not protecting me. It's kind of stopping me going near him. It's like he's decided he belongs to Cooper. Bridge reckons, she said, he's not. Said in her opinion, especially with the overexcitedness and the way that he is, right? Oh, Cooper the Cushion, shagging wonder, jealousy. Wolfie doesn't like me touching anyone else. She's a cat, though. No, it's not. Well, it's a bit jealous, but it's not. You would think that he's trying to get between us so that I'm protected from Porky. But it's not. It's kind of, he's trying to keep me from going near his mate. Okay. And Bridge said, no, she said, because of how he is, this dog, because he's a pleaser, he wants to please everybody. And the fact with the overexcitement, and because he gets a bit anxious, and when he gets overexcited, he goes from 0 to like, in 2 seconds. And once he's at the level of excitement he's at, it takes ages to calm him down. He does the barking and everything. And she said, in my opinion, this is not a guarding issue or a jealousy issue. She said it's a protecting issue. And she said, when I have treated dogs before that have done this, where there's no aggression shown to either party, so we're not talking a dog that gets in between you and your partner and growls at one or the other, she said, it's protecting mode. And she said, when you let him up on the bed last night, what happened? And I said, well, he fell asleep. And she went, yep. Her opinion is that when he's doing that, it's because that's where he feels he can protect both of us at the same time. If he's at one side or the other, he doesn't feel that he's protecting both. She said he's part collie, so he has to be right in the middle of everything. And she said that's what he's doing. And he feels like he needs to protect. And she said, but he's too emotionally, I'll say retarded, to realise that he doesn't have to protect everyone, because he doesn't really like the role that he's given to himself to fulfill. So there we go. That was her take on it. So I've asked her to give me some suggestions, because she said for whatever reason, he's taken on this role of the protector. Yeah, very similar, Sheila. But she said he's obviously taken on the role of protector that isn't really his role to take on. And if he was in the wild, he would, she said if he was in a pack of wolves, he would be too low down the pecking order to be a protector. She said, but he's kind of given himself this role that he isn't comfortable with. And that is adding to the anxiety, which is the overexcitement and the barking. I said, well, I never thought of that, because I thought he's just trying to keep me away from his new Bezzy. So there we go. I don't know what anybody thinks of that. Anyone with some wonderful experience of dog training or behaviour, but it does sound very similar. The fact that the minute you let him get there, because he just got up and he went straight to sleep. Like Porky said, bolster Cooper, he's like a bolster cushion. But if he's in between you, he then feels he can see both of you, he can protect both of you. If he's at one side, he can't see the other. Just worth bearing in mind. But anyway, we shall work on it. Even so, I'm still going to be carrying out a zero tolerance policy. And the other thing as well, Sheila, like you're saying about him rounding up like sheep, he doesn't like, if somebody's out of the room, he can't settle. It's because he can't count. It's like, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? And sometimes he'll run between you, unless there's food involved, in which case he'll stick near the person who's eating. Oh, that's nice. Wolfie needs to be between us, touching both of us. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not what she's doing. She's always been more of a dog than a cat. I know, and I feel quite sorry for him, really, because he just needs to chill out. He gets too extra, and it doesn't suit him because it's just adding to anxieties. So I've just said to her, give us some pointers, because I've tried the whole, I mean, a lot of the training's working because I have allowed him to do his own thing. You know, as long as I was on my own, he's done his own thing. And now he's not. And he has to do what he's told. So whereas before you had to really tell him and tell him and tell him and tell him to do something, now all it's taken is a stern look and a point of a finger, and he will go where he's being told to go. And that's only been over the last, 2 months, if that, probably less. So we're making really good progress with him. But yeah, this next thing, because if you're on your own, he's really chilled out. Like at the moment, he's just fast asleep on the sofa. I know every so often he has a bark, but that's when he hears people outside. And again, when I mentioned the barking, so she said he's constantly on alert, and he's not happy about being that way. So, wish I could have another dog, but cannot walk that far with my back. Would it be fair unfair? Oh, unless you got a little teeny weeny dog that didn't need to be walked like that, or a really old dog that just likes a little pootle around, or a greyhound, because they're lazy as out, green eyes. Years ago, I was going to try and I worked with a girl who worked for the greyhound rescue, and they were desperate. They'd done a few adoption drives, and I'd just lost one of my collies. So I had room in the pack for another one. So I contacted her and I said, look, Lorraine, I'm happy to give one of them a home. Send somebody down. So she arranged with someone who had the local rescue, and they had a greyhound in foster at the time. So the lady got in touch with me, and we were chatting away on the phone, and she was saying, you know, where do you live? And I told her. She's like, oh, it sounds brilliant, and you've got all this land and it sounds wonderful. And then we got onto the dog exercising, and she went very quiet, and she was really nice. And she said, to be honest with you, we wouldn't adopt a greyhound to you, or wouldn't let you adopt a greyhound. And I got mortally offended, and I said, well, why not? I'd give it a really good life. And she said, you'd kill it off with the amount of walking that you do. She said, people think greyhounds need hours upon hours of walking. And she said, they don't. She said, they're quite a lazy dog. And she said, you'd be better if you wanted. We occasionally get lurchers in. You'd be fine with a cross. But she said, as far as a purebred greyhound goes, she went, no, it couldn't go there, because I was walking miles every day on top of the dogs running around the farm like lunatics doing their own thing for 2 or 3 hours a day. So yeah, I found that quite funny. But yeah, they are quite a lazy dog, apparently. Let me see. Just seeing if I missed anything else. Nope, I think I'm up to date. So, oh, we spent hours with our water spaniels at the reservoir. Oh, Todmorden. Do you know what? Have you heard of a company called Porcus Green Eyes? Porcus. I'll just wait and see, because I'm sure that's at Toddy. It's terrible, this delay, because I end up going quiet for ages. And it's only because I'm trying not to like ask a question, then tell it anyway before anybody's had a chance to answer. I'm guessing O meant no. Yeah. Right. They do these artisan sausages. They breed rare breed pigs. Sorry if there's any veggies listening. They do rare breed pigs. So like the old ancient breeds. And so it's kind of field to fork there. And they make these artisan sausages. Now they're expensive, but oh my God. Oh, they are one of the nicest sausages I've ever eaten. Yeah, I thought they were in Toddy. Oh God, they do one, and it's let me think, it's pancetta, and I think it's parmesan and, is it parmesan and pancetta? Don't feel insecure, Porky, you're all right. I'm talking about the edible sausages, the ones that you'd have with chips and an egg. I might treat you to some of these, but I think for like 4 sausages, there was something like 6 or 7 quid. They're massive. They don't shrink when you're cooking them. Look at that. I mentioned sausages and we get a porn bot come in. Not that kind of sausage. Damn bots. Yeah, they're really, really nice. But the ones with the pancetta in them, oh God. And the cheese melts inside as you're cooking the sausage. So you end up with these little pockets, this beautiful pancetta in there. And then these little pockets of cheese that have melted. But there's virtually no shrinkage. There's virtually no fat comes out of them. God, they're good. And they do mail order. So yeah, anybody who likes just, yeah, hippie chick sausages, check out that website, Porkus in Todmorden. That's the first spot I've seen with the pick icon. Yeah, they're getting craftier, aren't they, hippie chick? Little buggers. But yeah, please don't feel insecure, Porky. No need, as you know. Do you know, though, I wouldn't mind if do you think the bots actually add to your viewing numbers? Your view count. So what else has been going on in YouTube world? Because I've not been online for, was it like two days? I think I nipped online very briefly on Did I nip on Wednesday? I can't remember actually now. I think I might have nipped on Wednesday very briefly, but I've been doing all sorts of shizzle. I've been having a giggle because, which obviously I can't go into much well, I can't go into any detail, but I'm planning this little trip for a couple of days. And it's really hard when you're trying to do a surprise, but you really want to say what the surprise is because you're dying to see the reaction. And it's absolutely killing me. Oh, yeah. Oh, you do. Oh, hippie chick. Right. Yeah, we'll leave the next one for you. Did I? I don't even know who got that one. Did I get it or did somebody beat me to it? Because I think Pork Chop and Mirror Man need to pop theirs as well. Used to live near Todmorden. Did you ever? Oh, did I get it, hippie chick? Sorry, chick. Sorry, chick. Well, if you lived up there, did you ever get any of those? Did you ever find that sausage place, Porky? I'm now feeling the need to order some. They're so good. Leave the next. Right. I won't touch the next one, hippie chick. It's all yours. Never heard of it. I swear to God, I can't remember. I'm sure it's something like pancetta and parmesan or something. But they've definitely got pancetta in them. Like I said, the massive sausages. The only other ones that I've had that are, I would say, possibly as nice, they do a pork and leek one at Huntley's, which is it's a place out on the way to Clitheroe. It's like on the A59, I think it is, in between Preston and Clitheroe. Is it Salisbury? And they have a butcher's in there. Well, the meat in there is lovely. The pies are amazing, but they do all these different flavours of sausages. Wonderful things. But the best ones are the pork and leek. They do spicy ones and they do black pudding ones and all sorts. But yeah. No, now I'm talking about Huntley's. The pork and leek sausages at Huntley's are to die for. They melt in your mouth. But the porkus ones from Todmorden are the nicest sausages I've ever eaten. As in pig product sausages, just in case you're feeling insecure again. But yeah, definitely recommend both of those, although I don't know whether Huntley's do mail order. Offended? No, please don't be offended. We're talking about coming off real pigs, the type you'd have with sausage and egg. I actually need to make a trip to Huntley's. Yeah, I think he's looking for sympathy, green eyes. But he doesn't need to be offended at all. Oh, this dog's just done a rotten, stinking fart. Ugh. He doesn't normally fart, and he had 2 packets of ham yesterday. And I'm feeling the shockwaves of it tonight. Oh, you smelly little Arab. Ugh. So how long's the hubby home for, Green Eyes? Have you got him for a while? No one's pocket. I only eat chicken sausage. I've never had chicken sausage, Lady Witch. I'm near Lyndhurst in the New Forest. They have a butcher's who do gourmet sausages. Oh. I used to live down south. I had a spell in Portsmouth and then I had a spell in Southampton. And occasionally I'd go out to the New Forest for days out. What's that village as you come? Oh, and it's got the wild donkeys that just wander around the village. Because I nearly crashed the car just because I was dying of cute. You know, when you just forgetting there's a car behind me and I just stopped the car going, oh my God, baby donks. Oh, do you? Oh, I used to live in Netley, which you'll probably know. Just a week. Oh, 3 on 1 off. Excellent. I would have never thought to eat chicken sausage. Bloody hell, hippie chick. We keep having these little, me evil twin. I mean, I've not been down there for quite a long time. But yeah, it was nice going to the show every year, and used to love watching the show jump in and going around all the different exhibitions, and then nearly committing suicide trying to get off the flaming field car park. The last time I went, it pissed it down. They should have cancelled the show, to be honest. And it absolutely pissed it down for about a week prior to the show. And the day we went, it was dry. Well, it had stopped raining and it was quite warm. So I had on like a pair of shorts and Wellingtons. I looked like I was going to a damn festival. But yeah, I used to love that every year. And having a little aren't there in the New Forest? Is that one of the places that's got the wild boar now? Because I know they're finding pockets of them all over, aren't there, in some of the forests? Because you hear about people who've gone riding the horses down the forest tracks getting chased by packs of wild boar, which must be quite scary. But yeah, I used to love it down there. I used to live, when I was in Portsmouth, I was in Southsea. I mean, that's all changed now as well, hasn't it? I don't think I'd like to go back because I wouldn't, yeah, I'd just remember it, how it was. I do know Netley, not far from there, really. I was born in Lyndhurst, lived very close to Southampton now, though. Used to live very close to Netley Marsh. Went to the steam engine rally most years. Oh, wow, okay. I didn't live down there that long. Oh, I'm trying to think, what's that? Oh, what's the flipping place I was going to move to, and then I didn't, and I came home. Where the really expensive flash place where all the boats are. I've just got a flipping brain block again. Where all the yachts are. This always happens when I'm tired. I get total brain farts and forget places I've known really, really well. No, not Henley. It's down in Southampton, Pork Chop. I just can't remember. It wasn't that far from where I used to live. All the houses along they're like multi-million pounds, but it's all the yachties are there, and oh God. I can't believe me. I'm just going to be musing this for a few minutes. Gamble. Thank you, hippie chick. Gamble. God, I just couldn't remember. Gamble, Hamble. Gamble. When I said gamble, yeah, I'm thinking, that doesn't sound quite right, but it is. Yeah, because it is the Hamble, isn't it, where the yachts are. Thank you. Oh, good grief. No, I blooming autograph. Well, it's all right because I was agreeing with you because it did sound right, and then I realised after because it was like gamble. Yeah, gamble. That's it. No, it's not. Yeah. There were some right stuck-up people lived around there though, because I used to go to a pub down at Hamble, and that was always full of yachties. Always full of yachties. And the types who wear rugby shirts all the time. You know, they'd have like jeans on with ironed in creases and rugby shirts tucked into the jeans with belts on and then shiny shoes. That type. Not that I'm kind of pigeonholing people from Hamble. It wasn't Bewley. It's not Bewley hippie chick. There's another one, tiny little. It was a little route we used to come back from the New Forest going back to Southampton. But I know Bewley, and that wasn't it. They're like very, the houses, the cottages are right onto the road. There's like no pavements and it's very tight twisties coming through the cottages wherever. I just, like I said, my brain, me forgetting the names of places. I think it's when I've not thought about places for a long time. I mean, somebody was asking me a while ago where I used to live in Portsmouth, and I couldn't remember the name of the main drag, and I'm trying to explain to somebody where it was, and I'm going, you know, the main road as you come off the common, and blah blah blah. Total blank until the conversation ended, and I'd come home, and I'm like, Commercial Road, what the hell? I just couldn't remember the name of it. Because I used to go to, I used to spend a lot of time in Old Portsmouth. Funny enough, I always remember the name of pubs. Used to go in a pub called the Still and West that looked out over the over to the naval dockyard, and you could see the Victory from there. Really liked it. Loved being down there because I remember they did. Oh, well, I can't remember what program it was, but there were film crews down there when I was there. They were filming something in Old Portsmouth, so everyone was getting really excited. And I think back then, before it changed, that I did prefer Portsmouth to Southampton. No offence to Southampton, it was just a different way of living in both places, you know. So that I found anyway. But I did like Netley. It was nice and quiet. Netley Abbey. I have actually lived all over the place, to be fair. I probably forget most of the places that I lived in. I can't tell you half the street names. And the worst place I ever lived in, and again, no offence to anybody if you live in these places, but oh God, it was Bridgend in South Wales. I hated that place. I'll have to try and remember. In fact, I'm going to have a look while I think on, because I did try and charge my tablet up. So I'm going to have a look and see if I can find the name of the place where the donkeys roam. Because if I find the name, or if I see a few names, then I can remember where it was. Oh, let's see. I found it. Frogham. If you know that place. Stop it, Coopy. Yeah, well, that's what. There's a few names on here, but Frogham used to always make me laugh as well. If you ever went out for a day in the New Forest, going for a walk round, and see the number of people who actually tried to walk over and pet the New Forest ponies. I have seen so many people getting a good kick. I was like, yep, don't walk up behind a pony that isn't tame while it's got a foal with it and expect to walk away unscathed, because it won't be happening. Oh gosh, just getting emails now, flipping booking confirmation emails that I don't need that have already come through. So I'm not sure who's still in here. Per my lovely fella, he says East Bordle are okay, Frogham. Is he local as well, hippie chick? It's so pretty round the New Forest though, isn't it? It costs an arm and a leg to live there. It's like where my aunt and uncle, they've just actually moved. They've sold the farmhouse. No, you've not scared everyone away. There's 11 in 11 people watching on, but it's not a problem. A lot of people do. I mean, we got a couple of new we got a couple of new subs who popped in to say hello the other night, and I was like, all right, okay. Just people who've been lurking. And I suppose if you're watching, because we all have such a good laugh, I think it could possibly be quite intimidating for people if they think, you know, oh gosh, this is like an established group of friends, or, you know, people who've known each other for years. And you know, so I think sometimes people just want to hang back and watch what goes on. But we had somebody came in the other night, a lady called Kathy, who just said, oh, you know, that Mirrorman just got savaged by a bear. Oh, is it not nighttime in your game anymore? So long as Porky's not wearing pink capri pants and a frock again, that's the main thing. What game are you playing tonight? Is it the same one? Feels. Oh, there's Kathy. Hello, darling. Yeah, and I can understand that. If it does feel a bit like intruding, because it must feel when you're looking at chats. And I don't know if you have. You know, you sometimes go into chats and people aren't very welcoming, and they don't say, you know, you're welcoming, blah blah blah. It's but no. Well, hopefully, Kathy, you realise it's not. You know, everybody's welcome in here. You know, and you had us laughing the other night as well, talking about ball sacks getting swabbed and. Put chap is very much daytime, flanked by bears and a toxic gas cloud in front of him. Oh, the toxic gas cloud. I think I've currently got a toxic gas cloud in front of me, but it's been caused by Cooper and the remnants of his ham from yesterday. Mirrorman, it's my turn in the dress tonight. Really? So you're now sharing dresses as well, dear me. Yes, he's local. I can't tell him you prefer Pompey. He's a big Saints fan. He spits of a safe Paul Smith. Yeah, but you know, that was when I was younger. Let's see. Merriman, what games do you play? Oh, Daisy. A dog cannot live up biscuits alone. He can when he's making these sort of stinks. Oh, Hippie Chick says, oh, pipe up, Kathy. Nice to hear from everyone. Hello. Yeah, but the thing is, you can understand, can't you? You know, because when Kathy had said the other night when she I'm sorry if you feel like I'm highlighting you, Kathy. I hope I don't embarrass you at all. But it was just really nice when she popped in and said, you know, I usually lurk. I'm just brave enough to say hello tonight, and that was nice. Oh, do you play games as well, Green Eyes? You know, because I thought, yeah, a few of us have, you know, we've known each other quite a while, but a lot of us haven't. You know, we've just kind of come across each other on different channels. And the same as now, you know, Mirror Man, he's come in through Porky, you know, and hopefully, well, as I said, when he came in new, everybody welcomed him. So, and that's what I like about, you know, if you've got a nice, easygoing chat, I only usually play puzzle and find hidden objects on my iPad. These are these zombie, I think it's a zombie one, that Daisy, is it? And Denny's husband plays games as well, but he does them on, oh God, I don't know, is it his Xbox or something? She has told me, but because I don't know anything about gaming. I'm not, I think I don't have the dexterity or the patience for the games. I think if I died, like when they were playing it the other night and Mirrorman was coming and giving us updates on Porky, like he's walking across a tightrope and now he's just fell off and killed himself, I'd be really hacked off and have to want to go, you know, obviously these guys, they die and then they go back and they start again, and I would be getting way too frustrated with it because my patience isn't the best. No, the thing is, though, Green Eyes, a lot of people do it. You know, I always was thinking, you know, gaming was for kids, and then you realise that actually no, it isn't, because neighbours on one side of me, they're massive gamers. You know, quite a few of the people who I work with, you know, and they're in varying ages from like the 20s to the 50s, they all do gaming. And like somebody said a week or so ago, it's, I think that might have been Denny actually. She'd said that, you know, really that's people's activities these days, aren't they? Are online activities rather than going out and doing whatever. Oh, absolutely can understand. I've been a lurker for several years, to the point some people are almost like my best friends yet didn't know I existed. Oh, yeah, I know. Because you kind of get to know people by listening, don't you, Hippie Chick? I know they have a huge gaming world on Twitch. That's another platform I don't understand. Well, that's where Porky is usually on, is Twitch. There is an old saying, I am not a gamer because I have no life, but because I choose to have many. Aha! That's a good one, actually. Yeah, Porkchop was mentioning to me about, I'm sure he said about going on Twitch, but I would have to have it shown to me and explained to me. And that, what's his name? You know, Casper Sight, who we all watch, because he's a gamer as well. Now he has channels on Twitch, because he's always mentioning it. I don't know if you've ever watched when he does his uploads. I think I just have the one life, Mirror Man, though. I'm not that adventurous. I had enough trying to play flipping Porsche challenge and got myself in such a tears. I was so angry because I couldn't do a flaming lap. Yeah, it's not for me. I know that's not the gaming you guys do, but I think I would get really cross. Like Denny was saying, the game that her husband plays, I can't remember the name of it now. And it's similar, where you've got to, you know, you get belongings and food and shelter and what have you. And she said it get to like 11 days of being alive, and then would fall asleep and end up falling asleep and dying of frostbite. So I had to start again. I think she said at the moment he's on about 90 days and he's made up. But this game has 2 rules. Go on. Tell us the rules. Rule 1, trust nobody. Okay. Green Eyes. Used to love playing Road Rash when James was a youngster, only because you had chainsaws and things and could kick cops off the motorbikes. and rule 2, see rule 1. So do you and Mirror Man not trust each other either then? Are you not each other's wingman? I think the other thing as well, Green Eyes, because I remember playing on the PlayStation Crash Bandicoot. That's kind of my some game playing experience, Crash Bandicoot and Porsche Challenge. Oh no, and I did play one. And not when I'm wearing the dress knees behind me. No, yeah. Mirror Man, welcome to my world. Crash Flipping Bandicoot. Those lily pads used to get me, Green Eyes. Bloody lily pads. Oh, there you go, Hippie Chick, or Kathy, or anybody who hasn't popped the cherry, or Mirror Man a pork chop. There's a porn bot. Feel free. Punt a twunt, as Lady Witch says. Don't let us forget Porky's my wingman. Oh no, Green Eyes, of course, is your wingman above anybody's. But obviously, as Mirror Man said, if he's wearing the dress and pork chops behind him very wisely, he's not going to trust him. I can't see the prawn links sometimes. This one looks like it's Russian. Oh, has Hippie Chip managed to get it? Excellent. Dun, dun, dun. The extent of my game playing is SingStar with my daughter. I love SingStar, Hippie Chick. If we ever were playing SingStar, mine was always Cosmic Girl by Jamiroquai. Yeah, you've popped your cherry. I think the Russian one might be connected to us. Oh, right. Are you part of the Russian mafia now? Oh, Green Eyes, it's brilliant. It's not a game. It's just you have 2 microphones and you have to sing against each other. And you've got little dots on the screen that shows you if you've hit the right notes or not. So whoever hits, the most right notes, you win the points. All right. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not bothered. Well, the thing is, none of us are thick enough to hit the links that they post in Mirror Man, so it's not a problem. I mean, they're coming in anyway, even when you guys weren't in. That's me out of SingStar. Cooper would win if against me. No, one of my friends. Oh God, she's got the most dreadful voice ever, and I sussed out how to win. Actually, here's a good tip for you, Hippie Chick. If you're ever wanting to beat your daughter, if you hold the microphone right up so it's touching your lips, it is like karaoke. It's great fun. So you hold the microphone so it's actually touching your lips. And if you're going to sing, you literally just go. And because I don't know whether it's the vibrations or what have you, but you hit virtually every note perfectly and you'll win. So that's how I told my friend to, because she was getting really pissed off about not being able to win a single singing contest. She's that bad. She got thrown out the school choir, apparently. So that's my friend, lovely Laura. It's great, isn't it, Hippie Chick? I don't need to do it, obviously, because if I'm singing against her, I'm going to win hands down. But I felt really bad for her. She was getting so depressed because it was like nil point. She didn't even hit a single note right until I told her the cheat. Yeah, it's really good fun, Kathy. It's great. I sound like a demented cat. Well, sometimes, Green Eyes, I sound like a cat that's got, well, I keep saying I've got a toilet brush shoved up my arse. Gosh, I'm on my second, on my second top up of my vape. Or is this my third one? Sorry about this, ladies and germs. I'm just going to do another fill. Anyway, here's another good thing. So, some of you had heard and some of you hadn't. When somebody who shall or shall not remain nameless, but it's not me, decides, God, have you heard this? This sounds quite rude. That's me trying to fill up my vape with a semi-empty bottle. When somebody who shall remain nameless at this moment, unless they decide to reveal themselves, decides to upload paranormal videos, I hope you'll all go along and sub. That was a little bit of a clue there. When they set up a channel. Oh, you sound like a demented cat on speed. Because I know Simples was saying that she was really looking forward to seeing some paranormal stuff. You're good at the male solos. She used to ace the female ones. What's your favourite one to sing, Hippie Chick? Because I always win if I do Cosmic Girl. And oh, what was the other one that I do? God, I can't remember. I just know if we're ever playing it, you know, they'll automatically set, you know, if there's a few of the girls and we've all got together doing SingStar. Yeah, do you fancy that, Greener? I mean, yeah. Like I said, it's not my channel. However, I said I reckon quite a few people would sub to that. In fact, quite a lot of people would sub to it, but I know Simples was like, oh, I'm really, really interested in that. As am I. Never know if it's some good shizzle, it might even get to plug on Casper Sites. He's doing well. He's got so many followers now. Keen, can't remember the track. Count me in. Brilliant, Green Eyes. Yeah. I think most people like, especially like the ghost hunting ones. And I think if people, especially if you know people, and especially if you know that there's going to be, you know, it's going to be quite humorous as well. Because the last thing, I hate watching really serious, you know, people who've gone way too serious and taking things very serious. Oh, Somewhere Only We Know. Oh, right. I don't think I could sing that one, Hippie Chick. Build Me Up, Buttercup. That was it. I couldn't remember it, but now I have. I like all the Maroon 5 ones, though. I love their songs. And they sing those ones, and because my voice is really funny. I used to be able to sing pretty well, and then after I was really ill and I had a flipping breathing tube down my throat. It did something to my flaming throat, and it messed my voice up. So it also changed the keys I could hit or couldn't hit. So I don't know what happened. Maybe they scratched my vocal cords or something. I've got no idea, or paralysed them or something. But I tend to be able to sing like yourself, singing male vocals. I tend to do better with those. So things like George Benson singing at the same key that he does, and I seem to do that all right, and Al Green and things like that. Oh yeah, we love doing that one. Build Me Up Buttercup. Mind us of her nanny, my mother-in-law. Yeah, it's a good song, isn't it? It's a good one to get everybody up and singing to, isn't it? And oh, what's the other? Oh, on that same disc, the Neil Diamond one. Sweet Caroline, that's it. Sweet Caroline. Oh yes, Me and Mrs. Jones. Who sang that one? Oh, it's going to kill me till I remember that until somebody puts it in chat. Me and Mrs. Jones. Was it Somebody Paul? Probably way off the mark there. Yeah, once again, got another brain fart. I love all those types of songs, and I love Earth, Wind and Fire. But then I'll go from crazy stuff. I'll go from things like Billy Paul. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Pork Chop. I got the Paul bit right. Yeah, Lady Witch, I'd got the Paul thing as well, but it couldn't. But obviously, Encyclopedia Britannica has got it right for us. I was fab at Oh, do you mean Personal Jesus, Marilyn Manson? Because you've got Personal Nexus in that. Mrs. Robbins. Was it Paul Simon or was that Art Garfunkel? And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Yeah, I thought it was. Now, that, when it was released by, what's his name? Depeche Mode, was it? Marilyn Manson scared me. But yeah, I'll go from all sorts of things. I'll go from one extreme to the other because Simon and Garfunkel, there he is again. Thank you. So it wasn't one or the other, it was both of them. Yep, Ibby Chick. Yep, there you go. Same as Pork Chop. It's like, yeah, if you can guarantee if you put the most random question in chat, Pork Chop will know the answer to it, and he isn't cheating. He's not googling anything. He's got a brain like you would not believe. Pork Chop would have to be on my team in trivia. Yes, Green Eyes. Absolutely. I need to drag him along to a pub quiz that involves money. You know, where you can win a big cash sum. I think we'd be walking away with all the winnings. Because I'm sure between us, if he... All right, Kathy, love, enjoy. I'll just sit here sucking on my vape. Have one for me. I think between us, if he didn't know something, I would know it. Guaranteed. I tend to know things like the random stuff like environmental, you know, if it's anything related to my work or animal related, I'll tend to know the answers to. And I'm pretty good with history, so dates and things, or which kings and queens came before or after which. I'm pretty good at those. But for general knowledge, no. I think you'd be very hard pushed. It's a pity, really, that that Jen isn't doing the Nobbingtons, because you know damn well. Well, I know Pork Chop would have wiped the floor there. Pork Chop. Here you go. Nice one, bedtime clown. What a Saturday night's lottery numbers. Thanks in advance. Hey, listen, can I just say now, because knowing him, he will give you some numbers. Can I just say that if they are the winning numbers and you win an inordinate and disgustingly huge amount of money, that we both really like you in Voodoo, always have, always will. There you go. I knew he'd do that. What's he put? 8, 11, 22, 25, 36 and 42. I'm going to say they're a bit like vital statistics. My weight and vital statistics. And my height in inches. And I'm not saying which is which. Look at this. I'll play those, and if I win, everyone in here, Bam and Salty, won't be worrying about anything anymore. Well, I hope you win. I really do hope you win. And not for that reason. Porky, I think you also better put those on for the UK lottery just in case, because you'd be absolutely fucking gutted if those come up and you haven't had a flutter. I might do it myself. Gonna have to share the prize between 14 of us now. Yeah. I always said that, though, if I won the lottery, what's the point of being independently wealthy? And I mean, by independently, I mean just on your own. Because, of course, you're going to want your friends to enjoy the same lifestyle as you, because it's going to be a pretty lonely existence, isn't it? It's like when you see people who've won like 64 million on the lottery and then they keep it all to themselves and just buy extravagant shit. I would rather have 64 mates, well, 63 mates and myself who are all millionaires. I'm not sure if that's enough numbers, so I may have to add one. If I only win $5, you lot are fucked. Porky, we need one more number for bedtime clown, please. Obviously, he's provided you numbers as in the rules, because I think it's only 6 numbers for our lottery over here, bedtime. Oh, what numbers are they up to, bedtime clown? What's your cut off? Is it 1, 2, whatever? Yeah, we do only have 6, hippie chick. Oh, you've got the Powerball bull. What kind of numbers can you choose between then? Let's get him to pick you one. Oh God, can you imagine how freaky would that be though if you won? That would be amazing. Not sure, because I usually don't play, but I'll play it. Oh, we need right, dude. You need to Google this and find out what numbers you can pick from on the. Is it US wide, or is it just a state lottery? I don't know how things work there. Oh, it's giving you a number, bedtime. He said 9. The number 9. Well, hippie chick, I did the lottery I think, were you in when I told this tale? Because obviously I don't want to repeat myself if you all have heard it before. And I told a fib that I'd bought the lottery ticket because it was with the same numbers every week. And I actually hadn't bought it and didn't think it would matter. And yeah, you guessed it. 5 numbers and a bonus ball came up. And I was absolutely gutted. Not as gutted as my ex was, because he was jumping round the pub buying a load of strangers' drinks at a pub in Ambleside. And I came clean about it on the way home, thinking, shit, I have copped it now. I shouldn't have lied, because all I got was, did you put the lottery ticket on? Yeah. Where is it? I'm like, oh, it's at home. Told a fib, learnt my lesson. That kind of, I can't even tell you. I nearly got thrown out at about 90 mile an hour going down the M6. I was almost booted out of the car. And I'm not even joking. I've never been shouted at like that in my life, not even by my dad. And it's my own fault, because what I should have just said was, I forgot to do it. I'm really sorry. And I didn't. I don't even know why I told a lie, but yeah. So after that, I just stopped using the same, because everyone used the same numbers, didn't they? I just stopped it. And if I do it now, I just ask for a lucky dip. Just say, lucky dip, please. I have no input whatsoever in any numbers that I put on for that reason. Because as well, if you were to pick the numbers, you know, and you, like you might say, oh, I'll have number 5. Shall I have 7? No, I won't. I'll have 10. And then 7 did come up, I'd be gutted. So, oh, I've got a story about something like that. Do you want to come up, or do you want to type it in bedtime? It's entirely up to you, but I can, I'll drop the link in case you do, but not a problem if not, and you can tell us in the chat, because I'm terrible. I always forget to put the link up. Cooper, you don't have to bark, mate. Be interesting if it was something like I did. Give me 1 second, please, everybody. I'm just going to go and how much was the winnings? Simples. It was back in the day when it was, I can't even remember. It would have probably been about 150, 200 grand. So you can imagine why, and that relationship didn't last. Hello and good evening, Mr. Bedtime Clown. Can you hear us? I'll have to start doing the same thing. Can you hear me, Mother? Or have you got yourself on mute, maybe? Hello. Okay, well, while we're waiting for bedtime to, I don't know if he's on mute or if his earphones aren't working or something. I don't know, Simples, because I can't hear him. Oh, hello.
Hello, that's terrible.
I can hear you now.
The audio's okay?
Yeah, it was a little tiny bit crackly, but it's okay.
Okay.
I thought you were going to use the new phone.
Oh, oops. Well, I forgot to use the new phone.
Oh, we got a new phone now.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm not on the phone. I'm on my Bluetooth speaker.
Oh, okay.
Technically, I'm on the phone.
He doesn't believe it's the fucking phone.
Brilliant. Well, I hope you've got a note of all these winning numbers, Voodoo.
Yep, because I'm tired of working.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There were the compliments of my love, and hopefully it'll win you something excellent.
Yeah, so I put in the chat that the Texas lottery is the state Texas lottery is I think it's 79 million, and then we have the Texas Powerball, which is it's 370 something million.
Wow.
Oh, it gets up. Both of those together. I mean, I've seen it be really close to $1 billion before. Combined, not just one, but combined. And they don't. I'm not sure. I think I've already missed out. I think one draws tonight and the other one draws tomorrow night, or it could be Saturday night, Sunday night. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I never play. I mean, I've played in the past, like maybe 4 times in my entire life since the lottery was legalized here. I think it was like 1991 or something. Long time ago. Anyways, I just thought that was funny that what you were talking about earlier. I was like, okay, Pork Chop, what are the winning lottery numbers? But yeah, I promise. If those numbers hit, I'm a little leery of using the number 9 because the last winning Powerball was the number 9. But it would be interesting to just go ahead and play it on the Powerball one just to see if the number 9 comes up twice in a row. That would be crazy.
And how many numbers have you got? Did you find out how many numbers you've got to choose from for the Powerball?
I didn't look. I'm so stupid. I forgot to count.
Where's the other phone?
I think it's. Oh yeah. Hang on a second. Hang on.
This is a new concept to him. 2 phones. It's been a long time since he's had to have a work phone.
Let me see. Let's see. Texas. Yeah, there we go. Texas lottery. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, for the lottery, which I think the regular lottery for the state is a Powerball as well. So it's 5. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's 6 total, but there is a Powerball. The 6th ball is the Powerball. So for the Mega Millions, wait a minute, there's 3 lotteries. What the heck?
Oh yeah, there's a lot. It's ridiculous.
There's a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, if you're a gambler, this is heaven.
I didn't even know there was this many. Well, the only ones that matter are the Texas Powerball. So there's 5 regular balls.
The only one that matters is if you fucking win.
Right. The numbers, and then there's a Powerball. That one was the last time it was won, or I say that not the last time it was won. The last time they drew, and this is the 76 million. The Powerball was 10. On the Texas Mega Millions, it is for 376 million. The last numbers that were drawn, the Powerball was 9, and it has the same number of balls. It has 5 regular balls, and then the Powerball.
How did you know that the last time it was drawn it had a 9? If you don't fucking play, why do you keep up with the numbers if you don't ever buy one?
I'm looking at it on the website.
But you said that before you went to the website.
Well, because I had looked at it before I went up on panel. Yeah. I'm innocent. I
Innocent.
didn't do anything wrong. Okay. And then, excuse me, then there's the Texas lottery, right? This is the original lottery, which is the Texas lottery, or Lotto Texas. It's a $7 million jackpot. And the last results, and it does not have a Powerball. It just has 6 balls. So Yeah. So let's see. The next draw for the one I just read, the Texas lottery, is January 22nd, which is tomorrow night.
Yeah.
For the Texas Lottery Mega Millions, it's tonight. That's the $370 million jackpot with the Powerball of 9. And I can't see chat right now, so I don't know in comparison to the numbers that have been drawn last time.
Shall I tell you? Hang on, if I go back, let me get it.
Yeah, see if you can tell me what the numbers are. And then the Texas Powerball, which was the first one I read, which is 76 million with a Powerball of 10, it is also tomorrow night. So maybe, okay, so 7 million plus 76 million plus the 14 people that are in the chat and some others. That should do.
Right.
That should do.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Well, so really, the 6 he gave you could go for is that the Texas one where there isn't a Powerball? Have I got that right?
Yep.
Right, so that one, it was the number 8.
Okay.
11. 22.
11 was drawn on the Texas Powerball for 76 million on January 19th of 2022.
Okay.
So wait, you hit twice?
No, I'm not saying that. I just to throw that in there.
And then 22.
22. Okay.
And then 25.
Nope. 25. Hang on. Nope. All right.
36.
36.
And then 42.
And 42.
I remembered most of them.
Gosh,
42. 42 did hit on the Texas Mega Millions last week.
Look, I've already figured it out. All we need is $5 million for us, and we can quit working and then money to give our family. Done.
Yeah. All right.
That pays off all of our bills, and then that buys a new house and gives us $100,000 each for the rest of our lives if we live until 90. If we live after 90, we're fucked.
Well, we're not going to live till after 90, so we're good there. And as long as I can get me a couple of welders and a drill press and possibly a lathe, maybe a mill, we'll be good. That'll work. I can get a nice basket.
If you get it in a decent account with a decent bit of interest on, a significant amount of money, you can just live off the interest and live incredibly comfortably.
Yeah. I mean, to be frank with you, I probably wouldn't quit my shitty job.
Yes, you would.
I would just be a little more. I would be a little more indignant to my boss, where I would be like, "What are you going to do? Fire me?"
Yes.
You would do that just for the hell of it.
That's what I'm saying, and I would tell him. I would be like, "Oh, hey, Kurt, nice to see you this morning." All hungover and angry at the world. You want to go to a meeting with me? He'd probably fire me.
Yeah.
But he'd have to fire me. That's my point. He'd have to fire me. And just to make him mad, I would only work like 34 hours a week as opposed to 40.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's a pain in the dick for his tax lady.
Do you know what?
I don't have... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, so I was just going to say we were, because you try to be really, give out good thoughts, and you think, well, if I were to win, like I mentioned before you came up on panel, that if I were to ever win a significant amount of money, I would just keep, like yourself, enough to live on and give everybody a bit. So everybody was living the same standard that I was, because why be wealthy alone? What's the point? Your friends are working and they've got bills to pay and they can't, so anyway, so that was my thing. But even though I was trying to have all these good thoughts, I still had the little shitty evil thoughts, because I thought, well, I've got friends in work, you know, if you'd say, well, I don't want to see them struggle anymore, so I'd give them enough money to pay the mortgage off. And I was talking to my boss about it. We used to have an old boss who was a bastard. She was absolutely vile. And I said, if I ever win the lottery, at the team meeting, I'm going to give everybody an envelope, and I'll just let you all open it at the same time, and you'll all open it, and there'll be a check and you can pull it out. I said, and when she opens hers, there'll just be a note going, nothing for you, bitch. And he went, you do realise the universe will not let you win now because you've been evil? I said, I know, but I could just imagine her face.
So anyway, yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I swear to God, if I win that shit, I am totally taking care of the people I want to see taken care of.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving that money to anybody that's been given a whole shit ton of money to take care of their fucking. Well, I'll stop right there.
Yeah.
You know, no.
No, what? Is this something I've missed?
No, you haven't missed it. I mean,
it's not worth mentioning.
It's not worth mentioning. Actually, it's really not. It's not worth mentioning. That's the whole point. And to be completely frank with you, and thank you for allowing me to come up, because I was thinking about doing a live. My thing is that if I do it early in the morning when I wake up, which is what I've been thinking about for my channel, like going through my Google feed and just giving my thoughts on articles that Google thinks I'm interested in. Google doesn't know me.
Let me give you a preview.
And
there's both of us sitting there smoking and drinking our coffee, and all of a sudden you hear Bedtime Clown go, "What the fuck?"
This is ridiculous. Whatever. And by the way, as far as Google knowing me, I get absolutely no news about crime from Google ever. Do you think that Google told me? And I guess maybe because I hang around on YouTube and listen to trials and things like that, maybe the bots are like, what's the point? Or the algorithms. But why are you pitching stories to me that I already know about? Like what's going on within the Cowboys organization,
right.
Which you are. So again, it's just the duality of it. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. My Google feed, and then kind of just how I feel about things that I see go on or not go on online on YouTube. Like a person that's about to be homeless that's been so helpful to a certain group of people, and it's known. Obviously, it's known. Like, these people can't claim that it's not known that this person is really struggling and having a problem, and absolute silence and crickets. I'll be honest with you, it really pisses me the fuck off. Especially when they knew that the other person struggling, had on their platform that the lie was outed and that they were being lied to as well. And again, crickets. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, right?
You have to keep in mind people's right to privacy.
I guess people have a right to, not be a good Samaritan or whatever in most states in the United States.
Can I just interject for 1 second? I genuinely have no idea what we refer. I know you're trying to be cryptic, but you know what I'm like. I get lost halfway through because I don't know half of this stuff. What's going on? Is this stuff I know about?
I think
on how long you stayed in the live last night.
Yeah, and I think you do know about it. It's just it's.
I wasn't online. Well, actually, I wasn't online last night, mate, because I was at Porky's. So on a Thursday, I don't come on. So who's
Well, I don't. I don't want to create a problem on your channel. The bottom line is the salty bitch, right? Salty.
Yeah.
all right, she's having some problems, and it came out. She did a video a couple days ago, or a live, and she's having some problems that some money could fix. But I'll be honest, you're frank with you. She's not getting some support from a place that she should be getting some fucking support from.
I think she will now.
And I hope she does. I hope they make at least a community post. Damn. Yeah, she's sacrificing awful.
I think I've got you now. I think I know where you've gone with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm off my soapbox. Let me. I want to tell you my. I want to tell you my lottery story.
Before you do that, is she okay? Or because, like I said, I've not been online, so I don't. Is Salty okay though?
I really don't. Honestly, I can't. I can't honestly answer that question. I don't know. I do know that. We, Voodoo Queen and I, are in a position to help her.
Mm-hmm.
We have reached out to provide something, whether it's money or, we actually donated to her PayPal, right? We did that, but that we can offer other help, however temporary it needs to be, it could be or whatever, but we haven't heard back. So,
was this on her? I'm sorry for sounding really dumb. So was this on her live last night?
On whose live?
On Salty's.
No, that's 2 days ago.
Well, that was 2 days ago, and yes, it was on her live. Or we didn't offer help on Salty's live, right? We weren't on it. We didn't know about it until it was made aware on another channel. Yeah, and let's see. Lady Witch said, "I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. Clown people in question don't make a habit of helping others. Such Christian-like behavior." Yeah, I know, Lady Witch. Yeah, Lady Witch, just lay it all out right there. I'm not. Obviously, I said it, not Lady Witch. She's just confirming.
Saying the same thing.
Saying the same thing. I just think it's really fucking shitty. But whatever. It's all about really trying to help. Somebody that I'm assuming most of us care about. I don't know.
But, I've just seen Hippie Chicks just put Salty's video was heartbreaking. It's 20 minutes. It's called A Pinch. Go watch it. Oh, God love her. Oh, right, I will do it. I've not had because I am sub to Salty, but I've not had any notifications come through. I'll watch that because, yeah, like I said, I think, when was I last on live? Was it Tuesday? Wednesday, I think I came on, and I've not been online since then, and I wasn't on for that long at the time. So I've missed this, and I didn't get a notification. Oh, shit. Right, yeah. Okay, sorry for being, this happens with me. I get behind with stuff, and then I don't realise shit's going on unless somebody tells me. Thank you, and I'll stop interrupting you now with your lottery story.
Yeah, no worries. And and again, I don't mean to make this live about that. It's one of the things that I've been thinking about that I want to call out, on my channel. I'll ruin my own channel. I don't want to ruin yours.
Right. It's what the fuck you like on mine. Like I've said to you, this was set up for no other reason than, we've explained time and time and time again. It's just that I've carried it on because I'm enjoying talking about my Vikings. And I thought, well, if 7 or 8 people want to come in and listen to me spout off, then I'll keep on with it. It's never going to be a big channel. It'll probably only ever be around about 100 subs if I'm lucky. But that's it. So if you want to say what you want, mate, say it. I don't give a shit. Please do. That's what I say. This is for everybody. It's not my channel. It's our channel.
Well, I tell you what, it'll be a lot bigger if we win the lottery and actually dole the money out and provide some fucking, show all these fucking assholes how it should be done.
Absolutely. That's a proper family, bedtime and voodoo. That's a proper family.
And I'm not a communist or a liberal by any stretch of the imagination. Right? I mean, I just don't. I don't believe in stealing from the rich or stealing from anyone and giving to anyone. I don't believe in that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all have something valuable to provide and contribute. And although I wouldn't put the moral obligation on someone to do, but don't censor me or attempt to censor me if I call you a shitty person for not having some spirituality in your life.
Yeah.
At the same time, I obviously remember that certain people, like Lady Witch said, are sick, right? And that's just the way things go.
Yeah.
So, anyways, okay. So my lottery story, which actually isn't my story. it's my grandparents' story, as everyone knows that's in here. I was raised by my mother's parents.
Yeah.
And my dad's parents, I was raised by my maternal grandparents. My paternal grandparents lived 2 streets over. So I had plenty of access to them, obviously. And they are huge gamblers, my paternal grandparents. But it was my maternal grandparents who had this story. So like I said, the lottery came about in Texas. It was either 1990 or 1991. And so how old was I? 13. So I was 14, maybe 14 years old. And maybe a year had gone by. The lottery had been around for about a year. And they, I don't even think at the time they were doing drawings on Wednesday nights. Now this would have been for the Texas lottery, the one that doesn't have the Powerball, the third one, sequential that I read, right? The one for $7 million, the lowest one that's currently still, circulating. Anyways, my grandfather though, my maternal grandfather, he played the lottery. I mean, I don't even. If I had to put an estimate on how much he was spending per week, every Saturday night or Saturday, probably $100, or maybe 50. I don't know when it first started out. Then obviously it probably went to about $100. Anyways, so what he would do is he would write down these lottery numbers that he was using. Well, I think he tried to come up with his own algorithm somehow. I don't know, using his TI calculator. He was really smart. Anyways, he basically comes. Well, for this in particular story, what happened was he would write these numbers down, and then he would go buy the ticket before the drawing, right? And so we would, or he had a daily subscription to the Dallas Morning News, right? So every morning, the newspaper boy would drive by or ride by back then and throw the newspaper out. And of course, on Sunday mornings, it would have the winning lottery numbers, on the front page or whatever. And my grandparents had a sleeping schedule such that it was, they would go to bed. Well, he would go to bed at 6:30 at night, and get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. My grandmother would stay up watching Golden Girls or whatever, and she'd go to bed around 8:30 or 9, and then wake up at she hardly ever slept. She'd be awake at 2 a.m. So my grandfather goes to bed right early one Saturday night. So he would have already had his tickets bought, right? And he has a dream about winning the lottery and remembers what the numbers are. But he wakes up. Back then, they used to draw, well, I think they still do it. They used to draw the lottery numbers at 9 p.m. right, Central Standard Time.
Yeah.
So, going to bed at 6:30. He goes to bed, falls asleep. An hour goes by. At 7:30, he wakes up. He dreams the lottery numbers. He goes and he writes them down like he always does, right? The numbers that he picked.
Yeah.
And leaves them on the bar in the kitchen. Goes back to bed, right? Doesn't bother to go and drive to the gas station and buy that ticket.
No. No.
So me, I'm an adolescent, right? I'm awake at night. We don't have cell phones. We don't have pagers. Barely have smoked pot. Just trying to, cop a feel on a chick or something late at night. So I'm up till 2 o'clock in the morning, probably talking on the phone, listening to tapes, whatever. And I go to sleep. Shortly after, my grandmother gets up. And I had just barely fallen asleep. She is screaming at the top of her lungs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll wake up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I come out of my room because I'm thinking she's seen a snake. We have grass snakes, right? Or a giant roach, maybe,
Yeah.
And she would flip the fuck out if she saw a giant roach or a grass snake, a tiny little 6-inch long grass snake in the kitchen. They had a really good yard. St. Augustine, all throughout the yard, watered, all the time, very thick. And for some reason, that would facilitate grass snakes getting into the house. And occasionally you would find one slithering on the floor. That's what I was thinking had happened in my stoned and possibly half-drunken state when I heard all this commotion and woke up and ran out there and into the kitchen. I get into the kitchen and she's freaking out. She's like, we won. Because she had gone out and gotten the paper, right? And sure as shit, there was the numbers on the piece of paper that Pawpaw wrote down. There were the numbers in the Dallas Morning News. They were the same fucking numbers. Can't remember the jackpot amount. Anyway,
Doesn't matter.
Pawpaw gets up, comes in there, and then we find out that he had dreamed those numbers, wrote them down, but didn't go buy the ticket.
God. Well, were you in before when Mirror Man said the same thing, though, bedtime?
Huh?
Were you in before when Mirror Man put in the chat?
No, I didn't hear it.
Right. Well, Mirror Man was, I don't know if he's still here listening, but if I get this right, I'm sure he said he dreamt the lottery numbers and they put them on with his work as the syndicate at the work. And all the numbers apart from 2, he'd got them the wrong way or upside down or something. I can't remember if he's still here, he might come back in. But yeah, they got 4 numbers for the lottery and the 2. And I said, oh, did you see them wrong in your dream? And he said, I thought I'd remembered them exactly, but he actually did go and put the lottery numbers on because he dreamt them. Wow.
So yeah, that's what makes me. I'm not leery about playing Pork Chops 9 on the Powerball just because it was drawn. Well, I don't think it was 10. Actually, 10 was drawn on the 2 that I can play tomorrow night.
There you go. He's put it in the chat. I don't know if you can see chat there. Bedtime.
Oh yeah. Got 4 right, and the other 2. One was above and the other one was below. Oh man, Mirror Man, were they random? I mean, like those numbers that you picked, were they random?
There were ones.
Oh Oh, okay. He dreamt them.
Yeah.
Okay.
He dreamt the numbers, but obviously just got two slightly askew.
Oh, poor Chop! Look at that. I was 2 numbers away from winning the 160 million Euro Millions last year. Next door won.
No.
That is fucking crazy.
No, it's not. It's a joke.
Oh, it's a joke.
I thought for a minute he was telling the truth, and I'm thinking, you what? No, 2 numbers away, because obviously our numbers go up in 2s in the streets here. Funny fucker.
If y'all don't hear from me for a while, it's because I'm shopping.
She was shopping. Well, we're still gonna. If something happens and it's more than $5, we're doling that shit out. It's gonna cost me $5 for the tickets and for the gas to go get them.
Oh, I was going to ask you what your tickets cost to buy.
I don't know. I think it's $2.
It's between 2 and 4.
It could be $5. I can't remember. It's been so long.
It depends on which one, but we're keeping 5 million.
Yeah, it is fine.
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, somebody's probably going to want to. Oh, Pot Chop saying he's just letting you know he loves cinnamon jelly bellies. Just saying.
I love Prada and Chanel.
Yeah. Do you know? I said to my friend, because she does the lottery religiously every week, and she's always like, "Don't worry, mate, I'll sort you out." I said, "Do you know what? I wouldn't even be greedy." I went, "Just buy me a second-hand truck that actually works, that doesn't break down, and it's got a decent engine in it." I said, "For a couple of grand, there you go."
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're right. You're damn right. You cheap, Porky.
Don't feel bad for it, Chop. Voodoo Queen says the same thing about me.
Yeah. Well, you heard him a second ago. Well, there's the cost of the ticket, and you know I have to spend my gas to get there. It's like, fuck. Are you giving us a fucking expense report?
Well, no, I'm just saying, if I win, I have to admit that I won. If I only won $5, you know, which I probably won't, but you know, who knows? It could happen. It could happen. Because I think if you get 5 out of the 6, that's what you win. Like you win $5. I don't know. I can't remember how it works.
No, if you get 5 out of the 6 numbers, then you get like $1,000.
Oh well, fuck. You know, I don't think anybody would have a problem with divvying or donating that to.
Or you could pay the house note.
Well, I could.
Yeah.
But that's significantly more than 5. I don't know. We'll have to hash that all out.
Oh, are you talking about diamonds, Merriman? I like those crystallized carbon things. I forget their name, all twinkly and sparkly. Well, I'm seeing Porky says, "Don't give me any money, pay off my mortgage." Listen, babe, you can, if you kill me or have me bumped off, your mortgage would get paid off, wouldn't it? Because you get that death benefit from my work. So,
right.
If you want to shut me and you want to end up, mortgage free. Shouldn't have said that, really, should I?
Yeah, pay the electric bill for the rest of my life or something.
I want a house that's finished with its renovation. No more renovation.
But then you'll be bored.
Fuck no, I won't.
Oh, okay.
I'll watch the maid go clean the toilets because I ain't doing it.
Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I need something that's wrong that I can fix to make it through day to day.
Oh, there's plenty of that.
Well, do you know what? That's like, there used to be a mechanic in the town I lived in. My auntie used to take a car to him for years. And this guy, he was an ex-pit mechanic for a very well-known race. I mean, back in the day, very, very famous Formula One racing driver. And he'd retired and he set up just a little workshop in a little lockup, one-man job, and he did it just for the love of it. So I started taking my car to get fixed. You would wait 9 months for a bill from him. And I used to go round and I'd go, have you got the bill? He'd go, oh, I've not done him yet. Because he didn't need the money. It was just, he was independently wealthy following his career, you know, working with Formula One. And he was a very, very good mechanic. But it was just, he just did it and he didn't give a shit. And maybe if you had your car looked at in April, if you were really lucky, by November, he might have given you the bill.
Damn.
Yeah, but it was great if you were skint, you know, and you didn't have any money and you needed your car fixed. You just went to Jeff Rigby and he sorted it for you. So you'll be like that bedtime. You'll be doing good turns for people and not billing them.
You know, actually, if I won, that would probably be something that I would do. Because
you get called today.
I do like helping people, and I have a problem with the service industry in general, and in most states, not all. Okay, I'll be out there in a second. In most states, not all, I can still install gas and electric, like water heaters, what you guys call boilers.
Oh yeah.
Right. I can do. I mean, there's a bunch of shit that I can do that doesn't require a contractor's license or a permit. Most of the time, because if the homeowner can, well, let's face it, even though a licensed contractor is supposed to do all of the work, there are no procedures in place to determine whether or not the homeowner did it themselves. And in the United States, anybody could have, right, not gone and got a permit to do something that the city can't either deny or prosecute them for doing something, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I don't do gas water heaters for people for money. I'm not a plumber. I had an apprentice license many years ago. Yeah. For my own domicile, I will do it. For very, very close friends, I'll do it, but not every close friend will I do it. It just depends. You know, that's an example, right? I know what code says. I know how to do things, most things to code. I can't do air conditioning or HVAC work for the most part because to troubleshoot, I can troubleshoot. I can figure out like what's wrong, but when it comes down to buying Freon for the AC, I can't do it because I have to have a contractor's license to do it. So what I always tell people is that I will come over, I'll check out what you're saying is going on. And if I can't fix it myself, I can at least give you a 99.9% accurate picture as to what's going on, so that when you do call a licensed contractor, they don't have the opportunity to fuck you over, right? So work that I would do, that I would be paid for, I would do it and get paid for it, but it would be a way to lessen my tax burden on everything else, because I'm doing it basically as a tax write-off. You know what I mean? I don't know how to better explain that, because I hate how people get ripped off. It makes me sick.
Yeah.
Voodoo Queen, we had a plumbing issue recently, and I couldn't take care of it because I had to work. Plus, I don't have a helper. And I'm not that big of a dude where I can haul a 250-pound machine up a fucking ladder, onto the roof, to clean out the drains. I said, you got to call a plumber. We have to. Whatever this issue is that's going on, we're going to have some, a professional come out here and take care of it. The thing is, though, is I had told her enough about what was going on that they knew that they couldn't overcharge her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I would provide to people, and I would totally do it because I think it's bullshit. I think I think not the inflation hike. It's not an inflation hike. What it is it's a well, it's kind of like the mechanic you're talking about. You know, like in my opinion, that guy assumes that you may know what you're talking about, so I'm not going to fuck you over, right? And then he gives the added benefit and bonus of billing way later because that's kind of like a spiritual thing to do because he understands the plight that people are in. Yet, in comparison or contrast, you have people who, you know, it's like, you know, I don't know what's wrong with my car. You bring it into a shop and they tell you everything is wrong with your car. We're going to fix it all, take all of your money that you have for the next 30, 60, 90 days, and we're not going to fix a fucking thing. You know, that's what happens over here. It's not right.
No. Well, it happens here as well. It's worldwide, unfortunately. Oh, but wouldn't it be nice?
When I was doing plumbing, what we would do is, and I say we, I was just a helper. You know, this is what I saw happen, right? We would go. The master plumber that ran the business, he'd get a call from a repeat customer, right? And that's the sickest part about all this, is that they have this log of repeat customers, right? So repeat customer hasn't had to call the plumber for a year and a half, maybe 6 months, who knows? Says, oh my God, you know, my drains are stopped up again. I mean, when my washing machine drains, it's flooding my laundry room. Master plumber says, okay, send somebody out. You know, let's say they've done this 3 times in the past 2 years. Me and the journeyman go out to the job site. We get on the roof above the washing machine. Run the snake down the line, right? Unclog the pipe. But when we pull the snake out, the journeyman is telling me, he's saying, look at what's on this snake. We look. It's a bunch of mud, wet dirt, right? Whatever. What does that indicate? Well, that indicates if you look around the backyard or the front yard, wherever it's at, wherever the location is, maybe those trees over there have grown, their roots have grown and broken the fucking drain pipe, and that's why it keeps getting clogged.
Okay.
But we're not going to tell them anything about that. Why aren't we going to tell them anything about that? Why are we going to tell them that's the problem? Well, number one, because they're not having foundation issues, and it's not our job. Number two, we just cleared it for another 6 months or a year until it happens again, right? And number three, who gives a fuck if we're honest? Well, in my mind, the customer does.
Well, yeah.
So you bring all the equipment down on the roof, you fill out an invoice, you get paid $400, and you don't tell them shit. Until they figure it out for themselves, you don't tell them a damn thing. You just keep coming back to make the money. I don't think that's right.
No.
You know?
But it's not just that, though, is it? It's like, yeah, wait until they find out for themselves, which, one, they're either going to be really hacked off. Well, they are going to be really hacked off with you. And two, your reputation's shot, because what's the customer going to do? Don't use them again because they either ripped me off or they think you're really shit at your job, that you didn't suss out this problem that they've just worked out for themselves. So you're shooting yourself in the foot regardless, aren't you, as a company?
Yep.
No. There's too much dishonesty in everything. It's not just in business, is it? Just people find that dishonesty and ripping people off is the easier option than actually having pride in your work and being honest, and people are going to recommend you and use you again. It's just all about having a quick fix or making a quick buck, as they say. Nasty. Nasty. So I'm just reading what Lady Witch, look, the plumber our landlord uses calls these homes honeypot houses. Is that for the same reason? Green Eyes, the same over here. They charge you dependent on the area you live. That really pisses me off. And Voodoo, I had some electrical quotes a few months ago. One was $250 reasonable, another $1,200 too high, and the last tried to convince me it was $13,000. Oh my goodness. That is, oh, have we lost bedtime? I think we have.
No, I was muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just reading all the comments. That is ridiculous what Voodoo's just said there. Going from $250 to $13,000. God, I hope you rip them a new one. Exactly the same reason. Too cheap to actually fix it, so the plumber has to keep coming back.
Well, the thing is that I don't know. You know, you almost understand that inflation is a thing, right? And that, you know, over the past, I don't know, however many years, you know, things have definitely gotten more expensive. But the thing that I've seen that's so disgusting is like Voodoo Queen pointed out, the contrast in the prices. You know, you assume that yeah, well, right. You assume that the market should, you know, it is going to not dictate price, but they should all be. If one's going to charge $1,200 to do the electrical service like we want it done, they should all be within $800 to $1,500.
Yeah.
But you've got these people out there that just gouge or attempt to gouge the fuck out of. 20 years ago, well, maybe not 20, maybe like, you know, what is it, 2022 or 2000, whatever that is, minus 2007, 6. I used to live in a 2-story house. It was 2,600 square feet, I think. And we were looking at having wood floors installed in the upstairs and the downstairs.
Yeah.
And over here in the U.S., I can't remember the company name, but they're always advertising. They have the best prices, huh? Oh, Empire Floors. That's right. Oh my God! Anybody listening, don't ever hire Empire Floors for any fucking thing. They are stupid. Had a consult, you know, sales guy, you know, come into our home, take some measurements, and he told us he started out at like, I think it was like $26,000 to have this done. Now, keep in mind, this was back in like 2006, 2007. $26,000 for wood floors? No. I was like, no, you're way off. You're way the fuck off. Well, let me call my manager. All right, call your fucking manager. I don't give a shit. Meanwhile, I've already gone and priced like what I wanted in a wood floor. When he opened his portfolio up, he's selling the thickest plank of wood, and it's not even wood. He's selling is 3/8 of an inch thick That's not very thick, by the way. Your pinky is probably 3/8 of an inch in diameter. Most of the people in the chat, anyway, right? 5/8 thick Santos mahogany, right? Engineered hardwood that had at least 7/16 of workable material, meaning that's what I could sand should the kids and whatever else damage the floors. 3/8 of an inch with less than a 16th of sandable material. They wanted $26,000. So when he calls his manager and gets off the phone with him and knocks it down to 21,000, I start explaining this dynamic to him, right? Like, look, dude, I've already done my research. Well, then he started in with, well, the stairs are hard. And I'm like, no, they're not. It's not a spiral fucking staircase, you idiot. It's a ski slope. The stairs are not hard. Knock it off. You know what I mean? Listen, if that guy had come down to, I don't know, maybe $6,000, I might have considered it.
Yeah.
But listen, the thing is, the wood to do the entire house would have cost $6,000. Okay? In the Santos mahogany that I wanted.
Yeah.
The material. Right? So I was more than willing to do the job myself. Especially after you came at me with the cost of a fucking vehicle. I mean, me and my ex-wife laughed that guy right the fuck out of our house. And I told him, I said, you got to go, and there's plenty of suckers in this neighborhood. I hope you have an appointment near here, because we are not fucking paying that. That's ridiculous. And that was 15 years ago or so.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so it's been going on for a long time. Yeah, I can't stand the service industry. Now, I don't know if I'm going to go, I certainly am not motivated to go floor somebody's house for them. Because I hate the service industry. Flooring too, right? But the thing is that if it comes down to somebody not having hot water or not having heat, like a recent friend of mine, you know, the switches for his HVAC weren't wired properly, and the lead screws had backed off, and it was working intermittently, posing a fire hazard, and plus it was batshit cold. You know what I mean? I have no problems going over and fixing something like that. And if I could ever get set up in such a way to where, you know, I could lessen my tax burden because of it, I would probably do more of it. Yeah. You know, because like I said, even though I'm not a licensed contractor, I can probably tell you with 99% surety what is wrong, so you don't get fucked by the people that have licenses to fuck people.
I was just going to ask, you know, the guy, just out of curiosity, I'm going back very slightly, the bit about with the wood thing, did that, as far as you were aware, did that company or sole trader, wherever it was, continue to trade?
Wait, are you talking about the flooring?
Yeah, or you know, because sometimes, you know, these people who are pricing themselves out of the market or what have you, I'm just wondering if they carry on trading, or do people eventually stop going to them and giving them the business because they realise they're ripping off and they fold eventually anyway. It was just
I don't know if Empire Floors is still around or not. They used to advertise on TV all the time. You know, they had like a catchy catchphrase song. I haven't watched TV in like 3 years, so I'm not real sure if they're still around. I think Voodoo Queen's going to look it up real quick. But I would find it hard to believe if they're not still around, because in all honesty, they're and they're cheap, right? I mean, people like the look of wood floors. I can't recall if I've seen their trucks driving around recently though. But she says they're still around, so
all right,
I don't know. Wouldn't shock me if they were. I mean, a lot. And the only reason I say that is because a lot of hotel chains now they don't have carpet in their rooms anymore. They have hardwood floors, right? Because they're not hardwood, engineered hard, very thin hardwood floors in their rooms because they're trying to look more modern and modular and all of that kind of shit.
These people who are doing these, these rip-offs. Were you in when I was talking about my aunt getting? I forget where that was. That might have been on Bam's Live, I think, where I walked in and the guy was trying to get her to sign for this flaming window, one single tiny double glazed window.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that.
And I was just like, get out. There's the door. Off you fuck. I couldn't believe that somebody was prepared to rip off an elderly woman like that. And she was quite happily going to, signing this piece of paper. Oh, God, I nearly ripped the guy a new one there and then. I was so angry. And I thought, where's your conscience? I know that you're getting a bit of commission here and there because these aren't working for themselves. These are people who are working for a company. They're on a commission basis. But does your commission mean that much that you're going to, potentially leave an elderly person with nothing to eat or drink? I mean, that wasn't the case. She had the money in her savings, but that's beside the point. They piss me off, these people who've got no morals. Really, really annoys me.
Yeah. And we see this play out on YouTube.
You what, sorry?
I said we see the same thing play out on YouTube, don't we?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's just all wrong. It's all wrong, but I mean, we're seeing a snapshot. It's a condensed version of society as a whole on here, isn't it?
Yep.
Just because it's that smaller. I don't know what's the word. I can't think of the word I was going to use. Then sorry, I've had a brain fart. But you know what I mean. Anyway, we notice it more.
It's more at the micro level here.
But the thing is it's not micro. I mean, really.
It's not because it's representative of the desire.
But the thing is that it's what I was saying before about the tabloids, right? And mainstream media, right? Yeah. The creators of these platforms have actually given the world, and that's my point, is the world, right? So potentially, if you can figure out the algorithm, if I say the C word right now, it's obviously going to be censored. But if I was to say it and it wasn't censored, or if it was in the title of your video, this live stream, you've got potentially 8 billion people at your fingertips and hanging on your words.
Yeah.
Where 30 years ago, that just wasn't the case.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Big reach, isn't it?
Yep. Potentially. Allegedly.
Well, what is there anything else that's going on at the moment that I've missed out on? Because I've been a little, because I'm not bouncing around channels much anymore. I'm kind of missing it all. I know some people are, people will come in the chat and they go, have you heard such and such? I'll go, no, what's going on? So if you've got any hot off the press goss.
I mean, maybe a little bit, but not much. I mean, the only things that I know of today, and it's because I've been having a hard time following drama here lately. Voodoo Queen said, "Thank God." I don't know if you heard her. She's like, "Thank God." Anyway, other than my soapbox rant earlier, about that. Anyways, the FBI released a statement today about the closing of their investigation into Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito.
Oh, right.
Brian definitely killed Gabby. He admitted it in this notebook, right? That they, not the parents, that they found at his suicide site, along with the gun that was missing from his parents' house. Other than that, yeah, because I've been listening to Ricada Law. I couldn't be here for your entire live stream today because I was wrapped up at work, and when I finally got off and got in the truck, I saw that you had been on for, I think, an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours already. So I'm not sure what got talked about, at the first of your live stream, but I'll have to go back and listen. But I was so wrapped up in listening to this trial that's going on. I mean, other than Chandler Halderson, which I'm sure you've seen me and Simples go back and forth about recently, he was obviously found guilty on all 8 counts of just being one of the sorriest pieces of shit on the face of this planet and murdering his poor fucking parents and possibly eating some of them. Which never came up, by the way, during the trial. But now I'm all wrapped up in the Edgecombe trial, where in the same state, a guy pulled out in front of a motorist, not the murdered person. The murdered person was apparently drunk in the passenger seat, driving down a dark street at night, and he pulled out in front of them on a bicycle. They almost hit him, but they didn't hit him. He got mad. The passenger that did get murdered, it was not self-defense, it was murder, in my opinion. Rolled the window down. It was like, what the fuck, dude? And at a stoplight. And so Edgecombe punched the guy, who happened to be an immigration attorney, right? But also happened to be significantly larger than the bike rider, Edgecombe. Edgecombe then ran the red light on his bicycle, which is a violation, by the way.
Okay.
And he assaulted the guy. Rode off, and at which point the immigration attorney instructed his wife to follow that guy because he wants to have a word with him. I mean, if you get punched in the face at a stoplight, surely you want to have a word with the person that punched you in the face. Right. And Edgecombe then, rode his bike up on the sidewalk, to which the wife of the lawyer pulled over, and her husband got out and was approaching Edgecombe, which then, without any physical provocation, other than a larger person walking up to you to question you as to why you just punched them in the face, pulled out a gun and blew his head off.
Oh.
From 4 to 6 feet away.
Shit.
And then his defense is, well, he called me the N-word, right? Because Edgecombe is black.
Okay.
And the attorney, the immigration attorney, by the way, immigration attorney, let's say that, make sure the people in the back can hear, an immigration attorney.
Yeah. Oh, you in the cheap seats, he was an immigration attorney.
Yeah. Who happens to be married to a black woman.
Who was there as well at that time, yeah.
She was driving the Kia Soul.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And there's 2 witnesses on the street that didn't hear any such racial slur being said. They heard exactly what his wife testified to. That he just said, "What the hell, man?" And then got punched in the face. Anyways, yeah, so that's what I've been wrapped up in last few days.
Your thing sounds far more interesting. I started this chat off. It was, and it's a true case. It's about a guy. It's called the South End werewolf, and it's an actual documented case. This guy went batshit crazy over the course of a couple of decades. On one or two occasions, I think it was 4 in total, attacking police officers. It's been in the newspapers, and he was eventually brought to America by Ed and Lorraine Warren, and they got that bishop friend of theirs to conduct an exorcism. So that's what we were talking about initially, because I didn't know anything about it. And then
wait. You said? Did you say you said Ed and Lorraine Warren, right?
Yes.
Now, is that the couple that they came into the infield?
Yes.
Poltergeist, right? Do you know they also were involved in the Amityville, the Lutz? They were brought in during the Lutzes. Did you know that?
Yeah, that one. And also the oh God, what is it? The Perrin family as well.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Was it the Connecticut? I think I don't know. Anyway, whichever one that was, it was the Perron family case. That one as well. They were involved in.
So I saw a video recently, yesterday, that basically claims that the Warrens are some of the, well, maybe not all the original grifters, be right, pre the advent of the internet, but that they were using paranormal activity, or alleged paranormal activity to basically grift.
Yeah, I've been hearing some people saying that. I don't know. I don't know if it's true. But yeah, I have. There's been quite a lot about it recently, and people calling them liars and all the rest of it. Old lady, which just put in there, yeah, Enfield, Amityville, Perrin, the Conjuring House. Yeah. I honestly don't know. I don't know because I haven't looked into that side of things, bedtime, to be honest. But yeah, I have seen quite a lot of rumblings recently, people saying that, what, the fucking Warrens again involved, and yeah. So I don't know, but I know that a lot of these cases, they have written books that have then gone on, say, you know, and they've sold quite a lot. Or whether that's their version of the grifting, I don't know.
So the deal with the Amityville, if I understood it, if I'm remembering it right, was that supposedly the Ronnie DeFeo knew Kathy, and I can't remember if his name was George or Greg Lutz, prior to George Lutz, maybe I can't remember. Anyways, I was like, what the fuck? And again, I'm watching a video on YouTube. I have no idea how much truth there is to this. What I do have to say, though, about the infield poltergeist is that, first off, it's fascinating. Second off, what I was typing in the chat earlier about this Bill character, right? And then the fact that who was it? Was it Morris that was sitting? He was the two girls, the two daughters. They were sitting on a couch, and he was interviewing them, asking Janet what it was like to be taken over by Bill. And I can't remember exactly what it is that she said. She was basically saying, "Well, I'm not really taken over by Bill." Like, she was explaining about what it felt like to be picked up out of bed, you know, and that kind of thing. But he asked her some specific questions about the voice, and she was saying, and I don't know if she said it before or after, I can't remember, and I wish if I can go back in my history and link it later in the comments or whatever. She said the voice doesn't come from within; it comes from behind her neck or whatever.
Yeah.
And you Bill speaks. Bill speaks, and you can completely tell that she is not what's the word, ventriloquizing or whatever. Yeah.
Well, did you? There was another bit as well. Oh, and I was trying to find the link. I watched it when I was doing the research for this, and I watched it. Excuse me, I'm just gonna have to clear my throat. Excuse me. And I watched this, and I can't find the link now because I watched that many videos and read that many articles. I can't remember which one I saw it in. I should have made a note of each video. However, one of them was saying that they actually put a microphone when she was making the voice. They put a microphone at the front of her throat, and then they put a microphone at the back of her neck. And when the Bill voice was coming out, the microphone at the back of the neck was the one that was picking up. So it was obviously coming out, from behind. It wasn't coming from the front of her throat where her vocal cords are. And the same, which added strength to the fact that it was coming from the false vocal folds, which are behind the vocal cords. The fact that this sound was being picked up more behind than in front. I mean, I excuse. I'm so sorry about this. Excuse me. I can't listen to those voices. I mean, the two people now who have listened to those intently have been you and Pork Chop, because he's been really listening to them. Now I can't unless I'm with somebody. I'll listen to them if he's there, and but I haven't done it yet. But I mean, he was picking up the conversation. He said there was actually a conversation going on between two male voices in Janet, coming out of Janet, which I haven't picked up. So I don't know if you had listened to those when he mentioned them earlier.
Well, I can't speak intelligibly on the two voices. Actually, in the video and the interview that I saw that I was referencing earlier, Bill was claiming. Yes, it was Bill was saying it was a large number of voices, and well, there was the 68 dogs that was a different interview that protect him supposedly, but he may have been saying in this other video like 60 something voices, but it was, what was Janet's sister's name?
Margaret.
Margaret corrected Bill. Well, not directly. She didn't say, Bill, you're wrong. She was talking to Morris, or whoever it was that was interviewing. She said the most that they've counted is 12. And because apparently apparently there was more than just Bill there. It was just that Bill was the dominant one. And from what I understand, Margaret and Janet, Bill's manifestation or infestation, however you want to classify it, I guess, was between the two. Janet definitely got more of the attention, but the thing is, they were only a year apart. Is that right?
Yeah, probably about 18 months, something like that. Yeah.
And so both of them actually were having these experiences. Anyways, I would love to get my hands on all 180 whatever hours of these recordings. I would love it. I would listen to every fucking minute of it. At least that's what I think that Morris dude said that he had, was like 180 something hours of it. I'll totally listen to it. I wished I could figure out what he was saying. That 12-minute video that was posted in the live the other day, because y'all posted the 5-minute one and the 12-minute one. And in the beginning of the 12-minute one, I think Pork Chop was saying, he was saying something earlier about the first part of that 12-minute video. And the first part of that 12-minute video, Bill is saying over and over and over again, he's saying something, something, something when I'm talking. something, something, something when I'm talking. Something, something, something when I'm talking. I can't figure it out. I have gone back and back and back, and I can't fucking figure it out.
Oh,
Is that
I
what
wonder,
I'm saying? Oh, it's Voodoo Queen said, "Shut the fuck up" when I'm talking. I said, is that what he's saying? I'm gonna go back and listen.
that's
I don't.
what plays to me.
I'm fascinated by Bill, and I can't believe that somebody actually came forward and said that was my dad.
Yeah, I know.
I'm blown away by that.
But there is something, and I brought this up on the live as well. Although I can't find, what I heard this like a few years ago, where they were they were intimating that there something had gone on between father and son, which always made me feel like he wasn't a nice old man, you know, that whether he'd been a bit heavy-handed or whether it was something more sinister, you know, towards his son. I don't know, and it was never actually addressed directly. It was kind of skirted around as though there had been some issue because of the father's behavior towards the son. But can I find, for the life of me, I cannot find this reference that I distinctly remember hearing. And I know that Lisa had said the same thing. She said, yeah, I remember that, but I can't find it. It's it's weird. And I mean, I'm glad you've got interested in it, because it is one of those cases. That's why I wanted to cover it, because it's fascinating. You know, and probably the next one where we cover the investigations that they did, because all the different things they tried to do to disprove or prove what was or wasn't occurring. It's absolutely fascinating, but there was just too much to do in one live. But I'd be interested because, excuse me, I think he's probably gone offline now, I would think, unless he's avidly playing this DayZ game with his mate. But if Pork Chop listens to that you're on about, where he's saying something, something, something when I'm talking, because he did not pick up that the other night, yesterday, when we were listening to it, and straight away he knew what had been said, whereas the person who'd done the cleanup hadn't. And when I listened to it after he'd said what had been said, it was as clear as day. So he might be able to, I don't know, maybe work out what's being said. I'll mention it to him tomorrow if he's not still here, because I think between the two of you, you'd probably work it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure it out. I tell you what really freaked me out. Besides a demon or poltergeist or whatever, dead person like speaking through a child, was when he sang "Row, row, row your boat."
Mm-hmm.
He sang lyrics. He said, "Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream." And I was like, that is fucking scary as shit.
Yeah, sinister.
I tell you, I'm enamored with Bill. I really am. Yeah, that's what Voodoo Queen just said. She said, "You've been so enamored with him," and I think it's just so interesting that here you have. I mean, think about that. Green Eyes, are you asking about the row your boat, or are you asking? Because if you're asking about that one, then I'll have to look it up and have Voodoo Queen send it to you. But if you're asking about the other one, about the talking, that's in the 12-minute video that was posted in Kiss's live, either last one or one before last. I can't remember. And that was from the beginning to about 4 minutes in, where he keeps repeating himself over and over and over. He keeps saying it over and over and over, and I can't figure out what the fuck he's saying.
I mean, I'll tell you which bit. I mean, it all frightens me, but the barking when he's doing those like, ow, ow. And I thought, oh, no, that I don't even want to hear that. That really made me killed.
Okay. Well, I guess I can. I guess I can use this phone. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, Green Eyes, the talking one. It's in. Oh yeah, yeah. That's that 4 minutes. It was. Bedtime's heard the same thing. Pork Chop, when he played it and listened to it, he said it sounded like there were two male voices having a conversation, but coming out of Janet. So it wasn't a real person and the spirit. There were actually two independent voices, kind of speaking very lowly, in
Well,
you know, from Janet's voice.
see, Margaret said that though. Margaret said that in that other interview. Okay, hang on. Lady Witch posted one. Let me see if this is the one. Hang on just 1 second, and I'll see if I can get it.
Yeah, because I think Pork Chop posted the 5-minute one, and Lady Witch posted the 12.
Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the 12-minute one. Let me get back in the chat. I'll copy it and paste it. Oh. Share. Copy link. Okay, let me get back to Kisses Live. There you are. Okay, here it is. Paste. Yep. There. Okay, I just posted it in the chat.
Brill. I mean, I'm glad. See, I wasn't sure how that live would be received. Because it's a story that I find fascinating, but I mean, it has got a little bit of tread since The Conjuring 2 was based around it.
Yeah.
I mean, there is obviously, there's always going to be artistic license used, isn't there? And things aren't exactly, but I didn't know covering it, would people find it as fascinating as I had? But I'm glad, because it appears, yes, people have enjoyed it. And because you, like you've said yourself, you're more of a skeptic than anything, aren't you? But I think listening to that voice, if anything's going to make you believe there's a possibility of I don't know, afterlife, another dimension, whatever it may be, that voice is going to swing it, really, isn't it? Because that,
I mean, it's
year-old child.
Sorry. Yeah, for me, it. Yeah, I guess I am kind of a skeptic, but at the same time, I'm willing to believe, because, well, for two reasons, especially in this case, right? Like, for this case, why that house had been turned into a council house, right? At one time, it wasn't a council house. I mean, it's not as if Bill Wilkins had just died in it. I don't know what year Bill Wilkins died, but I doubt very seriously it was 1976.
No, I think it was just he was a tenant previous to the Hodgsons, I believe.
Okay, so he was in a council house as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Because that house, I think, was there were council houses that were built there. So what was there before the houses were built, I don't know. But he was a council tenant prior to the Hodgsons.
Okay, so he had just died in there.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many years previously, whether it was 1, whether it was 10, but he'd been in that house prior to them.
Okay.
Oh gosh, Green Eyes has just shit herself.
I'm sorry, Green Eyes. Listen, I don't think Bill was all that harmful. I really don't. I can't speak to his nastiness or his malevolence, but I don't think that he was all that nasty. I think he was just an old man trapped in a place that, he refused to leave.
Mm.
You know, and I find it fascinating that, well, I mean, maybe he was being a bit of a pedo from beyond the grave. I don't know.
Mm.
But,
That's,
you know,
that's the vibe I got off him. That's exactly the vibe that I got off him. But, you know, when he
yeah,
said he liked to hear them scream, you know, and they were saying about, you know, why, and I like to hear them scream. I'm like, you're not a nice person. And I don't think, you know, you don't suddenly die and become nasty. You take with you what you were in life. And
yeah. I was going kind of more on how he would grab them,
yeah,
you know, that kind of thing. But, I mean, Janet did say that, you know, he would grab, uh, in her opinion, he would grab her by the arms, but I'm pretty sure she had mentioned also the crotch as well. That's kind of
right.
where I was with that. And then maybe I just imagined that. I don't know. But, yeah, it is fascinating because unless they're all in on it, you know what I mean? That shit is real. It happens and can happen. You know, of course, I'm not going to live my life, you know, in fear of it because of what Bill said himself. They're not interested in me. I don't harbor or can't harvest enough energy to ever be, you know, I'm just not useful to a poltergeist. Number
Yeah.
one, because I'm a skeptic, and number two, because I'm old. So, you know, whatever. That's fine.
It's just, yeah. I mean, as I said, I do think the girls, well, more specifically Janet, I do think, as even Maurice Gross and Guy Playfair had admitted, you know, yeah, the kids were involved in some of these pranks, but they always, you know, they always caught them out straight away. They always knew straight away that, you know, oh, this isn't a poltergeist activity. This is one of the kids has done this, or one of the kids has done that. But I think the other thing as well is the fact that even now, you know, if it was all lies, if it was all a setup, given the investigative techniques and the depths to which people go to nowadays in order to dig out charlatans, liars, whatever you may want to call them, you would think that as adults, you know, because they must both be what, in the 50s or 60s, probably. I'm trying to think how old they are. Yes, they'd probably, I reckon they'd probably be in the late 50s, early 60s now, both of those girls. You would
Yeah.
think that they would stop talking about it, or they wouldn't have wanted to talk about it if they had been fabricating the whole thing. But they're not. They're still sticking to the same story, and they're not embellishing it anymore. They're not exaggerating it more to make it, if you see what I mean. It just doesn't sit with me that they fabricated it as kids and are carrying on the lie, because what they're going to gain, yes, fair enough, a movie has been made of it, but they didn't know that, because for 40 years or 30 odd years, they've had nothing but ridicule. Oh, yeah, you were the two girls who were on the telly. You were the two girls who had the poltergeist. Yeah, we seen your knickers getting flown through the air and bedclothes pulled off you. But one of those photographs, if you remember, if you've seen it, the one where Janet is up in the air and you can see her sister in the bed
Yeah,
scream.
yeah, yeah.
You
Yeah,
can see her
yeah,
face.
she's horrified. She is horrified.
Yeah. And like Maurice Gross said, that's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
how can they time it to that? Because that's a time that camera's going off automatically. They don't know the exact moment that camera is going to take that photograph. So for the flash to go off, and it's like, because it makes it look like there's a light on in the room. Well, that's not. That's the flash off the camera. And
Well, it couldn't, and that's the thing too. The technology back then. I see. I thought now I could be wrong about this, but I thought the person that set those cameras up, I thought he was downstairs with a remote control.
No,
But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether it was automatic or whether he was sitting downstairs with a remote control, if you think about it. Because and that picture you're talking about, and I talked to Voodoo Queen about this, I said, if you look at that picture, her hair is actually up in the air, so she's actually coming down. So it doesn't matter what you just said about the amount of time, well, in my mind, the amount of time that it would have taken back in 1977 for the flash to build up and actually go off, whether it was automatic or whether somebody had a remote control of it. First off, you've got the amount of time it takes to, in other words, I'm going a long ways to say there's no way that photograph would have been able to be taken on the upswing, is what I mean. Because the two, Janet and Margaret have said multiple times, people think we were just jumping out of the bed. What the telltale there is Margaret's face, in my opinion. That know that shit is real, because you can see the literal horror on her face. Because at the end of the day, they were terrified for their lives. They have no idea what the fuck Bill's going to do next.
No. And as well, don't forget that prior to that, I mean, obviously the flash has gone off, but what people seem to forget is, as that was happening, prior to that camera, that room was in pitch darkness.
Yeah.
You know, and you think yourself, if you're, as kids, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you are doing a con of any sort like that, and you've been whispering amongst yourselves going, right, any minute now, we'll do this, one of them's going to have a smirk of some description. Do you know what I mean? It's not something that they're going to be able to sustain, showing that amount of terror on the faces without one of them either being behind, in front of the other, because they can't see each other. They can't see the reaction that the other one's doing, because the room is in pitch darkness. So they can't time it perfectly to Janet, as you say, coming down with her lifting, as Margaret has got that scream, and you know she's screaming because you can see she's looking in the air. One of the legs looks like it's getting yanked out of the bed towards the wall, and her other arm's up in the air, as though, to me, that looked as though something's got her by the ankle and the wrist. They're about to lift her out of the bed as well. That was my impression. I don't know what you thought on it.
Well, I'm afraid you're stuck with me. He had to go to the... Hello.
And what did you think of it all?
It's more surprising to him, because he normally has not believed these types of things, where I do.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that surprising for me. Like I'd said to Lady Witch and to Green Eyes, that it's a little bit more shocking, but you know, I'm a middle-aged woman, not a 12-year-old little girl. So I don't think that the old man is that creepy. It's the creepier element is somebody dead talking through a child.
I know.
But the explanation that he gave, Clown and I were talking about it the other day, and I said, well, that makes sense to me. Children of that age are still pure. And he said something about puberty. And I was like, yeah, before puberty, you look at children still as very pure and innocent. Malleable, if you will. Whereas adults are not that malleable. We're jaded.
Sorry, I was just I was just typing this. Oh gosh, I've done something to be streaming. I was just trying to reply to Pork Chop. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were speaking. Sorry, and I started typing and then you paused. And Pork Chop has obviously just had another look, and he's just listened again. At 1:20, you can hear two overlapping voices, one very clear and the other very quiet and mumbling. How would Janet produce two male voices at the same time? And I was. Have you Pork Chop, have you listened to the bit Bedtime was on about, where it says something like, oh, he's come back in. Bedtime, do you want to explain to Pork Chop what it is that you heard about?
Okay. Yeah, sure. So,
sorry, Voodoo.
I want to talk about his first comment though. Just listen again at 120. You can hear two overlapping voices. See, the thing is everybody. Well, I mean, it seems like everybody focuses on Janet, and maybe that is even something that Margaret sort of encouraged, right? Not that she was like, no, focus on Janet. It doesn't affect me. The thing is the Morris, and who was the reporter? There was Morris, there was the reporter, and there was someone else.
The other investigator, Guy Playfair.
Yeah. They all three of them said that this poltergeist affected both of the girls.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them, because Margaret corroborated what Janet was going through, and Margaret is the one that corrected Bill while Bill was speaking through Janet on tape. Yeah. And her fucking mouth was not moving, and she wasn't in a catatonic state. She wasn't like, he was saying 60 something. Maybe Janet had mentioned 60 something. I can't remember exactly, but Margaret, being I'm pretty sure Margaret was the older one. She said, no, it's more like 12, 12 different personalities, voices, or whatever else. And, I find I'm so fascinated with this. Like, I want to pick this shit. I wish I had access to all 180 some odd hours of this. Anyways, what was the other one? Let's see. What was the bit I was on about? It was the 12 minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just putting it in the chat for him. Saying when you said about he says something when I'm talking, to see if he could hear that.
Yeah. Okay, so Pork Chop, if you go back to the 12-minute long video, it's in the chat. I posted it in the chat. And if you go back in the first, 4 minutes of that video, maybe 2 minutes, Bill is saying something. He's saying something while I'm talking. He keeps going. He says it over and over again. He keeps saying something while I'm talking. Something while I'm talking. I want to know what that something.
Yeah, he's just put something in the chat there. He's just said these voices are talking to each other. Billy's saying Janet and Margaret are both asleep and you are all talking. Could that be it?
I'll have to go back and listen. Is that what he's saying?
Well, that's what he said. He said he's got the video up at the moment. He said Janet and Margaret are both asleep and you were all talking. He said that's what Bill says at one point.
So I wonder, whoever recorded that, were they trying to talk to Bill or trying to talk to anyone? Was that part of the ruse not ruse, but was that part of the investigation tactic? Like, they were both asleep and they were sitting in the room, or possibly had.
Oh.
So Bill was trying to be protective of them.
Either that, or could he be, if there were more spirits talking, could that bit that Pork Chop's referring to be him saying Janet and Margaret, whatever, hang on, where has it gone again? Janet and Margaret are both asleep and you were all talking. Could that have been him talking to other spirits?
Oh, see, that goes back to what I was saying about Janet correcting Bill. Mm-hmm. Right? Because the deal is that the inference in the video that I saw, that was an actual recording of the girls sitting on a couch answering questions from, I presume, Morris, right? Bill is saying, I've got, tons of, in other words, exactly what you're saying. There's tons of chaff here. I have these two. they're mine. And Margaret is confirming that yes, there are multiple personalities, right? Because she says they call him all kinds of names. There's like a Dave. There's I'm paraphrasing, right? There's a such and such, the clown or whatever the fuck it is, and then there's Bill, right? And there's 12 of them, not 70 of them. That's what she's saying.
Well, I mean, he's obviously keeps listening to this, and he's put. Let's have a look what he's put here. So he said, that's what they're talking. The BBC. Oh, that was Simples, right? He put. I have the video up. That is right from the start of the video. Then he calls them rude. The investigators were downstairs talking to each other. So is he telling the other spirits to shut up? Is he talking to the investigators downstairs? And then he's put the voices were just caught on the auto tape machine set up in the room and recorded in the room next door. I didn't realise that. Bill even says a name. I can't pick it up. It sounds like Mr. What's it say? Mr. Plath or something like that.
But the BBC Archives has it. If you could figure out where you did it from.
Simples, the BBC Archives has it. If I can, how can I? Well, they don't have a Freedom of Information Act, I don't think.
That Mr. Plath, pork chop, could that be the Dr. Beloff? Because there was a Dr. Beloff that Morris was trying to get him to say, and if he's mumbling, could Mr. Plath maybe be that Dr. Beloff, Dr. Beloff, which might sound like Mr. Plath.
Dr. Beloff, yeah, the way he says it, Dr. Beloff. I'm telling you, the row your boat gently down the stream. I'm telling you, I am enamored with this. That is.
I don't know if he's heard that or not. Have you heard that row your boat, Porky?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know if he's heard that one. This was before Morris. Oh, this was before Morris asked him to say anything. Only the girls were in the room asleep in bed. Oh.
Okay, so this would have been. Well, no, it wouldn't have been during the bark, because he was asking whoever it was asking Bill to talk, and he chided Bill. He said, "I know you can talk, because and say my name, Bill. It's was it?
That's right.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh my God, this is so freaky.
Isn't it? I was fascinated from the beginning. I heard this. What Simple said, there must be a way to get hold of the recordings. I don't think they would be arsy about giving them up. They've been heard lots of times, or maybe more of them on YouTube. Simples, I think seriously that they have never released or will release all of those recordings. I bet there's some real disturbing shit on there in whatever way. Now, whether it's hang on, it's going to try and pick up. We'll mute you while I have another listen. All right, thanks, babes. Yeah, I'm wondering that.
You did?
That's what it says here.
Oh,
what's that?
Voodoo Queen says she's got the whole transcript.
Oh, Porky's saying anything over 30 years is available to the public.
In the UK?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Voodoo Queen, is it?
The transcript of a podcast.
Oh, a transcript of
It's called 23 War Files, the Infield Poltergeist.
Are there timestamps? Like, say, like that you could add up to say that it's 180 hours?
I haven't tried to download it. No, it's not going to be that long. But I'll need to look at it tomorrow.
All right, we'll look at it tomorrow when she pulled up. She hadn't downloaded it. I tell you, I am fascinated by this. I want to hear every word from Beyond the Grave that Bill said.
Green Eyes has just said there's also a book on the full audio tapes. I think it's worth chucking an FOI at the BBC and seeing if you can get hold of those audio tapes. But I reckon, I bet £1 to a pinch of shit you won't get the full 180.
I would agree. I would agree. Green Eyes, can you hear Voodoo Queen? What she's saying? Hang on 1 second. Say that again, babe.
I did find a book called The Enfield Poltergeist Tape, and it's by a Dr. Melvin Willen.
Is that the book, Green Eyes? If you know. I would love to go over all of that. I mean, good Lord. You know, I don't know. That's a book I would read.
Do you know what? I'm gonna have to apologize to your good lady now. Voodoo, I am so sorry for posting this up because he's now got a bug up his arse about listening to every single recording of Bill. I'm really sorry.
She was really mad. She was angry with me yesterday because it was really windy and very cold here, right?
Yeah.
And so I came out, not this morning, it was yesterday morning. And I came out to smoke when I woke up at 2:39 a.m. with a really bad toothache. And I came out here and the garage door, not the garage door proper, like the big door. The door to the patio that leads to the garage, it was open.
And he waited until we got
and well, I'm getting there, honey. And I think I had heard knocking in the house.
Oh no.
And I had been listening to Bill like a lot. So last night when we got in bed, I'm telling her this. And today she's like, I'm really upset with you. I'm like, why? And she goes, why did you wait till we went to bed last night to tell me all that scary shit? I'm like, because I don't necessarily believe that Bill is doing anything.
Well, I don't think that Bill's doing anything, but the garage door being open freaks me out.
Don't forget a Dutchman.
I don't give a fuck about
a Dutchman said a prayer. I find that interesting too, that the investigators asked, whatever question they asked, and Bill said, the way to get rid of me is to pray to God.
Yes.
And then they asked him to repeat that. And then, right, I haven't seen the only place I've seen anything about this Dutchman, I think he was a Dutchman, or no, was he Norwegian?
No, the guy who got rid of the spirit in the end, he was Dutch. Yeah, he was a Dutch medium.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's a Dutchman. My maternal grandmother also was a Dutch woman. Anyways, I think it's way worse. That's a bunch of bullshit. Anyway, yeah, I think it's funny that all this dude has to do is he just walks in and possibly prays to God to get rid of the spirit. It goes away, never comes back, but we'll never know because there's no transcripts, video recording, nothing. There's no.
And wasn't it a real? It was really deflating finding out how it ended. It was just like some Dutch fellow went up, sat in the room for 20 minutes, come down and went, "That's it, all gone," and nothing ever happened from that point on. It was a real. I was thinking it was going to build up to some big crescendo, and there was going to be some great casting out of spirits and exorcism and blessing the house and things flying and cracks in the wall, and then he'd go. But the fact that just some random guy who didn't speak a word of English went in the bedroom, came down, and that was the end of the case. And I felt really cheated. Did you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe the Dutchman, prayed for the salvation of Bill's spirit as well, right? I mean, if I don't know, if you were truly, a spiritual, you would care about the well-being of someone who is clearly trapped, even if it's by their own, mechanical devices in the afterlife, just as much as you purport to, claim that for the ones in this life, which is like the true the true meaning of spirituality. It doesn't.
But you and I argued about this the other night before when you said that they were choosing to be there, and
Are you talking about the dead are choosing?
Yes, that they were choosing to not move.
Well, clearly, in my opinion, clearly there is a choice. Just like there's a choice here, there's probably a choice there. Bill may have, and I find it really odd that his name happened to be Bill. Didn't realize for a period of time that there happened to be a choice.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that he was like, no, fuck God, fuck this, fuck that, fuck the other. It's just he didn't know, what to do, because he didn't know what to believe. I don't know. I find this all very fascinating. That's why I want to, I wished I could get, just like I wished I could see the vault of the Vatican.
Well, that's somewhere that I really do want to see. I'd love that.
Right? The Queen said, "I'll never see the inside because I have loose lips." That's true. That's so true.
Oh, he's saying here, he's only 2 minutes in, and I think the name is Mr. Playf. Oh, Playfair. I wonder if he's trying to say Mr. Playfair. What do you think?
I don't know. I have to go back and listen. Okay. So who was Mr. Playfair? What? Wait, Playfair?
Yeah, Playfair is so you've got the investigators. You've got Maurice Grosse, and you had Guy Playfair, Guy Lyon Playfair. They're both the SPR, SPC, whatever it was, the Society for SPR, Society for Psychical Research. So you had Maurice Grosse, the guy with the mustache, and then that older bloke with the slap head, the bald fella who kept, sorry, I'm getting tired of using local nicknames.
So am I getting this right? Where, like, if I understand what's being said, so basically what he's saying is he's like calling out somebody by name and saying, "You're talking while I'm talking."
That sounds like, because if Porkchop said that the investigators were downstairs having a talk, so this was being recorded remotely in the girl's from the girl's bedroom.
Right.
And when he was saying Mr. Playf, because I thought when he said he thought it was Mr. Pilaf, and I was like, could that mean Dr. Beloff? Now he's saying it definitely says Mr. Playf. That to me is as though he's not quite got the surname right of the investigator downstairs, who is Mr. Playfair.
Interesting.
And then he's put at 1:47 and at 2 minutes in, two voices overlap. Voice 1 asks for someone to bang on the floor. Voice 2 mumbles at the same time. At 2 minutes, voice 1 says, "Bang on the floor, that'll bring them all up." Oh my God. And at the same time, voice 2 says, "Hello." Oh, fucking hell.
Wow.
He's got ears like a shithouse rat, because I missed that yesterday.
Well, how the hell has no one done a video on this? I mean, it's either an attempt at a debunk, or it's a really weak ass commentary video, about the situation, or it's a very professionally done documentary which allows a skeptic in with the real people who haven't changed their story at all, unlike the Lutzes, right?
Oh, it said Bill. Oh, this is even creepier. This Bill also includes himself in a group with Margaret and Janet. He says Margaret, Janet, and Billy are sleeping. Now, that to me would suggest that that isn't Bill who's talking. Could that be another spirit? It's simple enough to run the audio through a monitor which picks up different audio channels. It is two voices. Shit.
Well, even Morris said at one point, if I'm not mistaken, that it was definitely multiple voices, and it was Margaret that corrected Bill, because Bill said, I have 68 dogs that protect me.
Yeah.
And I can't remember exactly his words. He said something along the lines of, so you can't, well, the interpreter, which I assume was Morris, said, can't shoot me off. The thing is I think what Bill said, he didn't say shoot because he didn't pronounce the T, right? Because some of his words, when he says them, they remain unpronounced, which I think is where the ventriloquism theory comes from. But the fact remains that you couldn't ventriloquize this because it would have done permanent, damage to your vocal cords even at 12 years old for this amount of time. So I think what Bill was saying was, so you can't shoo me off. I think it was Morris talking to Bill. He said, what do you mean shoot you? We can't see you. How could we shoot you if we can't see you? And Bill said, by praying to God. He didn't mean shoot. He meant shoo, like get out of here, Dean, or whatever. That's what he meant. I could be wrong. That's why I want access to like all the audio files. I'm fascinated with this.
Yeah, have you seen the latest one he's just posted?
No, I haven't.
You can see so he said it first of all said it sounded like he'd said Mr. Playf, and I said, could that be Playfair? He's just got, and he's put Mr. Playf here as though Mr. Playf is here, but that could be Mr. Playfair. Mr. Playfair, Margaret asleep, and I'm talking on my own. Shoo me off equals forced to go away. Yeah, you're right. Shoo.
So what was I thinking that he said while I'm talking on my own? Because that's what he says. He says while I'm talking.
He's working through. I think he's working through it every few seconds. He'd only got like just past 2 minutes. So, I haven't got the. Well, not only have I not got the patience to do that, I'm too scared. I am literally. Don't laugh. I'm sitting here. I'm shitting myself. I've got chicken skin. I am sitting here on the sofa and I am shitting myself after reading all of that.
But Bill is gone. Bill's gone.
Oh, fuck.
Kiss, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh, I know, but I'm still scared. Oh. Don't you dare bark, you little bastard. Don't you dare.
Yeah, be more scared of the living. Don't be scared of the dead. Bill's gone. Bill said he told multiple people how to get rid of him. He said, he never said he wanted to be there. He obviously was frustrated by being stuck in between.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm so fascinated with him. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and have a conversation with him via Voodoo Coin. But yeah, there's no reason to.
No, there you go. If anyone wants to listen, the second voice comes in at 1 minute 10 seconds. Until then, it's just one voice.
Yeah.
I ain't listening to that shit.
And I find that fascinating too, because in my opinion, Margaret wasn't necessarily right, but she probably wasn't necessarily wrong when she said 12 voices to correct his 60-something voices, because he referred to at another point, and I don't know the chronology of it, but he referred to he has 67 dogs that protect him, right? So he views them as he's acknowledging that he has, you know, basically 70 other spirits, right, that speak out through the girls, because there's 2 girls that he allows. They obviously haven't harvested the or taken control of the power to do the things that he does, or maybe he had harvested enough knowledge while he was where he was at to actually use them to throw and float Legos around the room and whatever else. But because of his inherent pre or post human selfishness and self-centeredness, he was never going to let them, actually, reach out and harm someone. I mean, a Lego block to the eye is, I guess, harming someone, but no one was killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Voodoo Queen was saying that the story that Simples told about her brother visiting, that was really some scary shit.
Yeah, on the stairs.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, I
well, the thing is it's like, it's not like, none of these stories contain a story like this. You wake up in the morning, right, and you walk out of your bedroom, or you wake up in your bedroom, and everything's floating at the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
And this has become such a normal thing that you just go and make your coffee. You're like, oh, everything's floating all of a sudden, right? I wake up to this every day. Like, it's always a surprise thing. Like with the story I told on Halloween on Bam's channel with my grandmother, right? My best friend was sitting on the couch, and on the bureau behind him, came a slam. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. I didn't do it. My ex-girlfriend didn't do it. You know what I mean? But that is something she would have done. And that was a thing, that bureau thing was something that would not take much energy, right, to be harvested from a bunch of non-energy producing adults to produce for someone from the afterlife who had just died and been laid to rest, that wanted to be acknowledged, recognized. No, she's not over there. So it kind of makes sense. And it's interesting too that Jay Anson, who wrote the first, I think it was the first Amityville horror book, also said the very same things that Bill, quote unquote Bill, claimed about how they draw energy from youth. Which I'm sure back then was a common thing that was in literature about the paranormal. Even though the Lutzes claimed many years later that it was all a hoax. I think they claimed it was a hoax, Amityville, that is, because they wanted to be left the fuck alone and to be, die in peace. That's my personal opinion. I don't know about drinking wine with DeFeo and all of that to make money. Maybe I suppose, but I don't necessarily buy that story. I can make that story up about anybody. Anything.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know. Do you know what? I wasn't that frightened about this when I did it, but I think now tonight, because it's been gone through in such, like, he's gone off doing the last minutes 2 to 4. That's only in the first 2 minutes that he's done so far. He just muted us all now, and he's going off trying to decipher what's being said on minutes 2 to 4. So I literally, because I've read it now, even though it's not listening to it, because that voice just freaks me out. I find it so sinister. But reading it, I don't know. That's creeping me out even more. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way, but actually seeing it broken down like that has really weirded me out.
But Kiss, here's the thing. Think about it this way, okay? Humans that probably haven't had any paranormal experience at all, that work for production companies, have made in media, movies, TV shows, they've made things sound way scarier, right?
Yeah.
With the dual or tertiary voices saying the same thing. We have no recordings of that, right? Other than everything else that's fake.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the way I look at it. Bill's voice. I'm not saying I really want to sit down and have a conversation with Bill, but I wouldn't necessarily mind it.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe that Bill really wanted to harm anyone. On the face of this planet. I think he died. I think he was stuck in the here, in between the here and the hereafter. And purgatory, right? Yes. Coming from a Catholic, yes. I'm with you. I'm a Protestant. Well, either way, we're all stuck here or there together. I don't. We're arguing semantics at that point, in my opinion. I could be wrong, and probably am. But yeah, as far as the here and now goes, I'm definitely interested. I mean, if Bill was like, "Fuck you," constantly, I would be like, "Well, fuck Bill." You know what I mean? But Bill wasn't. He even sang a song, "Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream." And I'm like, oh, that is fucking deep, dude. And by the way, I tell you what, if I had been in the UK in 1977 and happened to be one of those investigators, knowing what I know now, I would have asked him about Diogenes. Did you hear her? She said, "Don't start it too late." I would have totally asked him about Diogenes, and I would have asked him, "Bill, listen. Can you call Diogenes? I want a panel with me, you, Janet, Margaret, and Diogenes. And since Voodoo Queen mentioned it, Liberace, I want a panel with all of us on it. Can we talk?" I really would. I would love it, and I would ask them to please politely not haunt me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Once you've done what we need to do, once we've had our panel, please go back from whence you came and stay there.
Because I promise I won't. I can't haunt you, or maybe I can. I don't know with words.
Do you know if there was somebody called Vera in the house? I've just said, he's just asked, was there somebody called Vera in the house? I've said not as far as I know, because the mum was called Peggy, unless there was anybody on the investigation side, which I don't think so. But I don't know, have you heard the name mentioned, Vera? Because it said first reference to two people is at 2 minutes and 23. Voice 1 says, "Bang on the floor and I'll shout." And voice 2 says, "Go on then." So these are at the same time. Or a name that sounds like Vera who would be asleep there.
Oh, look at what Green Eyes just posted. I don't know. I haven't heard that. That's great.
What's her name? Vera, what is it? Famija or something, whatever her name is. She's the actress who plays Lorraine Warren.
Wow.
Stuff happened next door, though. Was the neighbor Vera?
No.
I don't know who was on the other side, but the builder Vic, his wife was called Peggy as well. So it was Vic and Peggy Nottingham. I don't know who the neighbor was on the other side next door. that might be worth looking into to see if Vera, because weren't the other neighbours in the street started saying that they were experiencing things happening. Now, whether that was just a let's jump on the bandwagon because we might get a bit of money out of the newspapers or a bit of fame, or if they genuinely were. But then, oh, look at that, 302, the second reference was, yay, bang on the wall again, go on. Oh, fucking hell.
Well, here's what I want to know.
Oh, no night, Voodoo. Sorry, I'm knackered. Good night, all.
Me too. I'll be in there in a minute. Okay, yeah. What I want to know is, who lives in that council house now, and have they experienced, any strange goings on?
I don't know. It's still there and it's still standing. It is inhabited because I've seen somebody did a video on YouTube, another one that I picked up, and it's some guy and he's filming outside of it just to say, this is the house that was supposed to be. And they did use the house, didn't they, for the actual film? They used the actual original house, which somebody lives in, for the actual film, The Conjuring 2.
Wow. That's kind of shocking.
Yeah, innit? But you hear about this anyway, don't you? Production crews, film crews, they'll pay you very handsomely to use your property, and you get a whole shitload of new furniture and carpets and what have you in. Because did you see the bit where the two girls went back while they were doing the filming, and they went into the house as it was set up as the film set, but they went into the mum's bedroom and they said, yeah, this is how she had it. And then they went into what had been their bedroom. But yeah, apparently somebody is living in it.
No, I haven't watched any of those videos because I naturally assumed that they were probably full of shit. Not the original players in it, but
yeah,
usually when people go back, it's like, oh, that's lame.
Yeah.
So I've seen the titles. I have seen the titles. So
yeah, that one, it just showed them. They went into the house. They went into the bedroom, and they were saying, yeah, my mum had this. Yeah, and there was a chair here like that. They went into their room. And they did look quite disturbed because this room, I don't know whether this was how it had been in real life, but for the film, it was basically trashed. The beds were in pieces and there were crucifixes all over the walls, which I don't think happened in real life because they weren't a religious family. But then it showed, because Lorraine Warren was she was there while they were filming, because she was obviously advising Vera, who was playing her in the film, how things had happened. And the two girls were like in tears meeting her, saying, we never forgot you. We always remembered you, trying to help us and what have you. So that was quite nice because they didn't elaborate, there was nothing fabricated in it. It was just two women going back to what had been the childhood home with all these apparent horrific memories.
Wow. That's crazy. Now I'm gonna go back and watch those.
Yeah, it's simple as saying she watched that bit as well the other day. I wonder if Lorraine Warren has recordings. She might have done. I honestly don't know. But in the film, it shows them having a recording because they hear the name, don't they? They hear something demonic on the recording. But is that for the film? Was that a bit of artistic license? I don't know. Because I've never heard of anybody having recordings other than Maurice Grosse. That's not to mean there aren't. Just I've not heard of anyone having recordings other than Maurice Grosse.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, listen, guys, I'm going to hop off here. Thank you for having me up, Kiss.
No problem.
Really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating case. Thank you for turning me on to it because I have listened to as much as I possibly could on it, and I hope I could dig and find more. I mean, I'm fascinated by Bill. I don't necessarily approve of his life. I don't know what it entailed or whatever, but Voodoo Queen's all mad at me.
What's talking spooky shit before you go to bed?
Do what?
I said, what? Is she going mad at you for talking spooky shit just before she goes to bed?
Yeah, but she's sleeping with me. It'll be fine. I ward on evil spirits. They can fuck off.
Yeah, well, she's lucky. All I've got is Cooper for my company tonight.
You're right.
He better.
I mean, don't worry. If you hear something go bump in the night, it's probably just
you're better off with Cooper.
him and a pillow, you know.
Yeah. Oh no, thank you. I've enjoyed this conversation about this. It's been really interesting. Thank you both for coming up.
Yeah. And well, all right. Good night, everybody, and love you guys, and hope you guys have a good weekend. And we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks very much, bedtime. Thanks, Voodoo, and night, both of you. Oh, Green Eye's going as well. Oh, night, chicken. Going to have to pop off to another great life. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Green Eyes, love. God. I'm scared. If you're not still streaming Pork Chop, you might end up getting a scaredy, fricky phone call, regardless of the fact it's nearly 3 a.m. I'm actually really scared now after reading all of that. I mean, I appreciate you going through it, really do, because I couldn't have done that. I know you're not as fricky as me, but I mean, there's stuff that's coming up in it. I mean, what's this bit at 3:10? Guess what? Janet, Margaret, and a question mark are asleep, and we are talking. Oh, are you done? Right. Well, you know, if as and when everybody decides that they're going, and is your phone on off silent, because I might have to give you a ring because I am scared. I literally am sat here on the sofa and I'm scared. Please don't everybody think I'm a wuss, but yeah, I genuinely am. And I don't know why. Reading it has scared me more than hearing that voice. F you, go shit your knickers, get lost. That's a horrible thing to say. Oh no, the dog. No, please don't bark. Joe, I'll be scared. Cooper, stop it. Oh, Cooper, stop. Good boy. I'll see what's happening now. Don't. Yeah, Kathy, he is a meanie. Yes, simple. It's Coops. I can't believe he just said, fuck you, go shit your knickers. That's awful. Oh, dear me. Now, has anybody else found that more frightening? I just want to know, is that just me? Has anybody else found that more frightening, reading what's being said than hearing what was said? But I've genuinely got the frickies. Oh, you two simples. I don't know how you've got the posh stuff to hear it on Porky, but no, I don't know how you managed to I don't know how you've managed to break that off. We'll go and have another listen. I'll finish off the bit where it is just the girls before the investigators come in. All right, thank you. You can shit us all up before we close the live down. So please somebody stay with me till he comes back with this bit, because if everybody vanishes off this live and I'm sat here on my own. Okay, thank you. I will absolutely crap myself. No word of a lie. Oh, yeah, simples. And then a big brown shark came. It's actually been quite a good discussion about it, though, hasn't it? And considering the time, because, oh my God, this is the longest one yet. Poo-poos in the kitchen. Oh, there's going to be poo-poos on my sofa. I swear. Yeah, this was, I came on at, oh, good night, you lot. Hopefully we'll all be close to millionaires tomorrow or Sunday, and I mean that. Oh, do you know what, bedtime? I just hope I actually hope you'd win it for you. I really do. Sometimes you just wish people good luck and happiness and health and wealth and whatever else. And you two are great. So, and thank you, because I've really enjoyed this conversation. So yeah, lots of love to you and Voodoo, and I'll see you on the next one. And fingers crossed for the lottery. Oh, Titney's snoring. Oh, God. What? Fuck that. I want to help people. Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, my God. Porky, what? Is this going to be me making a terrified phone call to you in about 3 seconds? Yeah, simples. I'm actually... Right, I am going to shit myself. I was about to say... Oh, God, at 3 minutes and 45 seconds, I never picked up on this before. What? What? The voices were coming from Margaret, not Janet. Oh, Cooper, shut up. Shut up. Oh, no, my dog's setting off now. No. Janet is telling Mr. Gross that it was Margaret's mouth. What? Stop it, Cooper. Okay, right, Porky. I'm putting my lamp on, says. Oh. Yeah, bedtime. I told you guys this. Yeah, I think it's... Oh, God. I know, and you said, didn't you, bedtime clown? You thought it was both of them, not just Janet. Oh, man. Oh. Fuck's sake. Cooper baby cakes. Every time he must be picking up on me being frightened, because I'm not shouting and screeching or doing anything like that. Right, what's he put? So those voices for the first section of the tape before Mr. Gross turns up, the voices came from Margaret. And what's that going off? Just what Janet said? Or... Oh, fucking hell. Right. Just when I need something to take my mind off it, like hard drugs and alcohol. Oh, God, no. I know you're going to listen to, because you're going through this with a fine-tooth comb. I know you're going to find something shit scary. Well, Margaret went through puberty right before Janet, didn't she? I'm just saying. Yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right, bedtime. Janet is the hysterical one, shouting for Mr. Gross, alerting him to Margaret's mouth and what it was doing. Oh, fucking hell. Well, as I was going to say, just before you said that, I was going to say, well, obviously some people are interested because we've been a consistent, well, we've been between like 10 and 14, 15 people all night. So obviously people are finding it quite interesting. Mr. Gross even asks, Margaret was doing what? I wonder if Margaret remembers, because she doesn't mention it, does she? The only one that ever talks about the voices and what have you is Janet. I wonder if Margaret has got no recollection that she was also channeling these voices. I mean, and we've not done food or smut, so we are well interested. I know. I know. I think in a sick sort of way, well, no, I can't even say, I'm not actually enjoying it. I'm fascinated. I want to know, but I also don't want to know. I'm interested, but too scared to listen to Bill. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Kathy. Reading it, it's have you ever listened to Bill at all, or do you just mean you don't want to listen to him tonight? Because I'm finding reading what's getting said far scarier. Pork chop. That ended the section with just the girls. After that, Mr. Gross arrived and the recording structure changes. Okay. Well, God, you've picked a shitload up there, though. Oh, bedtime saying, don't be scared, Kathy. Oh. Shit scared. I'm shit scared. Genuinely shit scared. I don't think I'll go to sleep tonight. I'll stay awake till it gets light and then go into the... I'll do another section tomorrow and give you the notice of the text. Oh, okay, honey. I think it's really weird. His daughter was called Janet too. I know. And that also made me wonder if, maybe the spirits were kind of playing with him a little bit. Well, I think, yeah, I am genuinely scared right now. I've got the bloody frickies on me. And also, as anybody notices, it's just coming up to 3 a.m. and we all know what that time means. So, oh my God, and I've been on nearly 8 hours. What the fuck? I'm pissed I can't pick the other name out. What were the brothers called? One was called... Stop. One was called Peter. What... Simples, can you remember what the other brother was called? I know it was Janet, Margaret, Peter, and then there was the other one that was in residential. No, I can't remember. Oh, hang on 1 second. Hang on. I'll see if I can find it. I might have put it in my notes. Bear with me 1 second. I'll just say, give me a second, guys. Right. I'll just have to go through these notices. And hopefully I can find something good. Just chat amongst yourselves for a second. Right. No, I've just got Peter. Oh, this is weird. This is really weird, right? Are you still there, Pork? Does that song have a meaning other than being right? Because yes, right. This is right. This is really weird because in one of the notes, one of these stories I was reading, it gave the brothers one of the brothers' names as Peter. However, it's just saying here that it was the brothers were called Johnny and Billy. Now, Johnny was the one who was living at home. And Billy, do you remember when you said before that you thought it was talking about that you said Janet and Margaret and Billy are sleeping? Right, so Billy is one of the brothers. However, Billy didn't live at the house. He was away at residential. So maybe that's it. But why would he say Billy was sleeping? Because Billy wasn't in the house. That is weird as feck. But yet one of the stories gave one of the brothers' names as Peter. So I don't know what's going on there. Right. Let's have a look what's going on in the chat. Meaning is to not quit, keep going with your life no matter how many difficulties or duties you are meeting. Oh, about the song, right, okay. No idea why I would refer to Billy unless he was talking about himself or Bill was not one of the two voices. Yeah, I don't know either, but yeah, I didn't know that, but yeah, apparently one of the sons was called Billy. Not heard about the Vera one either, so but I might try and have a little look and see if I can find anything out about if there were any female investigators there, or because I really don't know. There was a female reporter there at one point, but I don't know what her name is, so I can find that out as well. There was a female police officer. Again, I only know that she was WPC Heap. I don't know her first name, but I suppose we could try and find that out. And then there would have been the neighbours on the other side. So, right. If Bill was not one of the two in the first 4 minutes, then that brings it up to 3 possessive spirits. Indeed it do. Indeed it do. Oh, right. Well, I think on that note, guys and gals, because like I said, I really am scared. I think I shall close it down. I am going to be ringing you in a second, Porky, so please answer and don't leave it thinking it's funny, because I am scared. 2 through Margaret that were overlooked, and Bill was talking through Janet. Yes, Pork Chop, I think Bill was the alpha. What the fuck? You two? So you think he was leading them all, and then I don't even think I'm going to go to bed tonight. I'm just going to stay up and sleep in the daylight when nothing can get me. No, yeah, I'm really freaked out now. Okay, everybody. Well, I think on this note, I'm going to close down. I'm going to be making like I said, I'll be making a phone call in the minute that this live hangs up, just to be talked off the flaming wall. Oh, he's still going. The 2 voices referred to Billy being asleep and we're talking as if they were disobeying Bill. No, I think Bill was hedging his bets in the afterlife. I think Bill just needed to fuck off. Okay, all right, Simples. Yeah, it's just because I think it's going to mash my head if I carry on talking about this anymore tonight, especially so late, because coming up to 3 o'clock, and they always say that's the worst time to talk about anything of this nature. That's why I'm getting really scared. I wouldn't be as bad if I was on my own. You haven't hogged the chat, Porky. You've been helping us. It's not hogging chat at all. You've put everything in there. It's just that I'm now very fricky, but you know how soft I am. So thank you everybody for coming in. Hogging as in Porky hogging, I know. Thanks so much everybody for coming in. Happy to carry on this chat. I don't know, maybe tomorrow if you wanted to have another discussion about it, because I think it's gone really well, but obviously earlier. I don't think I should do it where I'm still online at 3 o'clock in the morning and pooing my pants. So on that note, I shall wish each and every one of you a good night. Thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting. And as always, I'll see you on the bright side.